Welcome everyone to this live stream today. Happy that I made it on, and it has been a technical challenge today, but we got through it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be streamed live inside of the private Facebook group, so I'll be putting a note down in the group comments, just letting you know that we will not be streaming live. Looks like Facebook has made some changes to their system, and it is just not working. Yeah, I've been trying and it's not working. So we're just going to move on with the show. How's everybody doing out there today? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Today has just been a really it's been a day for me to actually relax, and I figured, here was my idea behind this watch party that we're having today, because I'm really excited about this challenge that's coming up, and I was going to just spend the afternoon myself catching up on some of the recent interviews that I've seen on ClickFunnels Radio. I do want to give a shout out to Chris Cameron and Dante Torelli. That ClickFunnels Radio podcast has really evolved, and I'm really loving the new production and the quality of the episodes that are coming out. And actually, come to find out that one of the interviews that we're going to be watching today with Andrew Culver, the president of ClickFunnels, he's been the one that's been pushing to actually level up that podcast. And you'll see a little bit of that in his interview today. He talks about that in a little bit. But what I was hoping for is that potentially we might be able to get some of the access to some of the bonuses that are being offered as a result of this challenge. But I don't think that's going to happen because after looking at what it takes and when you do upgrade, as far as what happens when you upgrade, we're not going to get access until tomorrow, which is the actual day of the challenge. I'm going to just if you haven't signed up, if you haven't registered for the challenge, there's going to be a QR code around the video somewhere. And as we bring on other guests today, they're going to be streaming on their channels as well. So if you are listening and you're watching during the replay or sometime, and you're on someone else's channel, then make sure to check their comments for the link to get registered so you can be a part of this amazing challenge that's happening tomorrow. And I want to give a little bit of overview of actually why this challenge is a big deal. Why is this challenge a big deal? And why now? And what is it about this challenge? Why have I been really recommending it so much before? And I think it's really because what I'm seeing, and I think a lot of people out here in the online marketing world, and not even just online marketing, but life in general, is a fundamental shift in the way that the world is starting to operate. And what prompted this challenge today is a meeting. Actually, it was an all hands on deck meeting that Todd Dickerson called with his staff, and he flew them all out to Atlanta, which is actually the home office for the ClickFunnels. And he told them that within 900 days, that every task done on a computer by a knowledge worker can be done better, faster, and cheaper by AI, using AI. And he did also say that that's not his number. It came from one of the respected AI researchers. His name is Ahmad, and he published the paper. And a lot of people feel that this thesis is well supported. And every month we get closer, it seems as though his predictions and his thesis becomes a little more accurate. So that's really the reason for this challenge. And when he called his staff, he wanted to be able to he wanted them to understand that this was not a fear-based, it's not a fear-based it's not based on fear. It's based on a necessity at this time. And I think that lots of people that could be ignoring it right now. And it's an opportunity for all entrepreneurs and business owners out here, especially us in the online world and marketing, to understand that change and actually start to make adjustments to so that we are prepared for a potential AI, what potentially is coming with AI. So today is our watch party. So we're going to be watching a couple of the videos that I recently saw an interview on the Clickfunnels radio podcast. I'm going to be in and out. I'm going to have to send my guests a new link for this room because I've been trying to, I just haven't been getting this thing to work. So I think we're live now. And I said, you know what? We're already out an hour and a half late. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it. And I'm going to resend the link out to, out to those people who are, who's going to be coming on as a guest. All right. But I do see myself live there. So I think I'm live on Facebook. I'm live on Instagram, live on TikTok. I'm actually live on TikTok. That's crazy, but we're yeah. Live now, and I said, you know what? All right, yeah. So I do see it. Cool. So we're going on. The show must go on. I know typically when you go to watch the movies, it's already gonna be late. So you get to the theater and you've got at least a good half hour before the show starts. So consider this your wait period. Get your popcorn ready. And I just want to talk about who this is for. Who is this challenge for? Who is this challenge for? Let's go ahead and explain who this challenge is for. Now, this challenge is for who I believe this is for is the gritty entrepreneur out there. You are my people, the gritty entrepreneurs out there, the ones that post on social media, that you might only get one like, and then you go back and forth in the comments with your mom or some relative. But this is for you. This is for you. You know, the people out there that we see that, you know, the big marketers out there, they post once, they get thousands of likes, comments, and all comments. I love those people, but this is not for them. I think my people are the gritty ones. And those are the ones that I always appreciate because we're the ones out here putting in the work. We're putting in the work every day. We're showing up every day and we're out here. We are going to make it work. And this is for you. This is for you so that you can take advantage of a lot of these technological advances that are happening. And so that the gap between those that are super successful and those that are still coming up, we can shorten that gap. I have to make an admission. You know, one of the reasons for me coming on live is that we are making a last push for registrations and signups for the challenge. So if you look up here, right here is going to be a QR code for you to register using my referral link. Now, when you register using my referral link, I do have several bonuses that I will be giving you for using my referral link. And also, I believe down below, you will see the URL. Now, thank you for the people that have registered. I appreciate every single one. I actually found myself slightly on the leaderboard for a short period of time right before all the big marketers came in and just sent one email and then wiped me out. But with your help, some of the prizes, you could help me go to Funnel Hacking Live. And that would be awesome. That would be amazing. I don't know. That would be amazing. So just by signing up and registering and using that QR code, going to the link, you could help support me and my endeavors to go to Funnel Hacking Live. Now, the prizes for this contest are uh, I believe the first prize is a VIP couch seats at Funnel Hacking Live, which are upwards of $5,000 each. And then also there's a 4-night hotel room stay, and it includes accommodations. That would be amazing. But then if you got in the top 5, you're going to win something similar. I am going to be monitoring my referrals during this challenge, and I'm hoping that I can increase or at least double the amount of registrations and opt-ins that I've gotten so far. And I am asking for that too. And I also want to, during this live, we're going to go over and I'm going to really show exactly what I will be sharing as bonuses for people that are registering under my link. Now, so what we're going to do is, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Let me bring this up here. So I'm going to be doing, all right, I'm going to be doing 2 things here. Awesome. Am I still down there? Can you see me on the bottom? Awesome. Look at this here. So before we start the watch party, I'm going to start the watch party and I'm going to show you the videos that we'll be watching of the interviews. I think I've already mentioned 2 of the videos that we will be watching. And I'm also going to reveal the 3rd video after we go over what those bonuses will be for registering for the challenge. Now, when you register for the challenge, these are the standard bonuses that I am currently reviewing with you. So these bonuses are I got you there, Renee. On here. Okay, hold on. Let me take you off. Okay. So what we're gonna do, what I think is 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 basically um, it's basically what is being used in his marketing secrets AI. Hold on, let me try a different layout here to see if we can actually come on screen together. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I want to. Get us on the screen. I can't. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got your sound on now. All right, now. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. Now, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Hold on 1 second, okay, Renee?
All right.
Now, now you're in here. You're in here. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Now, what I need to do is okay. There we go. I guess that'll work, right?
Right.
All right, yeah, that'll work. What's up? What's up?
Hey, from Arizona, we out here.
What's up? Awesome, awesome. Hey, yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh, Renee, I've been trying to go live and yep. Okay, hold on. Nope, not gonna do that. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna keep it like this.
Yeah,
Hey, today, are you just hanging out?
I'm here to contribute or whatever you need from me, Mark.
All right. Well, say hi to everybody out there. We are live, but we're not live in I don't know what channels that you've connected. But I wasn't able to go live on inside of my private Facebook group because the software just kept I was trying and trying and trying, but we are live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Instagram, we're live on LinkedIn, and yeah, we are basically I did an introduction. I'm talking about the 5-day AI Secrets Challenge. So I'm just rolling through the bonuses right now, and what you get when you sign up. And of course, what VIP is free, Renee. It's
Yeah, I
free.
know. I know. I'm in it, so I know.
Yeah. So yeah, let's spend a little time and yeah, so I'm going through and I've just gone through some of the things that are going to be available during the challenge as far as the VIP, what it gives you access to, and you know what, and yeah, what it gives you access to, and okay, can you say something?
Who, me?
Okay, yeah, okay, yep, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I could hear you. Um, hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay, all right. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. Okay. All right, cool. So I was telling everybody that when we have special guests come on, uh, and they want to sign up and register, make sure that they look down at the link in your comments. You should have the link to register for the challenge. We're starting tomorrow, bright and early. I think, yeah, I'm excited about this.
I
Let's
am too. AI has changed everything. I mean, the quickness that I can do anything and everything is off the chain.
Yes, yes, yes. So yeah, so I started off just talking about one of the main reasons why they are calling this special meeting. When Russell, well, I'm not sure if you've seen the interview, but we will watch it. You know, you don't have to stay, but it'll just be playing. But it is the video that Todd mentioned when he gave his entire team the 800-day warning. You know, the 800-day warning, where he went inside the office and he said that we literally have about 800 days before AI can do everything smarter, better, faster than humans can. And the what I liked about how Todd framed it is he did not come from a point of fear, but what he did was he showed true leadership, because he says, look, this is going to be reality.
Yeah.
And we need to let you know, to prepare you for what could potentially be AI is taking over 80% of work that knowledge workers do. So we need to be able to manage that, so it won't have that impact on us. And from that meeting, they had a successful turnaround, and now the team has completely jumped on board. And that's what they'll be sharing in this challenge, some of uh, their internal secrets and what they're currently doing right now. All right. So yeah. So just to recap, I think the next bonus that you're getting when you sign up for VIP, which is absolutely free, is going to be a 14-day free trial to the Marketing Secrets.ai software. Now, this is a brand new software, and and just coming from Russell, he's going to tell you that you can typically learn everything during the challenge, which is the strategy, the systems, and the playbook that they've spent years building inside of ClickFunnels. But it doesn't matter if you're using ChatGPT, Claude, Manus, Perplexity, or any other tools. None of them talk to each other. Now, and that's the problem, is none of them talk to each other. Now, your research is one place, your writing's in another, your images are somewhere else, and nothing shares the memory. Now, and I think that they feel that's exactly what's slowing you down. So I'm curious, and I'm so interested in getting hold of this Marketing Secrets AI, which is the platform that Todd and Russell have been building and running. And what from what I hear, instead of managing 10 different subscriptions at Marketing Secrets AI, it's going to connect all of them for you. One interface, one memory, one place. That's going to be awesome. So for the next 14 days, you'll get it for free. And if you can cancel anytime, but after 14 days that you decide to keep it, it's $97 in the month. But you will get access 14 days to try the software, use it, and actually go along with the challenge to while you're in the challenge, to actually use it and build something out for your business. And the next thing that you get is actually full encore replay of all 5 days, which is yours to keep forever. This is another no-brainer, you know? It's another no-brainer. You want the replays, so just sign up for VIP just to get the replays, even if you because after the challenge ends, they'll be running the replays week, But as a VIP, which is absolutely free, you'll get complete access. So you can go through every session, bring your business partner, your team, your co-founder, and anyone that needs to see this. Most people have to pay for replay access, but in this challenge, you're getting it for free once you upgrade to VIP. And then, what is our next one? The Marketing Secrets Training Vault, which is every framework that Russell has ever built. This is where we're going to get access to see how he has implemented and integrated his secrets books into AI. I'm really interested to see that, right? You there, Renee? You look stuck. Okay, got it. All right, yeah. So yeah, that alone, being able to see how Russell's going to be able to implement his Secrets Trilogy books into AI, that's going to be a game changer and something that everyone wants to see. Now, you'll also get access to what he's calling the Funnel Oracle. What is the Funnel Oracle? And that is a great question because he hasn't really given a whole lot of details regarding the funnel oracle, but what he says is that the AI guide inside Marketing Secrets tells you exactly what to watch, read, or do next based on where you are right now. So there's no more getting lost in a library of content, no more starting from scratch. Just ask the funnel oracle and it points you to exactly what you need. And then there is the other bonus, which is the Backstage Community Pass. He's going to be building everything inside marketing, but you're going to have access to the Backstage Pass community. That's actually live right now. And once you sign up and get registered for the challenge, you'll be able to get access to the Backstage Pass. Now, if you don't have an account, it does give you the platform, the training, and the private access to follow along step by step and actually build your AI system during the challenge. I'm excited about that too. It's already available inside. And then there is the Influencer Secrets software. Now, from what I know about this Influencer Secrets software, it is, let's see here, it's going to be the traffic tool that finds thousands of potential partners in your niche in seconds. These are people who already have your audience and will promote you before you spend $1 on ads. That's going to be interesting. Influencer secret software to locate and find those influencers that are the perfect opportunity for you to partner with and continue to promote your offers. Now, there are a couple of options on the page for you to upgrade for, of course, OTO upgrade options. You're going to have the option to upgrade to the Selling Online Challenge, which is Russell's system on how to automate your selling. And it shows you what to automate. And that's the ultimate one-to-many persuasion system that drove ClickFunnels past $1 billion without a single sales rep. The frameworks, the pitch structure, the exact words that turn cold audiences into buyers. You learn it once, then you hand it to your AI to run it. That's an awesome opportunity to continue to upgrade and use AI as your assistant. We're going to move Renee out of that scene because it looks like she's missing, but awesome. And then there's also the Scaling Online Challenge. This is a brand new challenge, but it's the one that's going to build your marketing machine. And this is the blueprint for what you put inside it. Scaling Online reveals the exact funnel ecosystem, the traffic system, and the recurring revenue structure used to scale ClickFunnels to 9 figures without outside investors. No capital, no venture capitalists, no outside money. That's it. That's just crazy. But it's just the funnels the value ladders with the rules, how it will connect and give AI the right system to run, and the results compound month after month. You're getting it at a super discounted price for OTO bump for just $47. And that is it. You get all of that today when you upgrade to the VIP. Yes, and you'll get all of that when you upgrade to the VIP. Let's see here. All right, we are having fun here. I am telling you, we are absolutely having fun with this system. Nothing ever works right, but give us a hashtag down in the comments where you're watching from. Give us a hashtag in the comments if you'll be watching on the live tomorrow. We're going to get going with this live watch party, but I'm also will be revealing the bonuses that I have for you in this challenge as well. But just a quick recap. Here is a quick recap, and we're going to start our watch party, and we're going to go until this first video is done. Hold on. Yes. Okay. Yes. All right. Awesome. So we're going to just go ahead and get this started with the watch party. Let's go to our let me change this here. It is just I think it's always fun when you're going live because you never know. There we go. You never know what will happen. All right. Okay. So then, all right. So let's do this.
And shift them.
Yeah. Yep.
And so there was that was the part of the conversation, and probably where the frustration was coming. It's like,
Wow, how cool is this?
Yeah.
it would have probably been one of the biggest regrets of our life.
All the time back then, it was
It would have probably been one of the biggest regrets of our life if we had not said yes. Every day, Todd had job opportunities, job offers, multiple times a day landing in his inbox.
knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur at an early age. I wanted to work for myself. I was like, I did this whole working for people thing in high school. When you know your why, you know your purpose.
You said it's not enough to be the best at one thing. You have to be the best at one thing and really good at another.
Yes, I think that's true. And my thinking also has evolved on it. I think that you should be an expert at... Welcome back to another episode of Clickfunnels Radio. I'm Chris Cameron, and we have a very unique episode today, which I'm crazy excited about. I was on a plane yesterday. I got a call from Dante, actually a text the other day, and he's like, I got an idea. Why don't you come to Atlanta and we can interview Todd and Ashley. This is going to be rare footage, stories that people have not heard. It's funny, we always hear all these stories from Russell's perspective, but there's a whole other side to all of these stories that we're going to dive into and dive in deep today. So with that, I want to show you the set and actually welcome to the show, Todd Dickerson and Ashley Dickerson. Check this out. How cool is this?
Yeah.
And of course, joined with me as always is the amazing Dante Torelli.
Always a pleasure to be here, Chris.
Are you excited for this one?
I'm gassed.
I mean, we were talking about this too, and like all the different things that we could go over and talk about. It's just such a different way of doing this. We even have a whole new set that we've done. Like this looks like Good Morning America. I mean, come on, this is amazing.
Where's
man.
my cup of Joe?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to dive into the topics, today. So this is going to be really, really cool. Well, welcome out, you guys. Actually, you're welcoming me. This is like ClickFunnels East Coast, and this office is amazing.
Yeah. Awesome.
Absolutely
Appreciate
amazing.
that, man. Thank you for having us. Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah.
How long have you been in this office?
Oh, we've been here for over 5 years, right before COVID. Yeah.
So, but this is a really unique building. Like it was like a factory or something?
Yeah. So it was a cotton mill. Like Canton's actually named after Canton, China. They turned into cotton from silk. So there's a whole story behind it. But both my grandfathers actually used to work at this place when it was a cotton mill.
No kidding.
Yep. And it's been fixed up. It's a 150-year-old building or so. And we fixed it up and turned it into a pretty cool office.
And you grew up here in Canton?
Yeah. Grew up in the area. And we've been here all our lives. Yeah.
Now, Ashley, did you grow up here?
Sort of.
What does that mean?
I was born in Kentucky and then raised a little bit in Kentucky, a little bit in Atlanta, and then have lived here for about 30 years.
30. Okay. So we're going to get into the meat of this, but I want to know a couple things too. How on earth did you two meet?
Yeah.
I got to hear this
That's
story.
a great question.
And I'm going to ask Ashley this too.
Okay. The simplified version of how we met actually goes all the way back to the year 2000. We were both dating different people, and Todd could drive, and he drove his girlfriend to a Mexican restaurant where I met up with him and my current boyfriend at the time after a basketball game. And we had Mexican, and that was the first time I was introduced to him as a friend. We both broke up with those boyfriend and girlfriend. Like, we didn't really keep in touch that much, just talking over AIM or AOL, if you know what that is. And usually, because he's a gamer, our conversations usually started at like 10 p.m. at night or later.
Really?
Yes. Because he was always online, like playing video games that late. So that's when I could talk to him. And we just built a friendship over the years for 3 years. And then we started dating in 2003.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're a gamer, Todd?
Yeah, I have been over the years. I not have time for gaming in a long time. But
Well,
I used to.
you've stepped up your game. Okay.
Yeah,
So like,
it's a different game, right?
Yeah.
Now it's a different game.
but
yeah.
is that where it started? Is that where you like started doing coding? I mean, obviously, you have was a computer science degree?
Yeah, I have a computer science degree and stuff, but really probably my interest started well before that. I mean, if you go way back, it really was probably from games and playing with the systems and computers. I always wanted the computer to be faster at playing video games. And back then it was like, well, I need to upgrade it and overclock it and build my own computer. And if I get this component and switch out some RAM that's faster. And like, I was always tweaking and messing with computers. And through that, obviously I kind of learned about them and how they worked. So kind of fell into it, ended up building a website years ago that was gaming related. And I actually was like sharing gaming codes and all kinds of stuff on the page. And that's probably the first website I ever built.
Wow. Isn't that kind of how you got started in the world of entrepreneurialism? Didn't you? I think you told me a story about you started out like you made a magazine a gaming magazine you would sell to kids at your school?
That's when he was in third grade, though. He was really little.
Wow.
Yeah, that's, it was pretty funny. I don't remember the full reason why I got into that or started doing that, but obviously I was into video games, right? Like I was into games and we were always talking about like, there's things like Game Genie and there were cheat codes in video games, but there was no we didn't have websites back then to just like go and get all the cheat codes. So what I did was I was like, well, this buddy of mine's a really good artist. This buddy of mine plays this video game all the time. He knows all the cheat codes for this video game. And I had these guys, one of them would do illustrations for it. Another one would come up with cheat codes and I'd put it all together and add my cheat codes and tips and all this stuff into it. And we literally went and photocopied it on a printer and stapled them together and started selling them at school.
He said, I don't know why I did that. I know why you did that, because you wanted money.
Yeah, that's true. I probably wanted money. Back then
Probably
it was
to buy computer parts.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably early days of learning what money was, right? It was $50 equals video game. So I need to make some $50 bills so I can go get some video games, right?
Holy smokes. Third grade?
Yes.
Yeah,
Wow.
We have the copies of the hand-drawn Todd's Tips magazines.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to see those one day.
So this is like Russell's potato gun. This is Todd's stapled together
but an
Xerox.
8-year-old version.
No kidding.
Not high school, not
You know
college.
what though? all these entrepreneurs have stories like this, like where they started to. We were talking to Paul Counts, and his was pencils, right?
Pencils.
Like he's like, these kids would literally forget their pencils at home, and he'd bring their pencils and he'd be like, yeah, I can make money off this. His mom would fund it. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. I learned to hustle all the time back then. It was like go to dollar store, I remember buying like boxes of like video game trading cards and like little figurines and things that were like overstock type stuff, and then bringing them into school and like selling them to kids at school. And it was all kinds of random things like that over the years.
This hustle like is part of you. Okay. And before we get into like a lot of the ClickFunnels meet and everything else, you and I were just talking when I showed up this morning, and I love cars. You guys know me, I'm a big car guy, but this hustle thing, like you started like Supras. Everybody knows Supras, but you were on the Supra trend before Fast and the Furious. So what's going on with this? Like you've done dozens of these things.
Yeah. So Supras, I love the car. It was like a car I stumbled on from a buddy of mine that was talking about how fast they were and like whatever. It was before Fast and Furious came out though. So I bought one like, I think it was senior or junior year in high school. And when Fast and Furious came out, all of a sudden everyone knew what my car was. They were like, oh, that's the car from Fast and Furious. I was like, yeah. So I got an offer for maybe like $5,000 more than I had paid for it. And I was like, well, working all summer at my part-time job in high school, I'm not going to make $5,000, and I can flip this car and make an extra $5,000. So I flipped it and kind of got into immediately after that being like, where can I find another one of these? So I went and found another one for a good price, bought another one, and just kind of got into flipping them all the way through high school and college, really. That ended up being kind of my main source of income as I was like funding myself, learning things and going through college. Yeah.
You're finding ways to shortcut like making money for sure. You told me though, this is number what? You have one now at the lake house.
I do.
What number is that?
57. We counted them all up. Yep.
You're like Tony Stark, man. Like this, you know how they have Mark 4, Mark 5? This is Mark 57.
Mark 57. Yeah.
That is so dang cool. Well, we should dive into the meat. What do you say, Dante?
I'm excited to do
Let's do it. Take it away, brother.
So I'm curious, Ashley. We just heard a little bit about Todd's story. We have Todd, third grade, building magazines. Todd going into buying and selling his own Supras when I'm just worried about trying to score a goal and he's building a business being a CEO. When you met early on in young Todd, was he different than everybody else? Did anything stand out about him at that time?
Yes, I think that we're very similar in that we like the hustle game, and both of us are like willing to like sacrifice something in order to get what we want. So, and I could see that in him. It was, college was easy for him, and I was in film school, and I was having a lot of fun, and he was like, oh, college is such a drag. It's like taking so long. Like I'm smarter than my professor. I could just ace out of this class and be done. And I was like, who are you? And so every time I learned a little bit more about like the characteristics of Todd, it just, I was like very intrigued. And also a lot of who Todd is very different than my upbringing. And I used to have this mindset of, unless you were like, struggling and working physical labor, you're not actually working hard. And Todd was the first person that taught me there are different types of hard, and there is different types of work. And there is physical work, which I was very familiar with because my dad's a carpenter. And I always saw my dad lifting like 400-pound equipment. But my dad would go and work for a week and make a certain amount. Todd would use his brain and work for a day and make the same amount. And that was so different. It was such a mental swap for me that I was like, I like this way.
Oh, so it wasn't hard for you to slide into a new way to work. You saw that and you were like, I like that. We're going to do that.
Yes. Well, yes and no, because I don't say any of that to like disrespect like blue collar labor, right?
Of course.
I adore it, appreciate it, and have so much respect for it. But it was, then we started getting into like books like from like Robert Kiyosaki and just having a totally different mindset about money and, letting your money work for you instead of you working for your money.
I don't see that as a dig at blue collar. Like we'll see who has the last laugh here too with AI and everything like that. AI is probably not coming for plumbers, Not yet. Not yet. Well, I want to ask Todd the same question. What was it that you noticed in Ashley? They're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's the one.
It's funny. I remember her looking at, I literally had like a quote up on my wall above my desk. And I remember you asking that at there's a quote that's, there is visible and invisible labor. Just because a man is not idle does not mean he is not working. Something like that, right? And it's Voltaire. And like I remember her asking about that, being like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "I like to surround myself with inspiration and quotes and reminders," right? So yeah, I mean, it was that kind of thing. Like we actually are very different. Like our personality types are probably the opposite. Like if you do most of the personality tests, we're pretty opposite in like how we think about things, how we approach things. But our values and goals and that kind of thing were similar. So I think we had a lot of similarity that kind of sharpened each other. Like our differences sharpened each other, I should say, right? So
Ashley, you laughed a little bit about the difference. Tell me more. Why are you laughing about that? Like, what are some of the key differences?
I'm laughing because one of the things he didn't say is even the way that we solve problems, even the way that we prefer to solve problems is very different. And that can feel argumentative, but I had this awesome counselor one time. She's like, you guys are like yin and yang, and his strengths and the way that he wants to solve something is a great approach when you're trying to solve something and it's not working. And so appreciate that instead of, feeling like, oh, you're so different, it's not working out or whatever. And I also laugh because our first house had papers and sticky notes all over the place.
I see them on the walls, everything, glass,
Yes.
everything there.
Including when we first got married, we printed out quotes and stuck them on our ceiling. So some of the first things that when we opened our eyes, we saw like values. We saw quotes from people that like gave us daily inspiration. This was obviously before cell phones, or you could, have an app tell you your daily inspiration.
Yeah.
Or a cute little calendar sitting beside your bed with daily inspiration. We chose to put it all over our house. Laundry room, bathroom, shower, office, kitchen, above our bed, down the hallway, like constant.
This is very like The Secret. This is cool. Like, affirmations, manifestation. Like, that's really, really cool. I kind of want to jump into a couple more things. I think everybody has heard, so many stories from Russell, Todd, about you two coming together and launching ClickFunnels. Yeah. But I kind of want to hear some of the story from your perspective. And I was just telling Dante, I think it's so interesting. I don't know if you ever give yourself enough credit, but I've seen you for years, not really being the face of this. You're the builder. You're going after this. But you'll come on Funnel Hacking Live and stand toe-to-toe with Russell, who's one of the best speakers in the world, and hold your own in front of this huge audience. And he tells these stories, but we want to hear your perspective on this too. Like, we've heard the Ruby on Rails stuff, but I know you had some questions about that too.
Well, I'm so curious, Todd, because yes, we've heard Russell's retelling of the story and it's scary and people are sending him death threats. But this got to be double scary for you, because here's this problem that only you know how to fix, or even are able to find the right people to fix the problem, even can talk the language. So it all falls on your shoulders. But now you got your friend and business partner getting death threats against his life. So now you got to feel like a little sense of ownership for somebody's life. It's got to be crazy. What's that like for you when that is all going down?
Oh man. Yeah, that's a funny story. So I say funny.
He says
because
a funny story.
It's funny now. It's funny now.
Yeah, it's funny a decade later.
Wasn't funny at the time. Yeah, so that story basically was the first major outage we ever had at ClickFunnels. Actually, the only long outage we ever had. And we were super early days, maybe second year of the business or so, and around maybe 10, 20,000 users, something in that range. And I told Russell previously, like, we were operating super lean. We went from, in 6 months, we got 10,000 paying customers, something like that, right? And these aren't just customers using a software. They're customers running their business on your software. They're driving paid traffic. Some of these guys are driving, 1 million.
Yeah, if you go down, they go down.
If we go down, they go down, right? There was not really any of the alternatives on the market at the time. We were one of the first ones out there. So these people are really, really relying on us. And I told him early on, I was like, man, I've got experience running software, but based on the scale and the amount of resources each user takes and all this stuff, I'm kind of like, so we get to 10,000 of these customers or so. If they keep averaging out with this kind of usage, like, we're going to start to have some trouble. So we luckily I'd brought in some experts, some other guys in the industry, but very few people had like apps that were running at this scale with this many customers. So it was really like a kind of a rare talent to find in the market at the time. So basically, like, that happened. Like we had an outage. It turned out not to be because the servers were necessarily overwhelmed. It ended up being a problem with one of our infrastructure providers. So he was flying out to London to speak at some huge event and actually pitch ClickFunnels and tell people about ClickFunnels and all this stuff. And when he lands, he had no cell service because this is, I don't know, however long ago, and you didn't have good cell service on airplanes, right? And he lands and he just turns on his phone and just gets like message after message after message, a couple of them that were kind of death threats where it was like, dude, this is down. I can't turn off my ads. I'm burning $50,000 a day. Like, and he just like freaking out. He's like, whoa, what is going on? So he calls me. And of course I was already aware of it and had been dealing with it for probably 5 hours at the time. And I'm like, yeah, man, like it's bad. There's a problem with the infrastructure provider. And I guess the way I put it, I said something about if we get this back online, and he was just like, wait, if? Like, so literally the database disappeared. Like it was gone. Like we were not using Amazon at the time. The AWS was kind of a newer tech at the time. And it was like, but everything was gone. And they were just like, the infrastructure provider's like, yeah, we don't know what happened to it. It's gone. And we're like, what do you mean you don't know what's happened to it? Luckily, I'm paranoid. So I already had like additional backups that I personally was running on the system on an offsite provider. I had backups to like local systems in my office there. So like we were good. But it wasn't something that you can flip a switch and just be like, cool, let's apply this backup that's in this other warehouse, this other data center, and apply it onto this other one. So we basically ended up in a condition where I brought in the guy that I had on the team at the time that was the best DBA available. And he's great. He's actually wrote a book on machine learning, super smart guy. And I had him come in and he started working on migrating us to a new infrastructure provider, which was Amazon. And he was doing that from the backup. At the same time, the infrastructure provider was like trying to restore the literally disappeared system from their backups. And it ended up taking the infrastructure provider 36 hours to restore it. Luckily, because I had been paranoid about stuff and had the additional backups, we ended up getting it restored within like 6 hours. So we ended up getting back online on faster, better, more stable infrastructure with Amazon, the whole thing. But it was one of those things that like we had wanted to do for a long time, and there was no capability to do it because it required downtime to do this big of a migration across providers, at least, again, with the technology and the stuff at the time, it required downtime. So it was just like, we didn't have any option. And this kind of forced our hand to do the migration. We migrated over. But again, Russell was like in the dark. So you say it was harder for me, but it was harder for me in the sense that like I was doing it. I was like in it. I'm working behind the computer 8 hours with these guys trying to get things to transfer faster, find ways to do it. But for Russell, I could also see it being harder because he's like, I can't do anything. Like I'm just waiting in London for my team to tell me something. But man, it was such a good learning experience in a lot of different ways. We also learned how to communicate with the customers and be open and honest in that moment, right? Like you had two choices at that point, right? You can go into hiding and kind of be like, I don't know, it's down, just hold on, right? Which is kind of what I was doing behind the scenes. But Russell had the other option, which was go public with it, right? And just be like, yeah, here's what's happening. We're down right now. This isn't acceptable. We're sorry. We're doing everything we can. We run our business on this. We're down as well right now. We're doing everything for you. And just was super open and honest with the audience about it. So that was definitely a learning moment.
But I think that's what everybody appreciates about you and Russell is owning it, right? You don't try to hide behind it or anything. You're like, there's been some other mistakes that you guys publicly just say, oh, you know what, that didn't work. But I also think that's your superpower. Is this resiliency. And I'll go back to maybe some like the early days. I want to ask you, Ashley, like Russell and Todd, are working on a bunch of different things. And I know from Russell's perspective, like Todd was like, no, you're not going to worry about paying me or anything. Like, how was that you sitting here going, hold on, honey, who's this Russell guy? You're meeting him and you're doing a lot of this work for free. And a lot of those things weren't actually working at that point. I want to hear from your perspective, as a wife, and you're supporting him in this entrepreneurial journey, but you're like, wait a minute, you're doing a lot of work and we're not seeing a lot out of this.
Yeah, because like at that time, Todd already had a name for himself.
Yeah.
He already had offers coming in. There were plenty of ways for him to just make money immediately right now. And then he comes to you and says, I'm going to work with this guy for free on this thing he sent an email about.
So we were broke, very broke. And I say that because at the time we had accumulated a lot of debt from our first delivery. And we were just in a financial pinch. And you're right, Dante, there were Todd's always had a small online profile. He's always liked to stay more behind the scenes. It's just who he is. But yeah, there were offers left and right, just landing in his lap multiple times a day. Come and work for me. Here's your starting income, 6 figures, right? Like just excellent money. And for whatever reason, it had to have been a gut check for Todd. He's like, you know what? I'll go over there and be gone for, 7 to 9 days at a time, leaving me and our oldest daughter home alone and go work for this guy for free for over a year, at least. Something like that. Who's counting? Doesn't matter. Because Todd is a passionate person and got behind a passion for something. And it was scary, but at the same time, I can't not respect a man who's like, I see the value in what that opportunity is versus taking the shortcut. And that's probably one of our biggest superpowers is like, we're not, if you put, what's this? Like there's a quote or there's a story where basically if you put children in a room and you put cookies, like one cookie in front of them and you walk out and you say, okay, I'm going to walk out. Don't eat this cookie. When I get back, you can have 2 cookies. That's that delayed gratification. But it also requires sacrifice. It requires discipline. And, if the moral of the story is either the kid's going to eat the cookie and have that instant gratification, or they're going to have delayed gratification and get double the blessings, double the amount. And that's what he was doing. And it just instinctually felt right for him. So he's the head of the household. So we just did it.
But did you foresee that? Or did you kind of like hindsight? I think it's one thing to say that, Ashley, right? But you sitting in the other chair at home while he's gone, did you see that there could be delayed gratification? Like, I just trust him. I want to know what some of those conversations were like between the two of you. Like, were they supportive? Were they just like, hey, you got a 6-month runway here, dude. Like,
Right.
I support you. What was that conversation like? Anything like that?
Yes. And it was so incredibly long ago. And there were so many conversations. I remember at sometimes being scared that I miscalculated the actual amount in my bank account to like pay for groceries. And Todd's gone, spending money on the flight to get out there and like working and then would come back. And so we always stayed communicating every day. Now, great, when he was out there, sometimes he'd forget to call for a few days, but because
What husband doesn't do that? Okay. Gen Z, you're not the only one that doesn't get the calls every day.
He was so in it. And I think we just trusted each other. We knew that long term we wanted to be successful and we were willing to like have that delayed gratification. And so we just kept going back to those, I said, there's sticky notes. There's just those constant reminders. So we didn't have anybody else to rely on. We didn't have a mentor at the time. We didn't have anybody giving us discernment or wisdom. It was literally just instinctual trust between each other. And that was just the bit of hope where it's like, okay, it's not going to be easy. It's very different than what we're familiar with, but it's either this or.
Well, you knew I was a little bit crazy when you got in.
Yeah, that's my question. Did you know, like, when you married Todd and when you're dating and when life is starting to get serious, did you always know that this day would come with him? Like, at some point.
What do you mean by this day?
Like this day of like, okay, Todd's going to go off on this escapade and he's going to find the thing that he wants to do and it's probably going to be crazy and really hard. Did you think that day was ever going to come?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like right from the get-go. My gut said this is like, actually 2 weeks into dating, I knew I was going to marry him. And I didn't tell him that for 4 years.
You savage, Todd.
Yeah. Side note, it also took him 4 years to.
Come on, Todd.
Well, I told you, she knew I was crazy. I said, I'm not getting engaged until I've made $1 million. And I'm in college. And she's like, well, better get on it.
Yeah. We had a lot of arguments because I was like, I don't care about you achieving the $1 million. Like I want to be with you on that journey as your wife, not a girlfriend. And so the marriage came before the $1 million.
Okay. Well,
because I won.
You're both very rare. Okay. But I want to ask too, for both of you, like, and maybe you first, Ashley, for the entrepreneur or like the person who always has this grandiose vision, and you're the spouse. You're sitting in this chair now with a very different perspective and point of view.
Oh, for sure.
Do you have advice for those? Because there may be somebody who doesn't have a Todd, but that person thinks they're a Todd.
Yeah.
You know, is there a length of time or like, I just wonder what you'd tell somebody who's in that seat. Any advice you have for them, like early stages?
Yes. And it would be hard to simplify it probably in just one conversation, because anybody that's in a relationship that has companionship, in my opinion, it's God first, and then your spouse and your children, and then your business, right? And so I would encourage people to have their values in order.
This is such great advice.
And then I would encourage you to have your morals aligned. And then I would encourage you to know what the end looks like, right? Because then you're always working as a team on the same goal towards the end, versus just that instant, like, okay, well, we're just trying to make enough money to pay for the next thing. Think bigger, not smaller. And so for us, it's always been like these grand ideas of what we want our entire life to look like. Not just how we want to raise one kid, not just how we want to have one business. It's always like, what adventures do we want to look back on at the end of our life and have had? We also put our riches in the quality time that we have with the people that we care about. And so we don't get like big headed from the amount in our bank account, which also means we don't get depressed from the amount in our bank account. We put our riches in like obviously our children, who matter to our children, who are our friends, who are our mentors, who do we have as a village, and how are we giving back? And if you don't have like that core list, then sacrifice isn't going to mean the same to you, because you're not sacrificing for the end goal, like the end of your life when, you know, you're on your deathbed. Obviously, we don't know how we're going to die, which is true to say. It's fair to say, right? But the idea is that you've lived a long, beautiful life with incredible stories. And the only way you have that is if you know what kind of stories do you want to have along the way, and that every day you're working towards those.
I feel like this is like mic drop.
Yeah, I'm sitting here in my own head right now, like I need to go back home and reevaluate my wife and his plans and our goals.
You know, you did something so cool that I want to dive into that I've just noticed as from the back of the room at How Many Funnel Hacking Lives. Todd and Russell have always taken time to put their wives on stage, and you've championed this too, and have said some incredible words about these women. Tell us kind of, you know, maybe Todd, I'll start with you. Why have you always found that so important to give Ashley the mic and give these women like time to talk about what they're going through? Because that's such a big part of your success.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely essential. There's no way you're going to be, at least I don't think you'll be as successful as we've been able to become without your spouse on your side. And by that, I mean, there's too often the spouses end up in debates with the other partner acting like an enemy instead of an ally. Like your spouse should be your biggest ally, which means she's got unique perspective, or he, obviously it could work both ways, but they have a unique perspective that needs to be shared. And it requires you guys having aligned values. Kind of, as I said, like, we are very different in the way we approach problems, the way we think about things, the way we work through things, but our values are aligned and our goals are aligned. And that really is just critical to the entire mission. Yeah.
What are some of the things that were shared from that stage? Like, do you remember maybe some of the things Colette said or that you said, and why is that important to you?
Let's think back. So there's been so many FHLs, and Colette and I have a very unique relationship, because we share what it's like for our husbands to be gone for a long time.
You like war generals. Like, we've been at war. You look at each other and you're like, not many women probably know what you're going through, but you can look at Colette and be like, I get it.
Oh, yeah. Yes. We, like, the second we're together, we don't skip a beat. It's because anyone who is in this type of relationship where you're married to an entrepreneur, you know that you have to be a supportive spouse. Just like Todd's saying, you have to be an ally, not an enemy. But an ally typically is the person that is sacrificing the most. It's the person who has to forgive nonstop when your spouse has to get up from the dinner table with your family to go handle a situation, or take a phone call that you've been waiting for, or to make a decision with somebody else. Like, it's like those moments that you have to know how to get through. And so we've had a lot of very private conversations where we just look at each other and we're like,
Yeah.
and then we laugh.
Exactly.
And yes, the funny thing is it's not just backstage, it's also like together. We laugh because sometimes we've sat through almost every single presentation in the front row. And for women who are at home, like taking care of children, like raising children, being the chef, the chauffeur, helping them pack for their next trip, like all that stuff. When you get in the room, you have no idea what people are talking about, because you're in the thick of one area and they're in the thick of another area. We've had a lot of interesting conversations where we just are like, do you know what they're saying? No. Do you know what they're saying? Not one bit.
Yeah.
How are we going to get through this? Do you have snacks?
Yeah. But what does it mean when you turn around your front row and you turn around and there are throngs of people just absolutely in on this vision?
That is such a question that's like literally cutting me in the heart, and I'm holding back tears because, okay.
I told you to wait till halfway through before we start Tears and Chris.
So the amount of gratitude for the people using a software, like how dorky of a line is that to be like, oh my gosh, look at all these people that have signed up and are using a software. But the software is mission-based, and it's always been mission-based. And that's like the fuel that has continued to drive us. I remember the first time we went to the first FHL, we were like, what the heck is this? Because I've been to many conferences. Like we've been to real estate conferences, entrepreneur conferences. I mean, we had so much fun and it always looked like a party. But then when you start hosting your own and you're just like, who are all these nerds? And they're talking about funnels and checkout processes and upsells and order forms. And you're just like, what is this? And why are people just thrilled to be here? And so exactly what you said, when you're sitting in the front row and there's this like roar of excitement and laughter and joy, it has filled my bucket for forever. And it's that specific moment, has made every sacrifice, every decision, every lonely night, all like the entire story 100% worth it. Because seeing their faces and how excited they are to like chase after their dreams, made possible through the community and the platform, just the best.
We do an exercise in one of the prime mover things that is all about what's your why.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, and it's funny. I always put these two eyes together. You got impact and you have income. Mm-hmm. And a lot of these people are chasing both, and it's actually a very righteous endeavor, right? Mm-hmm. But think of the impact. You're sitting on this front row and you turn around, and not only the people in that room, but the ripple effect of that. And all the different lives that have changed for the good. So I want to ask Todd, I want to know a little bit more about what's your why. You guys are very humble. And by the way, let me just mention, I think one of the reasons that you've been blessed in the way that you have is because of your humility. Mm-hmm. If you can be happy with nothing and happy with everything, it comes down to this why. Yeah. And so I want to ask you, Todd, what's your why?
Yeah, I know that's really a really good point, and that's great feedback. So I think your why changes over time. And I think mine has too, right? So it evolves with you as you go through different stages of life, as you go through different stages of business. You know, in the early days, it was for me and Ashley to be able to travel and have freedom, right? Like, and then there's some aspect of like, well, now I've got kids and we need to have security as well. And we need to have the ability to ensure their future. And like your why changes. And as I think as your business grows and as you evolve as a person, it becomes more as a contribution thing, right? Like we got to the point years ago where it was like, I don't need to work. Why am I doing this? There's been plenty of those times and those conversations even.
Yeah, whether you have one user less, it doesn't mean that the kids don't get shoes or whatever.
Right.
Yep. And at some point you're like, I'm living off investments. Like income's not even a concern, right? Like, so it becomes, the question is like, why are we doing this? Like, am I gonna keep staying up all night? Are we gonna keep traveling and pushing ourselves? Are we gonna keep speaking at events and stuff? And it shifts from, well, I'm doing this for my family and for income and for freedom to I'm doing this for the people that are there. So FHL has become basically what I would call a forcing function to like bring us back in such close proximity to the customer that you can't say, like if we were just a software company and we're just people, user numbers on a software that are doing things, it's different than getting in a room with them, seeing their pain, seeing their fears, seeing their needs, seeing their tears, literally. That's the piece that has brought me connected to the customer in a way that I never expected to be. Like I've always been, I want to build software and websites and stay behind a computer screen and build lots of stuff, right? I'm going to build cool stuff. It's for people and it creates value for them. But like, I don't need to like have someone cry on my shoulder. And that's literally happened at Funnel Hacking Live a number of times, right? Yeah. So like, I'm like, oh, wow, this is a whole nother world. And, you know, getting on stage and as you put it, like seeing, being up there with Russell and like telling stories and seeing the reactions from the crowds and like understanding really like what they resonate with and what they're struggling with and what they need. Like that's really become a thing that I didn't expect ever in the beginning.
We have to dive into Funnel Hacking Live then a little bit more here, just because it's on point here. Talk to me about, and all of us about this leaving your shoes, like on the stage. What was that like knowing that, oh my gosh, this is a wrap, 10 years, 10 Funnel Hacking Lives. What was that like?
Dude, that was definitely a moment of like, I don't know, so many emotions, like all the emotions. There's some matter of like, whew, all right, it's done. It's
like a sense of relief.
Like I don't have to like start preparing for next year's. Right. Like there's that relief. But then there's like everybody's crying and there's tears and there's the community like wondering what's next. So there's like this anticipation, and we at the time didn't know what would be next either. Right. We're still discussing options and we got ideas and what we could do, but we didn't know what it would look like. We didn't know how it would
I hear rumors though that you might know.
Yeah, there might be something, some discussions and announcements coming very soon, cool. As in like, I don't know, depending on when this drops, like some stuff happening in the next week or two that we're gonna talk about. Wow. But at the time it was just like, Dave was a big part of it, right? We left Dave's shoes on the mat. Right. It was like the three of us basically since the beginning of ClickFunnels.
The sandal boots.
Yeah, dude. And he was the biggest fan of Funnel Hacking Live, right? Like he was on stage, out
T-shirt
cannons, like promos, exciting the crowd, running around. He loved every minute of it. And he was the biggest cheerleader for our fans in our community as well, right? He was out there in the conversations, in the rooms, like interacting with everyone all the time. So like, it felt a little bit like, I don't know, like a walking away from that part of our lives, so that phase of our lives, right? Like, and he was such a big part of it. There was also just the emotions of that aspect too, not just the community and the event itself. There's so much more.
Well, and I think that's what's so unique about this podcast. This is Dave's podcast. Yeah. I was just telling Dante, I remember when he had already been diagnosed and he knew that his time was limited, still fighting. Yeah. Fighting.
Never gave up,
And he took time to come down to Utah. We took a bunch of affiliates to go eat sushi. And I'll have to find out what episode number it was, but we sat in my Jeep and he literally just hit record and we started doing one. And after we hit that, he looked at me, he says, well, what do you want to do with the podcast? And I remember being emotional. I'm like, we're not having this conversation yet. And then after he passed, it was about 6 months, and then we relaunched this, and now we're on episode 800 and whatever. Crazy. And talking about this. So I love this, that it's a legacy play. We love Dave. And he was such a big part of FHL. I want to know, Ashley, as you were, watching these guys up there too and participating in this, what was it like to know that was kind of an end of a chapter?
I was a disaster.
Were you?
Yes. Leading up to it, I was nervous and kind of excited because just like Todd was saying, like, whew, it's a relief, like 10 years of this. And coincidentally, a lot of FHLs were on our kids' breaks. And so we just drug our kids with us and they would come with us wherever. Well, it is amazing, except for the fact that like you're there, but you're not an actual participant with your children's lives. And so like, they're just kind of like being like tagged along. So they spent a lot of hotel time at FHL.
Kids love hotels though.
They do. 10 years straight in a row, just sitting and not doing as much if it was with your family.
Yeah.
My kids love quality time with their parents. Like they don't really care what we're doing as long as we're doing it together. So it was a little hard for them. So there was a sense of relief of being like, yes, finally, like we can have a whole year with like no interrupted event. But at the same time, it also was like, oh my gosh, every single person that is here has a story and a purpose and a mission, and they have a business and they have a family that they're caring for, and they have dreams and they have goals and they probably have debt. And I mean, there were so many stories that we heard where someone's like, I had to borrow money to pay for a flight and to pay for a ticket to get here. I myself couldn't even forward my presence, and I have to be present, but also I'm working. And you hear those stories where it's like, or somebody's living out of their car and you're just like, oh my gosh, you sacrificed that much to just make it to this event. And then the sense of responsibility that you feel for ensuring that you live up to all these people's expectations. It changes the game. It changes your mind. It changes your heart. Like it was an actual incredible experience. I'm so grateful. We've learned so many lessons. And without, just like Todd said, without being able to get that close, that proximity to being able to just hear one person's story and their why, just like you were saying, your impact and your income. Like what are the two things right now that are driving you? Without being able to hear that, I don't feel like we would have been as connected. So community and FHL was everything for us. It was a big driving factor for a lot of the decisions that we make on the daily that people will never know about. They'll never hear about. But it was a lot of those private conversations where it's like, oh, this impacted me the most, and I see why, and this is how it could help. How do we make sure that it helps more than just this one person? And so, yeah, it was incredible.
I can't wait for what's next.
I can't either. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut because I just want to scream from a rooftop right now.
It's pretty exciting.
Oh, I love it.
It is.
We've heard so many stories on Clickfunnels Radio too about people who, went to FHL, and then that was like the catalyst for changing their life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. Okay, so we've learned so far a little bit about Todd's life. Third grade, we're selling magazines, right? And then you move into flipping Supras and working on cars. Did you have any other endeavors before ClickFunnels?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There were so many different things over the years.
Did they all work?
Oh, no, absolutely
okay,
not.
I want to hear about that.
I mean, hold on. Like you say, did they all work? No, but they were paying our bills, what we needed.
Yeah, some of them. So like absolutely. Like some have had success over time. Like there's different levels of success, right?
Yes.
Like there's beginning levels, like some success, some traction, paying some bills. And then there's, the success levels of ClickFunnels and far beyond, right? So when I think back, like if I go back to after, let's say, elementary school, like when I was actually starting an adult life, like high school type age, I definitely started a business back then doing websites and stuff. So we started a business called Atlanta Small Business and Home Networking, which that doesn't matter now. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to do work exit for myself. So I went to my school counselor like junior, senior year, and I'm like, so I'm going to do work exit this year.
And get school credit.
And get school credit, right? And they were like, cool, like here's the paperwork to fill out. And I was like, well, I work for myself. And they were like, you can't sign your own paper. And I was like, well, why not? I was like, I build websites for people. This is what I do. Like, and they're like, yeah, that's not going to work. And I was like, all right. So I had a buddy whose dad was an executive at Siemens Corp, and he was like super entrepreneurial. He was a C-level exec over there at the time. time, and he was like, I'll partner with you. He's like, I'll go sell some clients. I know all the businesses around here. I'll sell them. You build the websites. We'll do networking and stuff for them. Like that was a big thing at the time, pulling cables for offices and like doing Cat5 and all this stuff. So I was like, all right, cool. So he ended up partnering with me on a business, and we spun up a business where I was just building all these like legitimate businesses websites at the time behind the scenes. They had no idea this 50-year-old adult executive was selling them on contracts, and behind the scenes an 18-year-old kid's building everything and like that. So we did that for a number of years, well, not even a number of years, about a year before I went off to college. And then I went off to college, and at the time things changed, and I started a degree and left that business for a while, but shortly after that, I actually switched colleges, moved back closer to my area. I felt bad for honestly like going to college. I felt like I wasn't doing anything. I like stepped down in productivity by going to college, which sounds kind of ridiculous, but also like I went from working all the time on like my goals, my dreams, and building this business to like, well, I guess I'm going to do what the teachers say and check some boxes on my, to get my degree, which don't have anything against degrees. I did learn things at the time, but I ended up coming back and not launching back up that exact business, but starting a similar type thread back down a different thread, and tried a bunch of different things. I thought at one point I was going to do real estate investing. Like I got into that for a minute. I basically like started looking at flipping properties and doing all this stuff. But at the same time, I remember we were at a real estate investing conference, Ashley and I were, and I was learning. We had met like a really good mentor who was teaching us how he was doing it, had hundreds of properties and all this stuff. And I'm at this thing and I'm learning how to like do all this stuff for zero down financing and like flipping properties and all this. And it sounds like so much work. I have to talk to so many people. And like, it hit me that like, I was like, man, I'm doing all this to make like $300 a month on this property. And I look at my like AdSense, which was like a way that you could have Google advertise on your website. I mean, you still can today, but like at the time it was a really new thing. And I'd built a bunch of websites and I was driving traffic to them and stuff. And one of my websites had made $30 that day. And I was like, that's $900 a month off this one website. And that website probably took me an afternoon to build. I'm like, maybe I should stick with this internet stuff that I know inside and out and know better, right? So I ended up like shifting full focus back on like the internet business that I had kind of been working on, but had left for exploring different opportunities and different business models for achieving wealth. And I really doubled down on that at the time. I ended up building a portfolio of 1,500-ish websites. And through that process,
1,500.
Yeah, literally, that's not an exaggeration. They were, I don't go into too much detail, but they were basically sites that I'd put advertising on, right? Like I'd created systems to mass produce them, create decent content on them, get them ranked in Google, get traffic to them, and I'd make money from advertising. Right. Like everything from literally one of the biggest ones at the time, like as in probably made $10,000 a month at its peak, was MySpace layouts. That was a thing. Really? Like people wanted
like a bolt-on.
Like a bolt-on.
Yeah.
Like,
that's how we got through college. That was our income.
No kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, like literally, like basically people would come and they would want to like customize their MySpace page, and you could put custom HTML and CSS on your MySpace page. So we had a bunch of different templates. Like the most popular were actually like Hello Kitty and like really like weird stuff. So like they would get copy and paste the code, put it on their MySpace page, and their MySpace page would look Hello Kitty themed all of a sudden, right? So like that was a thing, and I made money on the advertising, right? So like we were doing all kinds of stuff like this. And at one point, I think I had a coffee business that was like selling ads for other coffee brewers and companies and all this kind of thing. And I went to, I don't even remember how I got into this world, but I ended up at Yannick Silver's underground online seminar, like his first one he had ever done.
Wow.
And at the time I had not even sent an email online. Like I had driven tons of traffic, like had lots of visitors, made money, like literally paying all our bills that way. But I had not like collected email. And like one of the guys that gets up there, it might've been Yannick, and just is like, yeah, so you should make about $1 per month per lead on your list. And I'm like, wait a minute. What if I got a 1% opt-in rate on my coffee website that's getting 1 million people a month to it? Oh man, I've missed out on a lot of money. Right? I'm like doing the math. I'm like, oh man, there's a whole nother world out here. So like that was my introduction into the marketing world and stuff, right? So like, especially the internet marketing world specifically. I'd done marketing classes and business classes in college, but that was really where I like started to learn this internet marketing thing. And it's probably why I ended up like, I don't know exactly how I'd ended up on Russell's list, but I was going out and learning from all the gurus, everybody that was doing it, everybody that was teaching it. So I'd made a lot of relationships from events like that one. And that's really what led me to kind of meet Russell back in the day.
You were actually doing a few with Russell. Russell has one that he talks about. He was on a safari. I can't remember the guy's name, but he's on this, he's doing the Village Impact thing in Africa. And this guy told him, he's like, hey, listen, man, you probably have a level 10 skill set, but you have like a level 2 opportunity.
Yeah.
And then he talks about one. It was funny that you talk about the MySpace bolt-on. He says, so Todd and I, we're working on a couple things together, and we had a few that we had done. And he says, you want to hear what our level 10 opportunity was? And then he pauses and he says, here's what it was. And he shows the logo. He says, it was called WP Undies. Do you remember this one?
Oh, yes.
Tell me about WP Undies.
So, yeah. If I frame it a little bit more, basically, like, I'd built a bunch of different apps. Like, I was selling like SEO software. Like, after I learned this internet marketing, I was like, I should probably, like, maybe some of these processes I built for myself, other people would buy, right? So I built like software that would do SEO and rankings and build websites for you and do all this stuff. I built probably like maybe a dozen or half a dozen different SaaS apps at the time. And one of them was like essentially what Russell was calling WP Undies. And it was a backup system for WordPress. Yeah. That was literally
the
like...
logo's hilarious. He shows it. It's literally whitey tidies that you strapped on the WordPress logo.
It's like, just in case your WordPress instance has an accident. Like, what? My name for it, which I thought was better, was version restore.
Okay,
like restore the version. But he liked WP Undies. So at the time he was like, this is the thing. This is going to be huge. But like with all these things that we're talking about, these ideas, like as Ashley's telling the story, you have to be looking at it as like, is Todd a little crazy? Was he just like I was actually very strategic with all that. Like at the time I had these software products that were working, but I felt like SEO, especially at the time, and it kind of is today too, you're always just fighting with Google. Yeah. Right? It's like waiting for the next algorithm update. When something changes, like you got to rebuild it or change the way your app works, or maybe your app's worthless now and you got to build something new that does it the new way that works. And I was in this constant loop, and we were doing significant 6 figures in that business with just me and like an outsourced support agent guy. But it was like, we were at the cap of it, it felt like. And I was at one of these spots. I had one of those moments where it was like, what is our goal? What are we looking for? What do we want? Right? Like I could pay our bills and, whatever with this, living where we are now and doing all this stuff. I was like, but I feel like there's more out there. I feel like there's more meaning, more impact to have. I feel like there's bigger problems to solve. And I had worked on what really was the root of what probably became ClickFunnels, or a significant portion of it at the time. And I built this thing. And when I first, Russell and I, there's a whole story behind how we met, but one of the things I pitched him on kind of when we were first meeting was like, we're working on one project, and I'm like, dude, but there's the other thing. And I explained the thing to him. He's like, oh, that's cool. I have no idea how to sell that. Like, that was literally like, he's like, that's really sophisticated. Like, I don't know how we can actually sell that to people. I can barely get them to build a funnel, And it was like, all right, it really was marketing automation. It was a marketing automation platform that became Actionetics inside of the original ClickFunnels. Yep. So he's like, man, I don't know how to sell that. People need that, but I don't know how to sell it. So WP Undies was one of those ideas for like, man, if we bring people in the door, everyone needs WordPress backup solution, right? Like at the time, because everybody was using WordPress. It's like, we'll bring them in the door, then we can sell them all these other things and teach them these other more advanced strategies.
If you were to put a number on how many different things that you've tried, let's just say pre-ClickFunnels, what do you think that number would be?
Things that I'd like actually built and prototyped, there's probably 20.
20.
Yeah.
And how many of those you think were level 10 opportunities?
Yeah, probably none.
So what's interesting? If you're out there right now and you're trying things, Russell always mentions that he had 150 plus before ClickFunnels hits. Yeah. So if you're out there, you're listening and you're trying something, don't stop.
Don't stop.
Be patient, but be persistent.
Yep.
Because you don't know, you're putting out these feelers. You're trying, it's like fishing lures and hooks. You're trying all these different things to see what lands. But level 10 opportunity does show up. Yeah. But you have to be ready when it does. So when you now, together with Russell, come up with ClickFunnels, you had this opportunity where you're like, hey man, Ashley was talking about it. We're working for free here. Yeah. you had a conversation with Russell where you're like, that's not happening anymore. If we're going to do this, I want to be all in. Talk to us about how that went.
Yeah, absolutely. So like you said, I mean, it's like, they say luck is where preparation, timing, and opportunity kind of meet. Yeah. And that's exactly what you're referring to here. Like level 10 opportunities come, and they may come to you at a point in life when you're just not prepared for it, right? Or when the time's not right. And in the market, you don't have the technology or the resources or whatever to execute on it. But yeah, with ClickFunnels, that was definitely a level 10 opportunity that, as I said, I'd kind of had the root of some of the ideas behind it since the beginning. I knew that going into it, I mean, when I say I didn't earn money working for Russell, that is true. I did not work for a salary. I told him day one, I don't want a salary. Do not pay me. I want equity in whatever we do, right? I told him from the very beginning, I want to be a partner with you on whatever these projects are, right? So the first one was his thing, his idea. I was just the engineer on it. So I had a small percentage, right? But for this next thing, I was like, no, this is like our thing. I'm building it. You're selling it. Like, I want to be partners. All right, like, let's do this thing together.
And he says that freaked him out.
Yeah. And at the time, I mean, in hindsight, I don't remember him freaking out about it, but it was probably one of those things where like he left the conversation and is like, what is he thinking? Like, wow.
But Russell's an introvert, so he's definitely not going to just.
He's like,
share
He's
his
not a
feelings.
confrontation guy. You're right.
No, he's not. He's quiet and processes it on his own, and so you totally freaked him out.
Yeah, I'm sure I did. He's like, oh, okay. But honestly, I mean, it's one of it's something where it would have been really hard to make it to where we are without a partner and without, like, from both sides, right? Without us both being partners. When the times get tough, like, it'd be very easy for me to have been like, yeah, I can get paid this much money somewhere else with a whole lot less stress and responsibility. Like, that's the reality of it. And when you're doing a startup that hits any type of rapid scale like that, the stress, the responsibility, the hours, the everything that comes with that people don't understand until they're in it, no matter how many times they hear it. I don't think anyone would stay with it. Like, I don't think an employee would stay. Like, it's very hard to see. I mean, we have some great employees that have stayed through some hard times. But if I look back from the very beginning, the only ones here really since the very beginning that have been in the fires, Dave, right? Like he was the one since the very beginning. But it's just difficult if you're not so invested in it that you almost feel like it's not just the opportunity. It's not just the, oh, I get paid enough. Like, it's the, like, this is just my responsibility. It's not anyone else's responsibility. It's not my employees. It's not my team members' responsibility. It's my responsibility, and it's on my shoulders, right? No matter if I want to walk away or not in the hard times, right? Like, it's crazy, like, that it gets to that point that you have to, like, at times at least, it can get to that point where you just feel like, yeah, it's on me. It's all or nothing. Right?
And you and Russell have always carried that level of just extreme ownership in everything. And as an employee working for you, it's one of the big reasons I stay here, because it's not like, oh, go throw somebody on a project, and if they fail, then we can just grill them and then fire them. It's like always looking back. Well, how did we not equip them enough? What could we have done differently? So much so that you guys bought the entire company a book called Extreme Ownership, because you literally live it every single day. Yeah, it's a very admirable trait for an employee looking at their leadership and their founders and their owners. But I want to talk about level 10 opportunities. Do you have like a frame that you look through? How do you judge opportunities now that you've been through everything that you've been through? Because I know you get them every single day. You're still having to weigh what's a good opportunity, what's not.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm weighing it all the time. So like, if you, that whole scale is basically like you have a 0 to 10 sliding scale of opportunity, and you have a 0 to 10 scale of skill. Right. So like, that's where we go back to like preparation. Like, what is your skill level? Right. Like, if you're still at a 2 on skill level, you probably don't need a level 10 opportunity yet. Like, you're probably not ready for it, frankly.
Right.
Like, maybe you are, maybe you'll level up fast and you'll level up your skills, but like, it's where you have a level 10 skill set. As the guy had mentioned to Russell at the time, he was like, have a level 10 skill, but man, the opportunity you're doing is a level 2. And that's where we stumbled right on ClickFunnels. And we're like, this is the level 10 opportunity. This is the thing that has the reach, that has the value creation for people. It's the problem everyone needed solved, especially at the time. Like it was a world back then where literally like to launch a funnel online, it was cool. We have some back end like API services that do payments, and we have hiring engineers or outsourcers and paying them $5,000 to build a page that collects money. And yeah, it's not going to do bumps. It's not going to do upsells. It's definitely not going to do one-click upsells. Then you got to build fulfillment. So it was like rebuilding these systems. Everyone in the industry that was having success was essentially rebuilding the system every single time. Maybe they had something they built on top of, which is what we had built, right? Like I'd actually built I guess no other way to call it, but like a payment processing system at the time that we were running our entire supplement business on. So we had built that. And then when we stumbled on ClickFunnels being the thing and the shape of it and how we would position it and build it and everything, I basically forked that concept and adjusted it and changed it for ClickFunnels and really like doubled down on the level 10. But when it comes to identifying the level 10, I feel like there's not a formula that I have, at least. It's one of those things that like when you get the right level of experience and like exposure to enough different ideas, you start to be like, wait, that one is solving these problems that these people are talking about, these people are having. So it's like knowing that problem space. And this doesn't have to be something where you're like, I know all the things. It could be that you're a really skilled plumber and you want to, we were talking about the plumber use case earlier, right? Like, it's like, I'm a really skilled plumber and I know the plumbing space really well. And every plumber I know runs into this issue, this issue, this issue, right? And you stumble on it and you're like, that's a level 10 in this area, in this niche, right? Like, because there's always levels to the game, right? Like we can always say that too, right? Like there's a level 10 that's going to get you to 100 billion. There's a level 10 that's going to get you to $1 billion. There's a level 10 that's going to get you to 100 billion, right? Like there are different levels to everything. But it goes back to like what you're prepared for, what you have the skill set for, and what you have the ambition and drive and willingness for.
And I think another way of looking at it is your experience teaches you so much that it's an opportunity for you because it becomes your instinct. And when it becomes your instinct, then you transition it to your responsibility.
Dang. Well, this is such a good question. I'm telling you, Ashley's mic
She's
dropping.
just dropping mics everywhere, man. Holy cow.
Really. But this is such an important question because I know this from my experience. Anytime that you say yes to something, you're usually saying no to multiple things.
Yep.
Yeah.
And would you say that those no's or the yeses are more important?
Honestly, it's probably the no's, right? Because the no's are what occupy your time. They're what suck your time. In this day and age, it's hard to say no to things because there is the capability to move so fast on so many different ideas that it becomes difficult to say no. So I do think there's a level of like, you have to explore ideas. And you should explore ideas because how else are you going to build that instinct, right? Like if I hadn't have built 20 plus things before and launched them into the market and seen what people responded to, seen what people didn't respond to, like I can read books all day long. I can listen to courses all day long, but you really learn and build that instinct that she's talking about when you do it.
Yeah.
Right. It's like a lot of times I think people want to go to the major leagues and they want to be on TV and they want people to chant their names, but they want to skip the high school,
dude, you ain't
the
ready for
travel
that.
bowl, right? And it's the lessons that you learn there that really prepare you for that thing that is to come.
Yeah.
You think about you give an example of somebody that wants to go pro. How many times do they have to say no to going out, hanging out with their friends, no to being able to go home when practice ends and have dinner with their family? And the yes is the goal that you're on track for. So saying no, like we love living in a season of no. Last year we lived in a season of no. We said no to even simple things that we were very acclimated to doing, like hosting family events. We just said, no, we're not doing it. Because what we know that we needed rest in order to continue on. No is such a powerful word. It protects your mind. It protects your heart. It protects your spirit. It protects the boundaries, your marriage, your family, your focus. Like I couldn't agree more with the fact that no is far more important than yes, because when you have the right yes, then you're in alignment with like your why and also like possibly what you're created on this earth to do and the gift that's inside of you. So
if you can figure out that why and that calling, it allows you to use that filter for the yeses or the nos. So when we talk about level 10 opportunity, and now Todd's like, no, I want to be a partner, and we're going all in on ClickFunnels. Did you feel that was the shift in the move? Was there anything happening from your perspective going, wait, I see something different with Russell. I see something different with Todd. What were you experiencing?
Yes, absolutely. So we went out there. What was the year that I first met Russell and Colette? I know it was Mother's Day, and I know that it's interesting because Russell invited us out. It was Mother's Day, and Colette ended up, I remember, cleaning her house and hosting us on Mother's Day. Oh. And I was already like, not that I wasn't not a fan of Russell, but I was very curious, like, what are your intentions with my husband? A lot of what's
Russell
happening is really weird. No, he knows. He knows. We have a great relationship. But so I was kind of mad at him for asking Colette to host us on that day. But she did it so gracefully, and she's a great cook, and her kids were playing, and they were just a nice, normal family. And I instantly felt, because I hadn't met him, and so I heard messages going back and forth, or read emails, or whatever way they were communicating, and so I only had this imagination of who this character was, and knew that he had a family, and so it was so funny when they're like, so we're going to do this thing. We have this awesome idea. Now, Russell will get excited about literally anything. He is like a toddler heart. He's like, what? Yes, we're doing that. Okay, great. It's the greatest thing ever. Let's go. Like, everybody knows what Russell's face looks like when he says, let's go, because he says it over everything.
Yeah, there's GIFs or GIFs.
Yes. But he was like, it was a different conversation. It carried that instinct of like, this is the right move, because you could see the alignment of both of their experience, both of their knowledge, which was everything that they had done in the past, with their intentions and then their goal setting. And it was all this like unique path that they wanted to create. And these lofty goals, which were like, I don't know, very unfamiliar for us, because we just didn't know. Like, we've been to conferences, but who knew that we would have ever hosted them? Like, we loved going to Yonic's conference, but I never positioned myself to think I'd like to host this one day. And that's where they were. And so it would have probably been one of the biggest regrets of our life if we had not said yes.
Yeah. The one yes, though, after how many no's makes all the difference.
Yes, thousands. I'm not kidding when I say every day Todd had like job opportunities, job offers, multiple times a day landing in his inbox.
Yeah, you said that though. You said like when you know your why, you know your purpose, it filters out and you know what you can say no to. That's incredible.
It's weird when you see an offer and your husband doesn't even open up that email.
He doesn't care what the number is.
Yeah, it was crazy. I wanted to work for myself. I was like, I did this whole working for people thing in high school. Like, I don't want to work.
That's amazing. Todd, you told me something years ago I'd like to touch on really quick. I'd never heard this advice in my life up until this. So somebody may have heard this before, but you said it's not enough to be the best at one thing. You have to be the best at one thing and really good at another. Do you still believe that to be true? As somebody who might be saying, if I'm honest, I think my skill might be a level 2, a level 3 right now. Do you still think that we should be a double-edged sword, the best at something and really, really good at another?
Yeah, I absolutely. So there's two parts to that. Yes, I think that's true, and my thinking also has evolved on it. So to restate it a little bit, like I think that you should be an expert at one thing at least, right? That you're like in Russell's world, maybe he's a marketing expert, right? But he's also really good at a lot of other stuff, right? Like he's really good at copywriting and offer creation and all, and like
wrestling.
Well, that's more of a hobby, but but actually that can work for this too.
Yeah.
But then being like pretty good at some other stuff. With me, it's more the opposite. It's like I'm one of the top software engineers in my space. Like I can do the things. I've been doing it for 20 years. I know how to code with my eyes closed. but I'm also pretty dang good at marketing. I'm pretty good. Like I've also got these other backup skill sets that are like part of that. But the wrestling example, like it could play in that example too. Maybe you're an amazing wrestler and you're an okay marketer. That combination could actually work, right? If you're going to go into the wrestling space, sell some wrestling gear to wrestlers, you know the space, you know you're an expert at that one thing, but you get your backup that's going to help you actually make money and create value in that space. And that's really what we were talking about around that. It's like one of the other things I considered at the time was years ago, I considered going into law. I was like, I could technology lawyer, right? Like there's a lot of those guys that make a whole lot of money like that, but most of the lawyers in that space have no idea what they're talking about with the technology, right? At least they didn't used to. I'm sure there's a lot these days that do. So that was another one of those examples. But as we've entered into this like new AI world, I'm more and more a fan of being generalized across a large number of things. And obviously it doesn't hurt to also have some level of additional expertise in a specific area, but we're in an age of just-in-time expertise. Like you can kind of become an expert, information-wise at least. You don't have the instinct, you don't have the history and those, but you can learn the things very fast on the fly.
It's almost scary how fast.
It is scary how fast. Like it, and you can see that across the board. People are creating stuff in mass, and like most people don't care. Like it's like there's so many things launching that are just not getting any traction whatsoever because they actually didn't have a real understanding of the problem space first. They just were like, "Sweet, I built a thing real quick. I vibe coded overnight. Cool, look at my thing." And like everyone's like, "Cool." Like, it doesn't really matter. Like,
cool. I don't need that at all.
Yeah, I don't need that at all. It's cool. But if you actually understand a space, if you're an expert at it, or you understand the problem intimately, if you've built that instinct, it really can help you and utilize the technology and the skills and the tools that exist today to really do stuff extremely fast, which is exciting.
Yeah. I think we dive into that here in a minute because you are doing some crazy stuff on AI, which I'm really excited to dive into. But I want to hit something before. You've now, years into this, ClickFunnels is cruising. And now you have some suitors, people who are starting to notice. And we talk a lot about the why and saying no a lot. And you at one point had an offer. And we've all heard this story from Russell's perspective or on stage, and you've participated in that. I want to hear a little bit more about the story and how it led to a no when you had a big check waved in front of you for somebody to buy ClickFunnels. Take us there.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was 2019, I guess. Before all the craziness started. So it was, ClickFunnels had been going for at least 5 years, like with rocket ship growth, crazy expectations, crazy growth. We learned how to do all the things, had a huge team, like everything was going great. Dave was CEO, running things and kind of driving the ship forward every day. I was behind the scenes building software, working on strategy, building cool new features, doing all this. And, the topic came up. We started getting, as you said, suitors, basically. Like, honestly, we'd been getting emails for a long time at that point where it was like, hey, you want to talk to us? Hey, you want to talk to us? And I don't remember what made us at the time, like, respond to one of the investment bankers and be like, what does that look like? So Dave and I went down the path of kind of researching, like, looking at doing M&A roll-ups. Like, could we bring companies underneath ClickFunnels or beside ClickFunnels and grow the brand that way and grow into a bit larger company that way? So that's actually where we started. It was more in the M&A side, mergers and acquisitions, right? Like more of like, could we benefit like sister companies and grow a brand network? So we started down that route, and then it kind of shifted, and the conversation shifted into like, well, what if we just bought you guys? We're like, well, what does that look like? Right? So we went through a bunch of different conversations. We had the team like kind of go through and see what offers looked like, right? And we got the offers. We got multiple ones, and like we got to the point where we were trying to decide basically like what the future looked like.
And nobody knew this was happening. This was very skunk works. Like nobody knew, like employees, none of us knew. We were no. I remember Russell telling me the story, after I think it was like a late bowl of cereal or something. That's when he'll spill the beans, right?
Late bowl of cereal.
Yeah, exactly. But nobody knew. So you guys are just doing this.
Yeah, I mean, but there wasn't really that much for us to do, at least like me and Russell. Like,
you were
we're
listening,
still
you were curious.
Yeah, we're just doing the day-to-day. We're building the software. In hindsight, it's distracting though. Like, it's almost impossible not to get distracted, right, on your decision making, which is a cautionary tale probably also at the same time. But yeah, we're just like, we're having the conversations where Dave's mainly running the process. We're not even that involved in it. We're just like, yeah, let us know how much money they want to give us.
Yeah.
Like, we'll see if that makes sense. Right. Like,
Yeah.
Chris Rock had an old joke, and it was like, listen, guys are as faithful as their options. And it was a funny joke, but you guys are like, we've never been presented anything like this. And so you're like, well, let's listen.
like, what are the options? Like, and then that is a good point though. You realize like how dedicated or faithful you are to the mission and to the stuff once that actually is an option.
Right.
Because most businesses will never get to the point where that type of offer exists, even if the dollar amount's different. But like having just anyone at any price point that's like, yeah, I want to buy the thing you've been working on forever and run it from here on out as a new business, or like under our team or whatever, right? So, but yeah, we basically like explored the options, and it came down to us getting an offer that we knew was coming in, but we didn't know like what the final number would be. And this is like the whole LOI step of the process, or what it's like. I think it was. Yeah, we'd had like a rough LOI, but this was like the
Sorry, what's
number.
LOI?
Letter of intent, right? So that's basically like they're officially saying like, this is what we want to buy you for, assuming all the data checks out.
Due diligence.
Yeah, due diligence. Like, so this was a little bit past that part, but it was like, yeah, okay, we're going to do the due diligence. Like, this is what we'll give you if everything checks out. And, we were basically, I was out in Gainesville, which my lake house is out there. And I'm like working on ideas, as I always am, right? For features and products and stuff. And Russell's like, I gotta come out there to Todd. Like, we have to talk about this. So he jumps on a plane, and Dave's like, wait, I want to come too.
Yeah,
so
that's what Dave was so good at too. He's not missing the party.
Yeah, he's like, no, I want to be there too. So like, he jumps on a plane right after Russell, and like they both fly out. And I'm like, all right, guys, what's up? Like, let's talk about this thing. And it's funny, I was out there, and I'm always working on like what I think the next thing is businesses need, right? Like that was always the thing I was doing, and I had built like a prototype and was like mapping out like what I thought the next generation of businesses needed. Like, cause we're seeing with ClickFunnels, especially go back in time 5 years ago, we're seeing our customers get success and then new roadblocks, new weak links in their chain. Like, this, you're working with them every day, right? Like, and they're always hitting these different stumbling blocks. And I was like, I think we can solve more than just this one problem for them. I think we can solve a lot of their other stumbling blocks and help them have more success, right? Like every one of them goes through this. They need to tackle this. A lot of them create multi-product stores afterwards. A lot of them are trying to do follow-up and opportunities and all these other things. So I'd mapped out basically what I thought that looked like to solve for people, right? And at the same time, we're getting like conversations of like, hey, we want to buy your business as it is today and take over operations. So they fly out, and they're basically like, what are we doing? What are we thinking? And I'm like, we're just hanging out, right? We're like grilling steaks and just kind of catching up. And I'm like, well, check out this thing that I'm working on. And they're like, oh my gosh, this is the thing. Like, this is the thing that everyone needs. This is the thing that would like transform the industry. And everybody, they're like all excited about things all over again. And we just basically like.
Did they initially come in though to this like, we are leaning towards selling?
Yeah, because they flew in to just talk about
I
the
feel
sale,
like
right?
They did, but I feel like they flew in to talk me out of selling. Like, I feel like they were like both like, we don't want to sell.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I think it was more that perspective that like, that they were flying out to be like, we got to make sure Todd doesn't want to sell. Like, I think Russell had already made up his mind at that point. I could be wrong, but like, I think he had already made up his mind. And, I was having thoughts.
He's pretty persuasive though, too.
Yeah, he is.
It's his whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm like having similar thoughts, right? Like I'm struggling with it. And I'm like, I ultimately came to like, is my life going to change at all by doing this? Or am I actually going to like be less excited about things, right? Like I probably am just going to start a new business at some point anyway, right? Like, and then I'm starting from scratch. We don't have the partnership and the team and everyone that we're like loving working with already.
And you're really not worried about money at this point.
No, not at this point. I mean, year 5 into ClickFunnels, we'd been making, I don't know, we'd probably at that point made $500 million. Like literally like the company had made that, revenue, not our users. All right. So we're like, we didn't have crazy high profit margins, but we have pretty good profit margins, right? So like at that point, I'm like, I'm good. I invested in Bitcoin in 2014, like we're all right. It's fine. But I'm like, I want to build cool stuff. I want to see what problems we can solve for people. So I just felt like at the time that we were all on the same page and we were all just aligned that like the best way for us to keep creating value for people and to have the widest reach was to keep the company. and not to sell it out to a company. Like if we felt like at the time there was someone that we could have partnered with maybe that like would have helped grow that mission. But I think all of us were kind of like, man, we don't know what they're going to do. And ultimately we won't have to say anymore. And like somebody else is going to do it. And like, they're great. They've like run these companies, but nobody's done something like us. That was one of the biggest like things in these conversations with VCs and private equity groups. No one 5 years ago understood our business.
Right.
Yeah.
Every single one of them was like, wait, what? They're like, what's your lead acquisition cost? We're like, well, I mean, effectively we get trials for free. And they're like, well, no, but like, what do you pay? And we're like, well, we don't promote the trial. And they're like, what do you mean you don't promote the trial? Like, well, we don't drive traffic to our homepage or our trial. And they're like, well, that doesn't make sense. What do you have to, we sell books. What do you sell books? Yeah, we sell courses. They're like,
we actually get paid to get a customer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They just like blew everyone's mind. I think maybe 5 years later here, a lot more people understand that than did, but they were just like, wait, what? Like everyone was super confused by it because they're trying to figure out, they've got formulas. These private equity groups have formulas, right? They're like, we're going to come in, we're going to do this, we're going to pour gas on this, we're going to strip this away, and this is going to explode in 10x. This is going to reduce costs.
And meanwhile, the guys who have been doing it oftentimes don't have the say anymore.
Yeah.
And you're sitting back there and that can create, it crushes people.
Yeah. Yep.
It can completely kill businesses and everything else. So I think it's interesting that was part of this conversation that you guys are having.
It absolutely was. It was the major factor because you see time and time again businesses where the founders either exit or semi-exit and no longer just a figurehead or on the board,
or they're
whatever.
trapped in there for another 5 years and they're not given the right input or anything.
And then you see the polar opposite of that with something like Elon Musk, which I'm a big fan of his, but like, you know, he's blowing it up with Tesla, XAI, space, like all these businesses are just like going crazy. And he's at the helm still of all of them. He's got amazing team members and amazing operators, obviously, but he's still intimately involved in day to day of like the direction of those companies at least.
So during all of these conversations, where are you? What are you thinking, Ashley?
A few things. I know that Russell didn't want to sell because we had talked, him and I had our own private conversations outside of Todd. And Russell just was so, like we talked about earlier, he had done 150 different types of businesses, right? This was Russell's stable business. And we knew that he was going to cling to that. Todd, on the other hand, was and has never been afraid of shifting because he's always been great at like, no, I'll just create my own security. And so I knew that there was going to be a difference in opinion on what to do. And neither are wrong, but ultimately we decided that Todd's ideas were so important that it would be an injustice to the mission and to our customers to not go after the map that he laid out.
So everybody leaves this meeting on the same page. This is unanimous.
Yeah.
And excited. Not only just unanimous, like, no, they can keep the money.
Also a little scared.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because when a fat check is like waving in front of your
100%.
face, but I think we had been trained because all the times that Todd was getting like job offers.
Yeah. You've seen these
Yeah.
subject lines.
This
of
is
these.
nowhere near the first.
No, and way more. But at the same time, we had gotten used to just saying no and like, what's the right thing to do? The easy thing would have been to just take the check and walk away. But then that would not have been considerate of the mission. It wouldn't have been considerate of the incredible employees and staff that is at Clickfunnels. And we feel like it would have done a disservice to the clients that we've had over the years and why they signed up. And so saying yes meant just abandoning everything that we had worked so hard to do. And we were so aligned with you know, we call it the calling, you call it your mission, you call it just like the path that you want to take. Saying yes to the check would have been saying no to all of that hard work and the reason why we had even gotten there.
And I think that's why the mission of ClickFunnels is just so strong, right? It's built by entrepreneurs for entrepreneurs, and you're just a part of that world. So I definitely see how it's so hard to just turn your back and walk away from that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other part is I usually am really good at like instinctual decisions. And which is funny because Todd said we're very opposite. He is so logical and I'm instinctual. It's like, what does my gut say? And then I don't change my mind. And you can talk all the logic you want.
Russell's
but if
similar like that too. He's a gut guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So if my gut says it one way, then I won't budge. Fun for marriage. That's a different story. Doesn't matter. But
Todd, would you like to reply? I'm just kidding.
but I think the thing is when I look back, I knew that what Todd was saying was important and it had so much value. And I think that we would have really regretted not following that map, which ended up being 2.0.
Yeah. Well, that leads into my next thing is 2.0 is the vision. And there's a lot of things that happened in this. And this might be, opening up a wound a little bit because there were some things that didn't go exactly as planned. Yeah. One of which, and I don't know if we as a community maybe admit this like we should. So I'll say it. What happened to Dave and Dave's passing had a much bigger effect and impact on all of us, on the business, on Russell, on you, Todd, I'm sure, than a lot of us want to admit. And then we had competitors coming to the space like a perfect storm. And then the launch of 2.0, I mean, initially was very, very good, but it felt a little bit rocky. Maybe you can talk to that. We had this amazing vision and this perfect storm kind of hits. Talk to us about your perspective of 2.0 launch.
Man, yeah, dude, there's so many things that happened during that time period, right? Like we're turning down a sell. So there's like those conversations that are wrapping up and stuff. But then Dave is diagnosed like months after we turned down that sell.
Crazy timing.
Yeah, and he goes in and he's diagnosed on a Friday. And basically he's like, the next day he goes in, they scan and they're like, we have to have surgery Monday. Yeah. Like it was just, everything started happening so fast, right? He was diagnosed with brain cancer. And he was the CEO of the business, right? And after we decided not to sell, we had action steps, we had plans, right? Like I basically was running the build of the updated version of the software. I was assembling an internal team. Like some of our team members were moving over to work on that. Some of our engineers, that kind of thing. And he was going to be running the existing business and keeping it going and working on the core product line and stuff with the existing team there. But we also bought another business during that time. Like part of that M&A strategy we were executing. Yeah. We bought another business like for $40-something million, like a very significant product line that Dave was going to be running. Yeah. And now Dave's not there, right? So now you've got Russell creating content and working on his businesses and stuff and out there doing what Russell does. But then I have to step up to also run a lot of the day-to-day operations of the basic ClickFunnels business, where we still have 100,000 users running their businesses every single day.
And 400 or 500 employees.
Yes.
Right. Literally building the plane while flying it.
Yep. Absolutely. So I step up to take a lot of that leadership perspective, while I'm still trying to build the other things. So there was just an operational kind of nightmare that happened internally during that time.
It was a nightmare all around.
Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously, it was a nightmare. Keep going back to losing Dave. Like that was that alone was like enough of a nightmare. But then you come back to like we also were transitioning into a massive different phase of how we were going to operate the business. And all of the plans had originated based on, the three of us being able to do what the three of us do.
Tyson says, right? You have this best plan, you got punched in the mouth.
Yep. Everyone's got a great plan until they get punched in the mouth. Yeah. Right. So essentially that's what happened. And, we bring in people, we've got team members that step up. We got a lot of people that like come to the plate to do what they do. But it definitely hurt timelines and stuff of what we were working on, right? Like it was like, 24/7, all I'm doing is this, right? It's like, well, okay, a couple hours a day I'm able to work on this, right? Like, so it just like drastically changed how I could prioritize things and manage the team. So I ended up having to delegate things. There were delegation decisions with people who mostly are no longer here that just ended up going wrong. Like that's the simplest way to put it. Like in hindsight, without getting too much into the engineering side of things, there were like significant product direction decisions that were done by people I delegated to. So it's ultimately my responsibility, but those decisions in hindsight set us on paths that we're going to take far longer to execute on than they should have.
Yeah. Right.
So there were things with the editor experience that I had planned out one way. And then when the team gets into it, they're like, no, we need to do this other way. And I wasn't intimately involved enough with it to be like, nope, we're doing it my way. Right. I let the team go ahead and do it the way they wanted to do it. And that in hindsight has been major problems to get to market at least.
And I know everybody was so excited about this.
Yeah.
And we publicly got very excited about that, even at Funnel Hacking Live, to go out and say this. And I don't know whether everything was 100% ready at that point to go in there. I mean, we're getting raw. We'll talk about that maybe.
Yeah.
Russell got too excited and said it way too soon.
It's a superpower, you know. That's his
It's okay.
job.
He came out and apologized for it, so it's not it's not a taboo topic. But he absolutely blew the announcement well before it should have been talked about because he was excited because.
The vision's there.
The vision's there, but I mean, everybody was in alignment with this is the direction that we're going.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he shouldn't have said something. It cost us because
because timelines were different than initially.
Yeah, originally our timelines were basically far more aggressive, right? And so he's operating based on like this is the timeline we had said, and I'm like, he's like, are we on? I'm like, no, we're behind, and he's like, well, can we get there? You know, like, and I'm like, I mean, see what it is now, you know, like, and he's like, you know, okay, we can make some changes, or like this won't matter yet, or you know, like these kind of decisions and conversations were happening, but goes back to those no's. It should have been a no, like where it was like,
I think it's always incredible for leaders to admit when they were wrong because it was poor leadership all around on all parts.
yeah.
Well, I've said this at the beginning of the interview. I think that's what's been incredible. Dante and I can say this, all the people who have worked with you guys for years and years, is you fess up and you own whatever it is. And that's what our user base loves too. I don't want to dwell on this because I know what has happened shortly after. You know, we get scrappy.
Yeah.
And we get to work.
Yep.
And what we do is we solve problems.
Absolutely.
And we teach people to do the same. It's so fun too, because we're like, hey, don't just do what we tell you to do. Watch what we're doing.
Yeah.
Because we do it. And I use the analogy a little bit. It feels like a phoenix kind of rising from the ashes a little bit too, even though it wasn't that dramatic. But the rebrand.
Yeah.
The rebrand happens, the new logo. And at this point too, we kind of abandoned the name of 2.0 and we're like, we're ClickFunnels. And you know, in partnerships, especially being out at different events, I cannot tell you guys how often I heard that phrase of ClickFunnels is back.
Yeah.
Like over and over and over and seeing like what it is today. Like, talk to me, is that living up to the vision that you, Dave, Russell, were all grilling steaks talking about where we are now?
Yeah, absolutely. We've gotten to the spot we were working towards in the beginning, right? The core part of what we had worked on for so long was building such a core stable platform and experience. And you'll find that if you work with our APIs or if you're one of our advanced users, we got a comment yesterday where a guy was like, this is insane how much you can do with this and how well built it is and blah, blah, blah.
We hear it all the time.
Yeah. It's like, because we spent years architecting and building the right foundation for the platform, we did not randomly at a whim bolt 15 different things together, which there are people in the space that literally do that.
CF-undies.
Yeah, CF-undies. It was definitely not. Right?
We should do that.
Yeah, just in case there's a problem. Yeah, just go over. Yes, I mean, it's like we spent years building the foundation, and then it was like, let's make it easy to use. Let's make it beautiful. Let's make it more user friendly, right? And that's been the focus for the past couple of years, and that's really made all the difference, right? Like, you can have a foundation that works, but if it's really confusing, the UI doesn't look that great, that's a problem.
Right.
But making it so easy for anyone to come in, launch a business, get amazing results, get blazing fast pages that are faster than anything on the market by far, right? It's just amazing to see the results now. Yeah.
It's so funny you say that. I was just working with somebody yesterday who is brand new to the space. They have no idea about image compression or building pages the right way. We ran a score and they're running a 96.
Boom.
Out the gate, knowing nothing. It was incredible.
You know, Chris, another answer to your question is that your mistakes don't define you.
Yeah.
And I think what's so incredible about Russell and Todd is even though the leadership fall of the launch of 2.0 didn't go as expected, they also are like, I'm not going to sit in the corner and be ashamed of what happened. I'm going to get up and I'm going to fight.
Yeah.
And so the two of them led and started making decisions that were a lot more aggressive than we had anticipated, which it meant a lot more dedication and commitment than expected, at a faster pace. But it was like, so you made a mistake. Who cares? Why are you letting that hold you back?
Yeah.
And so whatever phase you're at in your business, like great, make a mistake. Who cares? Move on.
Yeah.
Just keep going. Just pick yourself up and keep going.
We've talked about this on the last few episodes.
Yes, we have.
This fail forward idea. Any of these entrepreneurs who admit that and say, okay, what did I learn? And then you go adjust and you pivot.
Yeah.
Bill Allen, who's been doing a lot with us on the Prime Mover side, he always talks about this hypothesize, test, pivot. And way too many people spend so much time in this hypothesize and they don't get out and test.
Yeah.
And then when they test and they fail, they go like, oh. But 20 something funnels, Russ with 150, and just saying, okay, like that resiliency is so cool. I told a story a couple episodes back about we were here with Dave in Atlanta, and then we were supposed to do this big event. Anyways, it didn't go as much as we wanted. We tried a new presentation. Russell did it, and Dave stood up in front of everybody. And he's like, "Well, we're supposed to be like running payments to like midnight, and I don't know. There's a handful of payments. We go up to the room and they're done." And he's like, "Well, all right. Well, just don't miss your flight. Everybody go enjoy Atlanta. Went to the aquarium. We hung out, had a great time." And he's like, "Don't miss your flight. We'll see you on Monday." And everybody was like, "Oh, it's not that big of a deal." When failures happen, sometimes we get in our heads and we overthink it instead of just saying, okay, what did I learn? Pivot, iterate, and go.
Yeah, and that's one of the qualities I've always admired about him is that he's like, I don't care about failure. Great, it's just a lesson learned.
And Russell's the same. Put those two together.
Yes, so from my mindset, it's like I'm too afraid to try because I'm too afraid to fail. And how many people also have that mindset where they're like, I won't even try or take a chance on myself or be seen because I'm afraid of failure. I'm afraid of also failing publicly.
Yeah. But this goes into the next thing, Ashley, where I'm going to give you some credit here. You have been in a supporting role for a long, long time. And kind of with the rebrand and so on, all of a sudden you start going, wait a minute, kind of out of the shadows a little bit and say, I want to be more involved. And it's fun. Like we affectionately kind of refer to you as the CEO, right? As we do this. And you now are handling culture and really stepped more into the business side of things. Why did that happen and when did it happen? And just talk to us about that journey.
Opportunity is why it happened. There have been a couple of people in this business that have made such a significant impact with their excitement and their joy. That was Dave. We've also had Robbie Summers. Sure. And they're just loud and boisterous and they don't get embarrassed. And that actually is my personality. He had no idea what he was actually really marrying. Because he's like quiet, introvert.
So you're saying your personality is to be a little bit louder and more.
100%. I do not mind being the center of attention.
Do you reserve yourself to, like, sometimes I see in these disc profiles, like the adaptive score, like maybe somebody's just crazy high I, but they're adaptive. Like they're like, oh, wait, I spent my whole life where teachers tell me not to speak out. Cause I'm somewhat like that too. And I sometimes shy back into that adaptive. Are you similar?
I think I was because I have for several years studied identity. I just stopped letting other people's voices have a say-so in my mind. And now I do what I want.
Yeah, that's a level of maturity from experience and so on too.
Yeah, there's so many people that have carried such weight. And sometimes the weight of their words was really important and it shaped me. But sometimes the weight of their words are exactly like you're saying. It holds you back. It tells you to not do something. You're too talkative. I have a friend and she has a story where she was so afraid to speak on stage because when she was a little kid, her dad was telling her, stop talking, stop talking.
You're too much.
You're too much. You just stop talking. And in the conversation that we had, I said, let's go back to that inner child and tell her that it is okay to keep talking and that you do have permission to use your voice and that what you're saying is important. And she stopped being afraid of speaking on stage. She stopped getting as nervous because there wasn't a weight inside of her brain that was controlling how she was going to approach
permission, right?
She did. But the exercise is to give yourself permission. It's not for somebody to give you permission. It's for her to learn how to control what doesn't belong, what does belong, and then choose. Otherwise, you're just chained to your story, and it's becomes like victim mentality.
Totally.
And nobody wants to live that way.
Yes. Was this a conversation you have with Todd going, wait a minute, we're a remote company. Culture is hard in any company.
Sure.
Let alone remote.
Yes.
Right? Is that a conversation you had with Todd and be like, maybe I can help here a little bit?
Yes. I think I've been saying that for a long time. And when we said, when the time is right, I am more of a traditional wife in that I believe in like roles and responsibilities at home. They do tend to be a little bit more like gender specific.
And you have 4 daughters.
And we have 4 daughters.
How old are they?
We have a 15-year-old, a 10, a 6, and a 3.
So kids are starting to get a little bit older. Did that have
Yes.
a role in this?
Yes, for sure. Yes. So we asked my mom to quit her job and become our full-time nanny.
Oh, no way.
And so as I was getting acclimated to the business, I was also wrapping up getting certified in mental health coaching. So I was kind of coming to the office and getting a little bit of studying and certification done while also like getting my feet wet with the business.
I didn't even know you were doing mental health coaching. I'm finding out on Clickfunnels Radio right now. That's
I love
awesome.
it. I love it. Yes. And so it was an opportunity. It was the right time to say yes. And we've just figured out how to make it work.
So to dive a little bit deeper on that, and then I want to get into AI big time. Talk to us about a culture where the vast majority of the team is remote. What are some of the things that you are doing and implementing to make sure that people know what's happening in the company, feel that they're a part of that, and there's some culture and some unity? How are you handling that?
I think it's in one simple word, and it's just celebration.
Oh.
And so celebrating what people are doing in all corners of the business, no matter where they work, no matter what time zone, no matter what their status or their job is, just celebrating that. Because when you have a heart of celebration, you also have a heart of gratitude, because you're like, oh, this person is worth acknowledging, praising, and you start to see the areas in which you appreciate the what's it called? The cogs in the wheel, right?
Yes. Yeah, you've implemented this. Well, it was right about the same time that we implemented the fireside chats that are happening. Maybe Todd, tell us a little bit about those, because I think that's where a lot of these celebrations are happening.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That actually was a big part of putting those together and figuring out how we would do those. And that's become a great thing. Every 2 weeks, we get together with the entire team. We celebrate
We're actually doing it after we record.
Yeah, that's
today.
true. Just a little bit. Yeah. But we celebrate wins. We talk about what's going across the different business units, because we have a lot of different teams, a lot of different businesses within this. It's not just ClickFunnels, right? Like, so we get everyone together and kind of like cross over and make sure everyone's knows what everyone else is doing. We celebrate everything from people's work anniversaries, birthdays, to like achievements and shout outs. We drive home like initiatives we're working on. Like right now, one of the big things is AI, right? So like one of the channels we have in Slack is AI first. And I basically defined out like, here's where I want people dropping in things that they're doing with AI wins with different tools and collaborating and talking about it. And every week we celebrate like a couple different people who have done big things with AI that are kind of changing the way they work. So we're trying to cross-pollinate ideas. It's a great place to do that as well.
Well, I think it's a communication tool too. And the celebration thing too. Like we've always done this, like with our training. Like if you go to, here's one thing that I love that we've done. If you go to a hockey game, a basketball game, or anything, I want you to think how awkward that is. Like tip off happens, everybody comes in and it's quiet. Tip off happens, and then you cheer. Like how many meetings have you been in where all of a sudden they're just like, okay, we're about to get started here. So we started playing some music, right?
Yeah.
And we always do this music thing. And then I remember Ashley takes it to the next level. Like when we started doing a lot of these fireside chats, there's music. And what are some of the other things you've done, like polls? And I remember the pom-poms. Tell us about some of those things where you get everybody like virtual t-shirt cannon almost, right? Like how are you guys doing that? Like, and how's that kind of helped the, the kickoff of the meetings?
Yeah. Fireside chat is the perfect opportunity. That meeting, that communal meeting is the perfect opportunity to just not just acknowledge a person, not just say their name, but get some input from them. And why not make it fun? Because the thing is we need to rally around what the business is doing collectively. And so it's kind of like this steps where it's like, you know, it's the basic hello. It's the celebration of like somebody's work anniversary or their birthday. Let everybody wish so-and-so happy birthday. We always have a fun question. So we get to pull in like different answers from different people.
Yeah, like what was your favorite movie or something? I'm remembering some of these.
Yeah. Who's one person?
What's your favorite road trip snack?
Yes. We've had such great questions and we can contribute. A lot of the guys in the office are always pouring into the, fun questions. But yeah, it's so much fun to take that as an opportunity to just say hello and say somebody's name and make them feel seen and give them that attention.
And I have to give you massive kudos on the job you're doing, because while it might seem small, like, oh, I said somebody's name, and specifically you do so good at doing the little things right.
Thank you.
And being very intentional with them, like saying people's names out loud. It might seem small, but it is huge in bringing people together, making sure everybody always knows they're part of the family and having that full buy-in. So we do these really cool things. We call them hackathons. Once a quarter, Todd flies all the developers and the engineers, and we have a whole setup and the office is just flying and pumping. But for me, it's really cool to watch. I watch as everybody comes in the door and there's like no downtime. There's nobody comes in and kind of stands around and is like, oh, am I welcome here? Everybody walks in these doors day one of a hackathon knowing they are home, they're welcome, they are valued, they're a part of a team, and they just start immediately.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned the boring meeting startups, right? Okay, well, I think we're going to get started here.
Yeah.
How many times do companies fly people in or have these big deals and the whole first day is like a wash because they're just trying to get everybody on the same page, right? And what Ashley does every day with culture, we feel it externally and then internally when we're here, it has massive repercussions to the business.
ClickFunnels has always done a really good job about that culture. I remember the first Funnel Hacking Live and we high five everybody as they're coming up the escalators or Robbie screaming or whatever. But I think what you've done too to try to take that virtual has been a hard thing, but I think we've done a really good job of it. And I think a lot of companies need to pay attention to those type of things too, is how do you make people, and we're worldwide too,
Right. And I think the other thing is acknowledging that people have a life outside of this business. And so sometimes I think people get caught up in like, you're just another staff member. But for us, it's like, oh, this person has a family. They live here. They have these kids. They like this music.
Right.
I mean, so when like Dante is saying, when people come in town, we don't just talk about work. It's also like, how is your family?
Yeah.
Oh, you have a new dog? So sometimes we'll have, not sometimes, all the time, we have competitions because we're competitive. That Russell's competitive, Colette's competitive, I'm competitive, Todd competitive. And then so many other people in this business are very competitive. So we will have competitions here. And one time, one of the awards was specific for this guy's dog, for Mike Porter's dog, because he loves his dog so much. He's very cute. But he won, and the best prize to give him, because we know him, is for his dog.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's so fun.
So I want to get into AI. I've been holding my tongue this whole time. There's nobody better, I feel, to talk about AI than you right now. I think it was 2020. If I'm not mistaken, 2020 is when I first heard you start talking about AI. This is so far before ChatGPT. You were the first person. Okay, let's get real. I came to you and I was just asking, hey, if you ever didn't have ClickFunnels, if you guys did sell, what would you do? And I thought the answer was going to be like, oh, well, I'll just go into business consulting and tech stack consulting and I'll help other tech companies and SaaS companies. I'll just be a consultant to them. No, you said in 2020, I think I'd go into AI. There's some really cool advancements happening right now.
That's pretty prophetic.
And I was like, Todd, I didn't even know what you were saying back then. And over the years, I've been able to watch you. I don't know how, but you're staying months, if not years, ahead of the curve. Like the things that you're saying right now in the market, the big conversation that's being had and all the YouTubers and all the people, they're all saying, gang, the next 1 to 5 years, this is the time. You have to build your war chest. Sorry, they're wrong. That's already been happening for 2 years. 2 years ago, you told me that exact same thing. So I'd love to know, where are we now with AI? And really, where do you think the puck is going?
Man, So yeah, no, all that's true. Like, absolutely. I've been obsessed, I guess, with AI since before AI was a thing in our modern phrase for it, since it was just machine learning, just knowing that like inevitably it felt like to me that this is where we would end up. And that was 5+ years ago. Obviously I own some really interesting domain names in the AI space that not anyone would have got previously, like payments AI, marketing AI, AI as a service. Like, there's some really cool domains that I was able to get like by being ahead of the curve on that. But
Also, our children have an AI pattern name that I don't know if you did on purpose to us, but you
might have been
did.
subconscious. Yeah, our kids are start with an A, start with an I, start with an A, start with an I.
Oh my gosh, they do.
Holy smokes.
Don't know. I mean, yeah.
It's his fault, not mine. I love their names, but the pattern is AI. It's like AI, and I'm like, what have you done?
Todd, hold on. Todd is AI from the future. We might be realizing this.
Oh my gosh. Side note, his mom told me a story one time. His grandparents said that Todd is so smart. He's like a little robot or like a little computer when he was like 2 or 3.
I don't know.
Rumor mill's
is
going
just like,
wild
yeah,
on this one.
Yeah.
So
Are you even here right now?
Well, so, well, I'll start this conversation basically with saying, like, I don't think anybody can predict the future on this.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I think anyone that can or says they can is just showing that they don't know what they're talking about, right?
Why can't it be predicted?
Because it is moving so fast. We're approaching that singularity point, and that literally is kind of the definition. I mean, people use different definitions for singularity, but it's kind of the definition that things start moving so fast and it's such an exponential pace that nobody can keep up with it, right? We're talking about, I mean, Elon's predictions right now are something like that we will see a 1 million X intelligence increase on planet Earth over the next couple decades.
Wow.
2 decades.
Like, we're not talking like a 100X would be like unfathomable.
Compounding is crazy.
But like a 1,000,000X, like that's like, wait, what? Like that, we can't comprehend what that is. Like, humans are actually really bad with timelines. We're really bad with compounding interest, right? Like Warren Buffett likes to say, compounding is one of the eighth miracle of the world. Or whatever,
the eighth wonder of the world.
Eighth wonder of the world. That's how he says it. Yeah. So it's like, it's one of those things. Like, we have a really hard time comprehending that. And luckily we now have tools like AI to help us like try and comprehend that and try and predict it and try and be ahead on the curve. But things are moving so fast right now. It's to me, like, it's basically finding a way to create value in that space still, just going back to the basics, going back to first principles thinking, like, what does this mean for me now? What does this mean for my family? What does this look like? Like, there are arcs or horizons that I think we can do some predictions on, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, like there's some timelines. But to your point about the hackathons a second ago, we had a hackathon back at the beginning of January, and I called that one almost an emergency hackathon. I called every single person here to do it. I'll frame it in the sense that, like, I've been very blessed to be in a position where I am CEO of Clickfunnels and I am in the day-to-day of it, but I'm able to, because of how good our team is, to spend probably 80% of my time looking at the future, not at what's going on now. Right. So I literally,
Which is what a CEO should be doing.
It honestly
Proactive,
is what it,
right?
it
Not
should
reactive.
be. Like, you should be focused on the vision and the future. Like, that's kind of the goal of the CEO. But I've been able to do that. And I've been doing like 100% AI coding personally myself since summer of 2025. Now, if you know anything about the timelines on this, most engineers started adopting it when Opus 4.5 came out at like the end of November.
Yep.
And like, that was kind of it. But because, you know, going back to like, unique positioning, like, I'm able to have access to enterprise APIs and beta features that other users aren't getting early, and I'm willing to pay literally about $5,000 to $10,000 a month personally on AI tokens to experiment. Like, so I've been able to like
To experiment.
To experiment.
Like, literally, like, that's not our company spending money. Like, our company spends way more than that on AI.
Yeah.
But I personally, like, on my machine in there, like, spend that much money on a monthly basis using
Did you know
AI.
that? Okay. Wait, what?
Like, you're what?
I knew
That's
what
why
I
our
was getting
budgets are
into when I
blown.
said yes at the altar. I knew what I was getting into. I knew there would be a lot of head rubbing and like, what is happening with my life? And I just make myself feel better by looking at him and be like, whatever, nerd.
Yeah, there you go.
Whatever, nerd.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It's
Yes,
supposed
you
to be a
will.
compliment.
It's the biggest compliment in
term of
2026. You kidding me?
Yes, absolutely. You're yes, but still. Sometimes everything he says is so over my head. I'm like, we have a computer in the office that's constantly running and doing tasks and also coding, and anybody can like send codes or like requests to it. So,
and it's crazy because like today, at the day of this shooting, March whatever, everybody has those computers. You've been running that setup for so long before they sold out in California. Like your ability, your ability to see where things are moving, and then you jump right in at the ground floor and say, I'm doing this right now, well before anybody else. It is just, it's impressive, to be honest.
So it's impossible to keep up with everything that's coming out right now because it is moving so fast. Like, I mean, you're talking probably specifically about OpenClaw. Like there's 30 pretty good clones of that have their own unique benefits and stuff. It's impossible to even try all 30 of those like right now, right? What I've tried to be good at though, and I've realized this just especially over the past year or two, is I try to be good at quickly evaluating something, analyzing not if it's like slightly better than the thing I was doing before, or if it's like
to be
slightly
incrementally.
if it's incremental, I'm not even going to consider it. Like if we're like talking Manus AI versus Cowork, right? Like there's a huge debate and like, oh, this one does this, you know, like, I don't care. Are you using one of them successfully right now? Just stick with that, right? Like that's fine for the time being, right? It's when there is potentially an exponential or a gap closing leap. And for that recently, it was OpenClaw, right?
Yeah.
Like you went from like Manus AI was really good, Claude Code, using that kind of stuff. And then it was like, wait a second. OpenClaw, this is like a fundamentally different way to approach the problem than we were approaching it before. That's the one where I jump on and actually go deep, right? So like I've done that every single one of these jumps that we're talking about in the technology of the AI realm or era that we're in, right? Like every one of those jumps, I evaluate it for that. I do not evaluate the little things. I do not get bogged down in the minutia. I do not watch YouTube videos about how to slightly better configure your OpenClaw instance. I don't care, right? Like that's not the stuff I'm looking at. Like I do have problems that I try and solve with those things, and I may have hit problems. And when I hit the problem, just in time information, you go back to saying, all right, here's my problem. My memory system's not working very well in this setup. How can I make it better? Do some quick research with AI. Great. Implement it. Done. Move on. Right? Like it is great that there's so much information on social media because you can find pretty good content on just about anything. You want to get the latest stuff about AI? Why don't you go to TikTok, filter down to AI for the past week of content and start watching reels from people that are talking about OpenClaw.
Right.
That's the latest stuff probably for the past week on OpenClaw.
Right.
But like, I don't necessarily need to know that or keep up with that kind of thing. In general, what I do is like I said, go deep on it when I need it, when I have a problem that needs solving, when I feel like there's an exponential leap to go in on. So that's like the way I think about how to keep up with this stuff right now. So like Russell, like, how do you know all these things? How are you on top of these things? And I do also kind of find experts in different specific areas that I'm interested in and going deep in that I use kind of as news sources. Like I don't start that way. I'll go deep by like reading 2 or 3 books on the topic before I go into something. Dante and I talked previously about this, but like I'll go deep sometimes by reading a couple books on the topic, getting very familiar with it, maybe taking a couple courses, whatever that looks like. And then I'll evaluate different experts in the space. And I do this fairly intentionally. And when I find that expert in the space, YouTube subscription, keep up with all their content that's coming out. They are now like my news source on what's actually worth being considered on that aspect of reality that I'm paying attention to, right? So like that's kind of how I try and keep up with so many different things. And as Russell has said before, he's like, you just know everything about everything. And I'm like, I don't know everything about everything, but I have experts that I do keep up with that are in the areas that I find interesting or important. So
Okay, hold on a second here. The craziest thing is, I feel like what's happening right now, I don't know if you guys can tell, like when Todd like gets excited about this, I feel like we're watching Kobe, like, you know, at the end of the game and he's like, no, give me the rock. And we all like separate for like the ISO play. Like, I feel like that's what's happening, but you did have something you wanted to say too, Ashley, about it.
yeah, I just was going to say from a marriage perspective, or a supportive spouse perspective, like when your entrepreneur companion spouse is this obsessed, because just like he's saying, like, how do you think this man runs a business, has 4 kids,
Right.
Kids are in sports, there's activities, there's date nights, and then also has time to read 2 books a week, right? Like, is he like balancing and doing it all? No, he tends to drop the ball in some other areas and picks up the ball with knowledge and obsession in that area, right? And I just had to throw in, because he does this to us where he gets obsessed about something. We can be in the car and his headphones are in and it's like, oh my gosh, we're going on a date night. And he forgets like, oh, I got to take that out because now is not the right time to be obsessed about this. But I definitely want to encourage anybody that's listening that is married to an entrepreneur, when they're doing this, hold your boundaries. No, like, okay, so you can't be obsessed about it on date night, but otherwise, like, be as supportive as you possibly can.
Let him cook, as the kids say.
Yes, let them cook.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and as Ashley likes to say, know your season.
Know your season.
I love how you talk about that.
Yeah. Yes. So right now, the season that we're in is making sure that we don't fall behind, right? And this is a discussion we had even before we went into 2026, was making sure that not just we don't fall behind, but our employees don't fall behind with AI.
100%, which has been really cool to watch Todd roll this out. You brought everybody back to a hackathon. You were alluding to this earlier, but you brought everybody in for like an emergency hackathon.
Yeah.
And you had that meeting that most companies are trying to have with their engineering teams. And you said, guys, this is the future. We need to embrace AI. And it was the whole focus of the hackathon. You had multiple presentations that you gave to them during that short week. And Todd, you actually got them to do it. Like, I know a lot of companies are saying that. I know a lot of companies say they did it, but they really haven't. You go talk to I do it every day. You go talk to their engineers and they say, no, I'm not really doing that. Yeah. They're checking a box for the CEO. The CEO checks his box and they move on, and impending doom happens years later. You were actually able to do it and get them on board. Took it so far as making a bot that all the engineers get to use. His name's Clicky, and they're literally using him to write the code for them, QA, and deploy the code. Like, they're actually doing it every day. How were you able to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So to Ashley's point, it really was, she did push me for this on the hackathon too, because she hears me in the moments of like frustration and just like, I can't believe, like, how are we going to handle this? What do we, like, she's hearing me like doing the behind the scenes conversations, right?
Sure.
And one of those for the past 6 months before that had been, this changes everything, right? Like this, like, can you believe what I just did? Can you believe how I built this entire thing? Can you believe, like, and I'm like, I can't get any of my engineers to implement it. No one's doing it. I got one guy that's even tried this. Like, and she's like, well, why don't you, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, we were talking through solutions and essentially came around to like, why don't we do a hackathon? Because I'm like, I tried it. I told him to try it. The feedback is like, yeah, I tried it. It's kind of AI slop. Like, there was literally up until this year, very, very few engineers were seriously using AI coding. Like, most of them very negatively were talking about it.
Yep.
In fact, there were the only guys I personally knew that were doing AI programming were other like founder CEOs, smaller companies mostly, but like were like founder operators who were the entrepreneur and the engineer on their projects. They were the only ones using it. It is very hard to get an employee to do it and to shift. And it's not like they're used to, the majority of engineers are used to, here's the project plan, here's the, like, maybe the engineers take it and break it down into items, and then they execute the items, right? Like, what we're saying today is that the project plan, then the result and testing the result, not the execution of items. That's all now handled by AI. That's the proposal, right? Like, that's where we are.
Which is a complete flip-flop of what they've done.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So to ask an engineer to be like, no, spend less time on this, move over here and over here, spend more time on those areas. And they're just like, no, AI can't do it as well as I can. I can architect it better. I can do whatever better. And there honestly, there's some truth to that, right? Especially with senior engineers. But really in December is when that changed. And that was the point where I'm just at the point with her talking about it. And she's just like, you got to bring him out. So I met with Ben, our CTO, and I like pitched him on it. And he's like, yes, absolutely. So we literally had a completely different project plan for the hackathon. Instead, we changed it from just being an engineering hackathon to every major contributor in the company. Yep. I think we brought everyone out except for the individual support agents. So like any manager, any executive, any accounting, finance, all the different teams came out here to this office, crowded house, full house. But we all came out and I kicked it all off by doing a probably hour-long presentation about AI, what I've been doing, where things are going. And it started off as a pretty scary presentation.
Yep.
It was literally like, guys, your job does not exist like it does today in a year from now. Right? Like, that was the entire thesis of the presentation. I kind of laid out, there's a couple theories around, like, at the time it was 900 days or so till AI like kind of replaces all knowledge workers. Like, not like
like a countdown clock on the wall or
exactly,
something. Right?
Like, we kind of did. And it's not that it were like is guaranteed to replace them. It's that like that thesis is that in roughly 800 days from now, you'll end up at a world in which AI can do everything that a knowledge worker can do behind a computer better, faster, cheaper than a human can.
I think something to consider or to remember is that you were complimenting your engineers and saying how skilled they are, but how they needed to take their skills and shift them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so there was that was the part of the conversation, and probably where the frustration was coming. It's like, yes, you are very skilled in this, but we have to elevate those skills. And the other reason why it became an emergency thing is because it's like, I have such a deep respect for them that I don't want them to fall behind, not on my watch.
Yeah.
And I loved that about your leadership, because it was like, we can't let these skilled engineers not take advantage of us, like where we're at personally with wanting to go forward with AI, but leaving them in the dust and then potentially not allowing them to even have a job or a future in engineering, period.
Yeah.
So that's why it wasn't just mandatory for the company, it was also mandatory for like their future work, period.
Yeah. I mean, a major point of what you're saying there too was the fact that I basically came in and I was like, I'm going to give you guys the tools, the resources, the education. If you need a tool, if you need a program, educational program for your industry or for your specialty or thing, like, there's no budget. Like, literally, that was like, my CFO's in the room. He's like, all right, well, I guess Todd said, right? Like, I'm like, it doesn't matter. I don't care if you need 3 $200 a month tools to try and do your job and experiment right now and see which one of those tools, like, doesn't matter. And opening and bringing people in and telling them that, like, we got their back and that we're supporting them. And I was blunt about it. I literally told everyone, I was like, whether we're able to keep you on board in 6 months or a year from now or not, you will be in a position where you will be one of the top AI experts at your craft, because you are going to be given every opportunity to do that here at ClickFunnels.
I remember the first part of that conversation, it did feel a little doom and gloom. It did feel 900 days till destruction, but that is exactly what you told them.
Yep.
We're going to pour into you, and whether you stay here or go and do different endeavors, we are going to help you. And that changed everything. Yep. And I watched the room become so receptive to what you were saying.
Yeah.
And then embrace.
Yeah, this is maybe one of those things too, like, that is hard to do virtually. And so keying into Ashley and the culture here and going, hold on, get him in a room, get in a room, and we've got to have this critical conversation.
We 100% recognize that. And I would not even advise a company to attempt it in another way. Like, the only reason it worked like that is because we had everyone in the room. But when we broke off from that meeting, we had a few other things that came into play, and like, there were a lot of cool stuff that happened as a side effect of that. But we could see the members, the engineers and the teams break off into groups, start working together. Like, over the course of the next couple of days, people were like, oh, check this out. Look what I'm doing. These are guys that literally were saying 2 weeks before, I don't do any coding with AI. AI coding's crap. Like, I'm not using AI for anything. And then after midway through that week, they are all just pumped and using it and going deep on it.
We're watching them give like AI experiments, and they're being like, oh, look at why AI doesn't work, and like purposely leading the experiments so they don't work out to validate what they're saying. And that they were so resistive. And in no time, they went to embracing. Yes, they went to embracing fully and working together, and like all of a sudden they're producing and they're doing. It was incredible to watch.
I think what was really cool about that week is that everybody started at ground zero. Like, well, I got maybe a little bit of experience. And then by the end of the week, every single person was elevated with some experience and like could walk away feeling pretty good about like how to approach it, how to tweak it, how to, creatively think through how they were going to get to the next solution. And so it was a really powerful week for the company. It was good.
Yeah, you celebrated like different awards and achievements and stuff too, right? Like, we had one guy that, again, had not done anything with AI coding, and in one of the afternoons did a project that they had previously planned to be a 6-week project that afternoon, right? And launched it live into ClickFunnels production that night, like completely done. And he's like, oh my gosh, right? Like, so it was like this mental shift, because what people are doing right now is most people that are not adopting it, at least, are operating on what I like to call a stale mental cache, right? Like, they're operating on, oh yeah, I did see a report last month that came out about how 80% of companies that implemented AI only saw negative 15%, like whatever it was. And it was like, yeah, that was published last year and it was done on data from 2024. If it wasn't about the past 30 days, it's irrelevant right now. Like literally any content that's older than 2026 is probably completely irrelevant when it comes to actually implementing AI in your business. That's how fast things are moving. So one of the timelines I set out that I wanted to mention for this, I set out for the team that out there, I was like, here's the one year, right? I said, you got 1 year till I think AI is going to be able to do 80 to 90% of everything you do behind a computer. Like, so here's where we're going. And then here we were 3 weeks after that, maybe OpenClaw comes out. We start launching it here in the office, and I'm like, Dante, I think it can do 50 to 80% of most people's jobs already. And we're 3 weeks in. And I'd actually taken that 1 year timeline. And by the end of the presentation, I said, we're not treating it like 1 year. We're treating it like, what did I say, 1 quarter, right? And I'd already moved it down the chain to like, we're not operating on quarters. We're going to change those quarters into months, right? And like, that's how we had already been treating it. And then I'm like, well, I guess I should have made it weeks. Like that's nuts. How crazy is it moving right now? Yeah.
And the ones who win are going to be the ones that embrace this.
Yep.
Like limiting beliefs has always been a thing, right? And I think right now, the scarier the time, the easier it is for somebody who knows about limiting beliefs to just let themselves live by, right? It's so easy to be like, I don't know, or I don't understand, or whatever excuse you want to have. But the people who embrace right now, they're going to win for the next decade. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I shared a graph the other day that was showing like, it had like a little block for each 1 million people, I think a block represented. So it showed like 8 billion people in the world with the blocks. And you saw the ones in green were ones that had used a free chat bot of any kind. And then you had like the ones in yellow. So green was like a small segment. And then yellow was the ones that actually pay $20 a month for an AI tool. And it was like, very few, like 20 or 30 million people are actually paying that price point for a system right now. And then the number of people that are doing what I'm talking about right now, less than 2 million in the world today. So like as much as like you see OpenClaw and these things are being talked about online, there's still only a couple million people in the world that are using Claude Code, OpenClaw. Like there are very, very few people that are actually using this. There are a lot that are kind of talking about it, making a big deal about it and interested in it. But there's a big difference in being interested in it and actually using it in your day-to-day.
Talking about it and being about it, right?
Yep.
Totally different.
Yep. Again, like I, to this day, spend... There's a CFO listening somewhere. Like I think we spent on my personal computer about $8,000 last month for token usage on AI, just on experimenting and building things and doing stuff. So like, there's not many people that are able to burn that kind of money experimenting and working on things. So what Russell and I have been trying to do is to be the guinea pig, right? Like most of these systems are not just plug and play, go plug it in and have instant results. Although there are a lot of people that claim that. They're not actually that.
Yes.
There are a lot of people that make those claims, but there are really, really freaking cool things you can do. And that's what we're doing right now is we're experimenting. I'm spending all my time. Like I said, 80% of my time is spent experimenting, using the cutting edge tools, building things, building all kinds of random ideas. Like in the past, I said I launched 20 businesses before. I think I've launched 20 businesses in the past 2 months.
Wow.
Like, I think you've done more than that.
Yeah, potentially more, but 20 that are actually like finished products. Yeah.
Well,
like
that's a good point though. Like as you learn these things, you're doing all this experimentation, how much of that is going back into the Clickfunnels app?
Yeah.
And how are you doing that?
Absolutely. So we leveled up the team, obviously, on like their AI skills, unlocked them to run, showed them how I had been doing it successfully for about 6 months at the time. And then literally some of the guys just jumped on board, right? A couple of the guys that had already been doing some of the AI experimentation jumped in on rolling out Clickfunnels AI throughout the entire platform, which was something I had been attempting to do for probably 18 months. The quality control just wasn't there. It was like, no, pages have to look amazing. Quality has to be amazing. They have to be optimized. The data has to be behind them. Like we'd been trying to get there and he's been able to, with a couple other guys on the team, knock out Clickfunnels AI, right? So we have the AI now that can build not just pages, but full funnels in the app, set up your pages, apply designs, update the pages, apply graphics, do the entire thing right there inside of Clickfunnels. And that's critically important because it's tied to stable infrastructure. Yep. It's tied to your purchasing. Like purchasing is not something you probably want to vibe code randomly on the fly and then hope it's not broken. Like this is built in on a tested platform that's done $10 billion plus, right? Like everything is automated and built with AI right there in the platform. And we're working right now on rolling it out across all the different areas of the application. So you'll have your full-time AI assistant right there inside of ClickFunnels with you all the time. Yeah.
And this is why you are a foremost authority on AI. Like, that's not a self-given title. That's real. It's because you're spending so much of your own time and your own money and your own resource to personally do the thing and then implement it to your company and then get to see all the use case to really have like a fantastic 30,000 foot view on everything that's happening.
Yeah, I'm blessed to be one of the few people that has the ability, like you said, to be spinning up new businesses with AI, helping an engineering team at a large established company implement AI on a regular basis, and building AI tools into an established process and an established platform on a regular basis for a scalable, maintainable platform. So yeah, I'm getting to see a very broad swath of like what it takes and like what works and what actually doesn't work.
And while you're blessed, you're also intentional.
Yes, absolutely.
You every day intentionally do that. And just my side note, I get to work here next to Todd. I'm blessed by proximity. Dude, it's the coolest thing in the world to watch. It is amazing. How do you think about AI? Because here's what I see a bunch, Todd. Like, we work in the same office, so a lot of times I'll hear somebody say out loud, "Oh, I'm having this inefficiency in my workload," or "I'm unable to get this task done." And then I'll have a solution and I'll give that solution. And then there comes Todd, Chris, right behind me. And the solution he gives is 180 degrees different. The tools he recommends is completely different. But I noticed, Todd, it's like the way you look at it in a whole, like not even just AI, just how AI works with everybody. The way you're looking at it seems to be so much different than how I'm looking at it and how I see most people talk about it online. How do you look at AI?
That's interesting. I think that probably comes back to my systems thinking mindset. So I generally like look at my life and my business and everything in different systems, whether it's like literally have like a morning system, I call it. Like, this is what I do when I wake up in the morning.
Ooh, what's your morning? Hold on, what's your morning system? Now I gotta know that.
We're talking about all the morning routines. Well, my morning system actually starts the night before, right? Like, go to bed on time. Like, there's different. Like, so the system actually starts
revolutionary.
With like do these things, go to bed on time, get ready for bed, get a good night's sleep. Like, and then I wake up the next day, wake up early, 5:35, depending on the day of the week. I have different days that I rotate things. And then I get up and I meditate and I go pray and I read and I focus on anything that I want to focus on without letting myself getting distracted by the phone, social media, technology. The way I like to look at it is I need to set my own priorities for my day right out the gate before everyone else's needs, wants, and questions and concerns come into my mind, right? So that's how I usually start every morning. Yeah.
Proactive rather than reactive.
Yeah.
I find this interesting though, like when you think about this differently, you know, Dante and I had different kind of, you know, parts of the business are coaching constantly. And, you know, we have people who don't know where to start with AI. I mean, obviously using it in app, right, is one thing, but a lot of them are just using it for copy. Like, oh, help me with my email, help me with my sales script, help me with my webinar script or whatever, which is all good. But how do they take that next step? Because a lot of those casual users, like you say, which is a vast majority, that's what they're just using it for. They're using a free account or maybe a $20 account, and they're just having it write the copy. But beyond that, or Nano Banana, and they're doing images and trying to beautify stuff. But how do they take that next step?
Man, that's a good question. So there's so many tools, like you can feel completely overwhelmed by it right now. So I think where I've evolved to at this point right now is I primarily focus on like a single like chief of staff AI, as I call it, that it keeps updated and integrated with all the different projects and stuff I'm working on. So I'm able to kind of like go to one place.
Most meta thing I've ever heard.
I know, right?
Right. I'm going to use AI to tell me what I need to learn about AI, right? Or which ones to use.
Oh,
because everybody has their favorites, right?
Yeah. So there's two different ways to go with this, right? Like I go with different technology. I think like Perplexity is by far the best for giving like answers and correct answers to information. If I take a YouTube video, this is also a nice little hack. Take a YouTube video, drop it in, like take this podcast, go drop it into Perplexity, click deep research, and send just the link. That's all you got to do. And it's going to give you a play-by-play breakdown of everything we talked about in here, all the details. It's going to listen to the entire transcript for you, and it's going to probably link you and reference like different projects and things we talked about, right? So that's actually one of my knowledge hacks that I do every single day. If I find a good video that I'm watching, I immediately share it, send it over to Perplexity, and I'll have that later that I can catch up with the notes on it.
Without having to watch 2.5 hours.
Yeah, and you know, I'll often watch part of it maybe, or I'll be in the car and I can make 30 minutes of it and I don't get to finish it.
While you're on a date.
Yep. Yeah. never while I'm on a date. That never happens. Yeah.
I actually have a different perspective because if you're listening and what Todd just said went over your head, I can simplify it with 2 words: lazy and obsessed with problem solving.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that this man does not like to do. And it sometimes makes him look lazy because he's like, I don't want to do that. What's the fastest way for me to get out of doing that?
Yeah.
Which is why he's obsessed with problem solving. And so his logical thinking is, what's the fastest way to solve this problem with the least amount of effort on my part?
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it.
Yeah, that's funny because I've always said that laziness is my superpower. Like it's my superpower. I want to automate all the things. I don't want to do all that.
Yeah.
And in business, that's a great perspective. In marriage, not so much.
Probably.
Don't do it if you're married. Don't try and lazy your way out of marriage.
Wait, I can't automate love and
I'm
compassion.
an AI hack Valentine's Day. How did that go?
Listen, hey, if you want to automate laundry, great.
Yeah.
If you want to create some system in the house for laundry, it's awesome. Dishes, great.
So the way I just heard that is she just gave me permission to get an Optimus robot in the house. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what I was told.
No, that would be the third AI.
We got Jimbot. We got, all sorts of things happening.
But wrap it back in for me. How do you look at AI as a whole? You were saying systems. You look at everything as systems.
Yeah, absolutely. So I look at it, there's different AIs for different problems and solutions, right? Like, just like there's different tools for anything, right? So like I mentioned Perplexity that I use for like the knowledge and the search and this kind of stuff. There's really good tools like Manus today that are good for like general, like scraping and working with different systems and building things and like kind of integrating different content pieces, working with Excel docs. There's cool stuff like that you can do. Claude Code is what I've used for, I don't know, a year almost now, probably since it first came out. So like I've been using that for coding and whatnot. But what I see is that you've got, and talking about looking forward down the path, right? There's different levels of AI, right? Like level 1 is effectively like I talk to a chatbot. Right. Level 2 is more of a like I have an AI assistant that kind of like can do some things for me and automate a couple different tasks. Level 3 is something more like a Claude Code, like agentic coding system to me that like it's going to go through, it's going to work independently, it's going to come back and give me these results. But level 4 is what you're seeing that we're in right now. And level 4 is this world of which you have a fully agentic AI assistant that has persistent memory, persistent intelligence, knows how you operate, knows how you work. And that's why it's really hard for me to even like try and give someone something to start on other than something like that at this point, because that's how I operate and how I've operated for at least a month now. I have an AI assistant that I am in the car and I voice message and it researches, does the task. I'll be like, literally this morning, I was like, hey, I have an idea. Russell's talking to me about this. Could we do this? Can you run the war game skill and try and see if I've got any holes in the problem? And it came back to me. And so my war game skill is effectively Perplexity deep research. So my AI assistant and Perplexity come up with like, I've got the idea. Perplexity, or my AI assistant lays it out and then goes back and forth with rounds of auditing and wargaming against the idea, seeing the gaps in the idea. And then they go through like 5 or 6 different rounds and then come back to me with all the insights. And I'm like, sweet, turn that into a website. So I have a deck that I can present to Russell and we'll brainstorm about this afternoon. Like literally that's what I'll be doing.
Which would have taken you how long?
I don't even know if it's possible. Like, so one of the projects I was working on with the guys here in the office, I was like, hey, this will be a great idea. We're going to be able to launch this, do this. I was like, just the deck, the proposal deck. If I go back 5 years in time to when I had 8 project managers working here, and that's, my systems have changed over the years, but like at one point I had like 8 project managers. It would have probably taken them 3 months to come up with that deck that I was able to do brainstorming back and forth with the AI on my way to the office, on my lunch break, in between meetings.
You're literally teeing up the conversation and letting them problem solve.
And it's not even that, like, I think there's a world that people still that are hearing this may think like, yeah, but that's AI slop. It's not like that anymore.
Nope.
Like even if you could call the first pass like not perfect, when you're able to do what I just mentioned with wargaming, like what that does is each round it's like, well, go find out what all the experts in every book in the world has ever said about this part of the discussion and the decision making. And it's like, all right, it comes back with everything Russell said, everything Tony Robbins has said, like whatever. It's going to pull back all those insights, all those discussions, and analyze the question or that part of the problem through that mindset and break it all down. Like you've got the ability now to execute at a level that people cannot even imagine. And like most people can't today still imagine.
What do you say to the people who listen to this and are like, oh, great, AI is going to kill all of us? Like, okay. I mean, because you're actually seeing what's capable and we look at a lot of the positive things. Anything that scares you about it?
I mean, I think I could go back and forth on that. Like, I absolutely can play the doom and gloom route. We joke almost in the office on a daily basis where I'm like, oh, great, I just leveled up Skynet again. Like, you know, like,
That's right.
crap. I gave the two systems the ability to bring each other back online if one goes down. Oh, that's probably not
Well, you
good.
just told,
Like,
we're joking about Jimbot.
Yeah.
Microphone went out and it found out a way to like activate another microphone.
yeah,
in the
we had to
office.
steal a microphone from Jimbot because we were setting up for this different setup than normal. And Jimbot just switched over to his internal mic and figured out how to talk to us anyway. Like, but, all right, Jimbot.
Yeah, Jimbot, go get lunch. We're not there yet.
He's like, I'm door dashing it.
Yeah,
It's on
that's
the way.
right.
Like,
Oh, that's real, huh? Holy smokes.
Jimbot's got his own Divvy card. And he's got his own email address. He's got his own phone number. He makes phone calls. He gave Dante a call the other day and introduced himself before Dante came into the office. He remembers everything. He has persistent memory. He works on projects. He built a plugin for Chad for Final Cut Pro or something the other day
Holy
that Chad
smokes.
needed to do his video production work faster.
I do like
this is the
20
world
hours
we're in.
of live every single week. It transcribes them. It turns them into content flywheels for me. It's incredible doing it all at once.
And you know how long
Without
took Chad?
hands.
Chad took 10 minutes to set that up. He explained to it what we wanted to do. It has access to the Zoom as a company employee. So it was able to log into the Zoom account, download the videos, take the transcripts out, create a dashboard, and send Chad the link every day.
Okay, for the layman though, like the person who is not wired how you are, they're so fascinated by this. I'm going to learn it, and I'm getting obsessed with this. The people who are resistant to it, or especially people that are maybe older than us, right?
Yeah.
How do they get into this thing where they're just like, I'm going to get left behind, but I'm not obsessed about this. Like they got to go attach themselves to somebody who's obsessed about it. But like, do you have a solution for like how you don't get left behind? Or and I got so many questions.
I
about
mean,
that.
for that one, like obviously I am obsessed with it, and I do spend 80% of my time on this stuff. So it's hard for me to like.
This is why we work
give,
for
like,
you, because then we won't get left behind. Which is like,
well, I mean, to that point,
Attached to Todd Russell.
that actually is the way I operate for most things, right? So like, let's just use something that I'm also fairly recently, over the past year or so, obsessed with peptides, right? Like I went through and I did my research. I found out what I could from a number of different experts, a number of different books. I went back through time and like looked at all the studies and stuff myself, and then kind of understood the base of that industry and that tech. And then I went through all the experts that were prolifically creating content on social media on a regular basis and listened to some of their content. And I was like, that guy has no idea what he's talking about. She is super confused. This guy's just pitching some affiliate links. That guy, though, he knows what he's talking about. That became my guy. So I follow him. I listen to all his content on a daily basis. I know enough to know that he wasn't full of crap, that he actually was pitching legitimate news, that he was understanding the studies properly, that he was an intelligent guy and intelligent in this one specific space. So now I follow him. Like I pay for access to the people that I need access to get the best information possible on different topics, whether it is something like health and fitness, peptides, AI, like there are absolutely like different people that I listen to in the AI space as well. But most of the guys I listen to are more on the engineering side, obviously. But like, it comes like every area of your life. I think that is the pattern to do. That's the pattern I've done, right? Like where it's like, who do I want to get close to? Well, I need to figure out how to make more money with selling stuff online. I have these ads. How do I monetize it and make more money? All right. Well, I found at the time, Yannick Silver. And I learned from him, and I learned how they were collecting leads and making $1 per month per lead, right? Like it depends on what you're trying to learn. So to me, AI is just another piece of that, right? Like building these filters and these systems on how to think about life and how to analyze situations and problems and technologies, whether it's AI or whatever the next thing that comes out is, it's critical to be able to think that way, I think.
Okay, so one question that I have on this too is like, how sometimes you play this game, like you're like, hey, you're on a deserted island or something, and you can only eat one thing for the rest of your life. My food is probably pizza. Like, I mean, it's pizza. Come on. What if you only had to choose one right now? That like, gosh, it was Blu-ray that won over HD DVD, or Apple's kind of won over PC. Like, if you had to pick one that you think is going to be category king, or that you had to do for the rest of your life, could you?
Man, for the rest of my life. No, it's changing too fast.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's literally like I can tell you, like, if you're gonna pick a model today, it's Claude.
Okay.
Like, but that literally wasn't true a year ago.
But if somebody's
Like,
gonna get if they were gonna get started, is there one that you'd say, okay, here's the gateway drug?
I think it depends on your industry too, though. It depends on what your goals are. It depends on what you're trying to do, right? Like if you're just brainstorming, honestly, ChatGPT is probably fine. Like if you're just like, I want to brainstorm some business plans, it can go out, it can pull research, it can do these things for $20 a month. That's probably a fine place to start. If you want to write copy and you're trying to create, presentation material and that kind of thing, Claude's better for that $20 a month. If you want to automate working in different tools like spreadsheet tools, if you want to create some prototype websites on the fly and stuff, Manus AI, like that's worth it for you. Like I think if I was to say there's probably one right now that's easy for most people to use and can do most things, it's Manus. That's actually the one that Facebook recently acquired. They're independent, but they're backed by a number of different models, so they use Claude as part of their models.
You use Gemini for anything?
I actually do. I mean, like for visual effects, like they're right there. They honestly, Gemini 3.1 is actually great for designing pages and doing that kind of stuff too. So, and mockups. So like Grok is the one that right now I like, because I do think it's like really good. The other day I noticed that it was winning some awards and some tests in like prediction markets. So it does, like, because it's trained in real time on all the X data, it really is good at predicting real time trends and conversation stuff. But Elon hasn't shifted focus yet. Like I think he was on Peter Diamantis's thing just the other day, and he was talking about how, like, basically they haven't shifted even trying on code yet. Like, I mean, they're trying, but not really trying. Like Elon's betting he beats Claude and Claude Code and all the others by 6 months from now. So come summer, he thinks that they'll be on par or better.
I wouldn't bet against him.
I wouldn't bet against him either. Yeah. So like Grok's one to keep an eye on. If there's one that I'm keeping my eye on, it's that. But the way I'm building my systems right now, like, so there's still OpenClaw. Like, which I hesitate to advise anyone who's new to even attempt that. I know there's like, oh, so I put it on a Mac Mini and then I like do stuff. Like a lot of people have done that I know, and they're all like, I don't know, it doesn't really do much. Like it's like, wake up, poke, like do something, right? So it's like you kind of have to have a framework and goals, and it depends on what you're working through. But what's interesting is like there's this new breed of open source tools, and they all use different models. So you're able to plug in whatever model makes the most sense.
It's a buffet kind of,
Exactly, right? So it becomes the memory system, and that's the way I'm treating it. I actually have built a memory system around it myself that I use just internally here. And that memory system doesn't matter what AI you plug in to be the API to actually work with it. The core data and memory is there. So over time, we'll evolve it and adjust and see where we end up. I'm also working on building tools to help people do this kind of stuff too myself, because I do see that like there's this gap. Like I was saying, there's open source tools, but that's very technical. I mean, yeah, it's got 250,000 stars or whatever on GitHub, right? Do anyone know what GitHub is? You know, like,
yes.
Exactly, right? So like, it's still a very technical tool, and you can go watch some YouTube videos and some guy will give you a 3-day tutorial on how to set it up. I don't think it's there yet for most people, right? But they're, I think midway through the year, the tools are going to exist. It's going to be there. You're going to be able to do these agentic systems better. Some of the existing platforms are trying to do them. They just haven't executed the user experience well yet. But I think it's coming. Yeah.
Does this all make, for common users, et cetera, does this make SEO dead?
In different ways, but not really. Honestly, SEO is almost more important than before.
Yeah.
Like we're doubling down on case studies and authority rankings and stuff because AI is learning, just like Google used to send people to links and like, obviously I wrote SEO software. So like I'm intimately involved in that in the past, but like essentially you had SEO that was like Google search, right? And now you actually have a much deeper level of understanding. So the credentials that you build in your business actually are what train and teach AI how to actually talk about your business. And what's really interesting about that, while the volume of traffic is still lower than Google search, last I looked, the click-through and the conversion rate is actually much higher.
Oh, yeah.
Like the conversion rate is like 3 times, 4 times higher right now from recommendations that come from AI to you. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah. We need a Todd talk, not a TED talk. Like just this AI spot where everybody comes in and just raps about it.
I'm telling you, especially now, it's all moving so fast. We could do one a week with him, and it'd all be fresh and new.
I'm telling you.
It's
well, that's
wild.
Interesting. We may have something brewing. Who knows?
Yeah, you never know.
You just talked about training. I want to talk about your girls for a minute. You've always talked about, like, behind closed doors, you've always talked about, I want to build this thing so it's easy enough that my girls could use it.
Yeah.
And they could do it. And that's kind of like the measure of how we're building. So Do you have any advice on how to steer or raise our children or push
That's
them
a
in a
good question.
direction in this AI? Because here's the deal, I mean, I always thought I had it figured out, right? That's the worst idea ever. I never have it figured out. But like when it came to my sons, I was always going to teach them sales. I was going to go to Home Depot. I was going to buy light bulbs. I was going to have him fill up a wagon, and he could walk house to house and say, "Do you need light bulbs?" Just so he could sell things to people that they
It's a good
might
idea.
easily need.
Yeah.
And I'm still going to do it. I just think sales is still a good thing for people to learn, but I'm just so unsure of, besides that, like what on earth would I even push them to? So are you guys doing anything with your girls, and what's your ideas on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point though, what's amazing about that, no matter what, is that's a comfort zone thing. It's getting him outside of his comfort zone, talking to
that's a good point.
strangers, getting into new scenarios. Like that applies always.
And
Yes.
serving. It's mission based. It's serving. It's like, oh, do you have a need? We have something that we can fill.
I love
Yes.
That's good.
Yep, absolutely. So getting outside the comfort zone, pushing yourself, doing these kind of things, like all of that's always important, always valuable. For the kids, I mean, there's a delicate line because I don't like having them spend all their time on iPads, and like,
Of course.
there is definitely something to like how that affects brain development and whatnot, right? But they have to be in close proximity to this stuff to understand it and to not be scared of it, and for it to become the comfort zone. So for example, I've had my kids, I've literally built games for each of them with them side by side me. I'm like, hey, what do you want this game to do? And they're like, I want it to do this. And I'm like, all right, let's tell the AI to build that for you. And they're like, well, that's cool. I'm like, how about we like tell it to add this other level up to the game? And then they're like, let's do that. So they're like, literally, like my kids have vibe coded games for the phone because my 3-year-old was like trying to use Block Blast and confused by it or whatever. And I'm like, well, let's make Ivy's Block Blast that you just click buttons and cool things happen, right? Done. We did that. Now she's got Ivy's Block Blast.
Yeah, Ashley's over here nodding. Any other examples that you can remember? Like, this is wild.
Well, a bigger example is the fact that our 15-year-old, she's about to be 16, is starting a bathing suit company because we are more like moderate and conservative in clothes. And so we realized there's a big issue with girls' bathing suits. And so she built with Todd using AI a company, and we are currently on pause because we are waiting for the samples literally of the bathing suits to arrive any day now.
Wow.
So she's got like different themes. Like there's tropical like bathing suit line. There's like just from different parts of the world, right?
So cool.
Where she's like, one day I'd like to travel there. And so it's like, okay, so that's a theme. So her and Todd are literally teaching the AI agent how to create based on her passion, like where she'd like to go one day. A theme for the bathing suit line, but also with a little touch of conservatism. Sorry. And then like, just her pick. And so like, we're just at a pause right now because once the fabrics come, then we can start making, decisions based on those samples.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah. So as she said, like she spends most of the time on a day-to-day basis with the kids, but I make sure to take them to school every single day. Right. Like that's kind of like I get to be in the car with them in the morning and like talk to them and stuff. And like literally that's when we did that idea. I'm like, so you want to do a bathing suit thing, right? Like, did you ever do anything with it? She's like, no. I'm like, well, what's wrong? And she's like, I'm not sure what to do, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm giving her advice. And then I'm like, well, let's just brainstorm real quick with Jimbot. Like, Jimbot will help us. Like, let's see what Jimbot's got in mind for it. And she's like, well, here's what I want to do. And I just literally was like, don't tell me, tell the AI. And she's like, telling the AI on the phone, like doing a Telegram message to the AI, explaining the ideas and the concepts and stuff. And I was like, go ahead and elaborate on your avatar. And she's like, well, what's an avatar? Right. And they got us talking about avatars again. And I'm like, well, dial it in exactly. Give me an example. Think of one of your friends that's perfect for this, that would be like, would buy this no matter what, if she saw it, if it existed on the shelf, right? Giving her some exercises to do. And she just does this exercise back and forth. They dial it in, come up with a clothing line. And I'm like, ask the AI what you need to do next. And she's like, okay, what do I do next? And they're like, all right, come up with a mood board on Pinterest and come up with all these details for the different clothing lines and all this stuff.
Unbelievable.
So she's doing it all, right? And again, I'm like, well, what about clothing suppliers? And she's like, I have no idea where to look. I've looked and I can't find this, and I'm so confused and whatever. I'm like, ask Jimbot. Research clothing suppliers came out with all the minimum quantity orders, all the details that we needed to know for the fulfillment. I knew nothing about women's bathing suits, obviously. So like we went and like did all the research and found a supplier in Bali that we're going to use, I think, and started getting samples, and they can customize the clothes like she wants to be a little more conservative. And yeah.
Man, this is crazy. Well, we could go all day and we may need a part 2, but I do want to do like a last call. Like, What else do you want to know? And then I want to give you guys any closing statements too that you have, but maybe Dante.
I think the last thing we talked earlier about being an expert versus a generalist. Now that we have AI and these tools and we can see clearly where like the next 3 and 6 months is going to be what we have available. How do you feel about that? If it was Todd in high school, because you just move faster than everybody else, but if it's young Todd, like what would you give advice to somebody, or maybe not even young, just getting started in this world? Would you tell him to become a specialist, or would you tell him to become a generalist?
Well, I think it's important to realize that like we're in a world where AI can solve any problem. So now the question is not how do you solve a problem? It becomes what is the right problem to solve, right? Which goes back to leaning more and more towards generalization and understanding a broader swath of how things work. It's how I see our engineers, they're dividing out, right? Like no longer is it enough to be specialized in coding at a specific programming language. That's not valuable anymore. Like literally you have to understand the problem space. You have to understand how to test it and validate it and confirm with customers that it actually is producing the result. Like it is not, there's not a job that it will exist, at least by the end of this year. That's my prediction. There will not be a job that exists in the middle that is just like I ship code. It's not a thing. You have to be more broadly generalized across a number of different topics. And that goes back to how we're talking to the kids. That's how I'm talking to them about this stuff. I'm like, you need to understand a lot of different things about a lot of different things. And it is not enough to be like, I'm going to be a computer programmer. I'm going to be a lawyer. I'm going to be whatever. Like you've got to know more about stuff, about a larger number of topics than just that one specialized area if you want to succeed in this new economy.
Anything from you?
Oh man, I'm good because if I ask more, we're gonna keep going on. But Ashley, any parting words too? Last call.
Thanks for bringing us on the podcast. We've never got to do this together on
super fun.
Clickfunnels. Yes, and so we have appreciation for you guys for hosting us, and definitely a sincere amount of appreciation for all of the Clickfunnels staff that make this company so wonderful, but especially for the listeners and the users. You know, we tend to be behind the scenes as often as possible just because, like, I think one of our mottos has always been work in silence and let your success be the noise. And so we tend to be more behind the curtain. And so we're still available to, like, always have a great conversation, which we love. But it's been such a pleasure building this business and meeting thousands and thousands of people. I don't even know the amount of people that we've had the opportunity to meet. So yeah. Right now we're just in a big state of gratitude, hustle, but gratitude. And we're so
and on
fortunate.
Behalf of all the listeners and employees too, likewise, gratitude for the both of you, for Russell, Colette, and the team, Brent, Amber, John and his wife, and just everybody. So
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, keep going. Yeah.
And thanks to your wife for holding the fort down while
there
you're
you
here.
Go. Yeah,
thanks, Jen. Thanks,
awesome.
Jen.
Yeah. Todd, anything else?
No, this is amazing, guys. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for doing this, and thanks for pulling these questions out. Like, I think these are really important for people to understand and to know like what's coming and really what to do.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make a series seriously about Todd Talks for sure.
After this, I have 7,000 questions rolling.
Yeah, we'll get to
as I'm sure our users
They'll change by next month.
Yes, they will.
It'll be totally different.
Yes, they will.
New discussion next month.
Oh, awesome. Well, thanks again for joining us on ClickFunnels Radio. We'll see you next time.
Go look up.
Awesome. Wow. There it is, the end of the first interview, and that was pretty amazing. Wow. It went pretty long. That was quite an interview, and we're going to be getting ready for the second interview. But before we do that, we've had some special guests that came in the background, but yeah, that was a pretty long episode right there. What are your thoughts about that episode? I'm going to read some of the comments that just came in from the viewers on this episode. And just to give you an idea, oh my gosh, let's do this here. We're going to bring this back up here. All right, there it is. So now you're going to get a quick recap of everything that's included with the AI Secrets Challenge. You can learn how Russell Brunson and Todd Dickerson bootstrapped $1 billion company from scratch. There is the QR code that will lead you straight to the sign up page where you can sign up for the challenge, which starts tomorrow. And these are the details. When you sign up for VIP, which is absolutely free, you will get the daily VIP pre-sessions. These are the Zoom rooms where the winners are. It starts April 27th. You get a 14-day free trial of the Marketing Secrets AI software, which will be available tomorrow, should be available tomorrow. You're going to get a full encore replay access of the challenge, and that's going to be available for you almost immediately after the challenge ends. And we are looking at what else that you get. What else do you get in this offer? You get the full encore. You get the Marketing Secrets Training Vault. Now, the Marketing Secrets Training Vault is actually pretty interesting. Actually, Brandon came into the room and we were watching it going back and forth, and he was actually inside of the training vault, and he was actually saw the funnel oracle. We were going back and forth. He couldn't stay on, but he was talking about the funnel oracle. He's actually also upgraded and gotten the selling online as well as the scaling online courses that are available as upgrades. I didn't even, and also if you do upgrade, there's an opportunity to upgrade with the selling online for 67 and the scaling online for 67, or both for 97. And when you get that upgrade with the 97, it also comes with a bonus $47 surprise gift. That will be interesting to see what that surprise gift is. You can see here at the bottom of the screen, it's April the 27th through May the 1st, 2026. You can see the time there on your screen right there at the bottom. It says 11 a.m. Pacific time, 90 minutes per day for 5 days. And if you get in the VIP Zoom room, you're going to be starting earlier. Okay, I'm going to just go over some of the notes some of the comments that came in during that live. Let's take a look here and see here. Wow. It was, hi everyone, what's up? Thanks for joining us. Hashtag in the comments where you're watching from. What were some of your biggest takeaways from that interview? That was a long interview, and they went through quite a few things with ClickFunnels, and also quite a few things about the history of ClickFunnels. And we heard it from Todd's perspective, which was interesting to hear, because we don't normally hear Todd's side of the story a lot. It was one story that he talked about the time when ClickFunnels went down, and how he had everything on a different server, and and Russell was almost getting just really threatened because the servers were down. But that was an adversity that taught them a lesson, and they did not hide. And that's one reason why I do love the ClickFunnels, because there's a lot of transparency in the company as well. And then some of the comments that are coming in, this was right before they announced that FHL is back. Yeah, there was a moment in there where they were talking about when, I wonder if Funnel Hacking Live is coming back. And this was right before that. There's a comment there that you also want to, there's a comment right there from Brandon J. Garcia. He's letting you know, is your business ready for AI? And you can actually grab the AI readiness guide there at the link found in the description. That is the www.brandongrowthlab.com AI-guide. That is your AI business ready guide so that you can be ready, that your business is prepared for AI. There were some dark moments in that interview where it's really I think they're really understanding that 800 days could actually end up being fewer than that. At the speed of AI, there are going to be some winners and there are going to be some losers. Without being fearful, I wouldn't consider it to be fearful, but just understand that the rate that AI is moving, there it is going to be able to do things faster, better, and stronger. But it's still and then here's another comment. Interesting. Most people probably aren't ready for a level 10 opportunity. Hello from Vancouver, British Columbia in Canada. Hello there, Shirley. Hello. Thanks for joining us in this watch party for the AI Secrets Challenge. Hello. And wow, turning down thousands of job opportunities. I think that was when Todd was talking about how, well, his wife was talking about how he was getting thousands of job opportunities and he chose to still stick with ClickFunnels, although they weren't making money in the beginning. When they say that they bootstrapped this company from zero to $1 billion, that's a true story. And that's why this is such an important challenge, because if there's anyone that would know about bootstrapping a company from scratch, it is Todd and Russell. And his wife talked about how he had to leave the home for a little bit over a year to go out there and work on this dream that he had with Russell to grow this business called ClickFunnels. And he just knew that he saw the vision, and that's why he stuck with it. And that was also the reason why she stood by him through it all. And there was there's another comment, Todd tooting his own horn. He talked about, I think that was when Todd was talking about, I think he asked him, he said, hey, do you think that, he always thought that you should be an expert at one thing, but very good at a lot of other things. And he said his thoughts on that have changed a little bit, but he talked about how he's really good. He's an expert at software development, but he's really good at these other things like marketing. And so that was a very big takeaway from that interview. And I want to also mention that if you're watching this right now, one of the bonuses that you'll be receiving when you sign up using that link right there, secure your seat to the challenge. Click the link, you'll get access to the sign in and you'll be registered to attend the challenge, and you'll simply upgrade to the VIP, and there is everything that you will get with the VIP. And just remember, upgrading to VIP is free, but you will get a 14-day free trial to the Marketing Secrets AI. And he even talked about, and then Todd talked a little about, let's see a few more comments that came in. Just in time expertise. It's interesting to hear Todd's side of the story about the offer. That was about the offer that they got, I'd say the high 8-figure offer that they got for ClickFunnels at the time. And it was quite interesting to hear Todd's side of that story, and how this was when Dave Woodward was still around, and how they flew out there to Atlanta to actually talk with Todd. And that's when they made the decision that they would not sell ClickFunnels. And there you go. There's another comment. Thank goodness they didn't sell. And then we've got another hello. And then Todd talked about the amount of money that he's spending, $5 to $10K a month on AI tokens. Wow. Obsolete after 30 days. Still very few people using AI tools. Todd spends 80% of his time testing AI tools and hesitate to recommend OpenClaw to beginners. He built a memory system. And hey there, Mr. Earl Richardson. We always want to highlight you for standing up and making a comment. We appreciate you. Outstanding. I love this. What's up? I hope you are registered for that AI Secrets Challenge. We're starting live tomorrow, April 27th. Happy Sunday to you. I'm just relaxing here at home and we're having a watch party. And I decided that I would invite a few thousand of my friends on Facebook, a couple thousands of my friends to just watch these episodes and really just understand the direction that the world is heading with AI. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's take a look and see how those numbers are coming along in my dashboard. It looks like we now have, oh, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, that is so cool. We have, the amount of opt-ins have just increased by 3 during the few hours that we've been on. I hope that you really consider joining this challenge with us tomorrow. And I would love to get another 3, at least another 3 before we end this episode. But yes, thank you very much for signing up using that link in the comments, or maybe you have been, maybe you scanned the QR code. And I hope will definitely, once you sign up and register, we will be having a weekly after meetings. And after this next video that we will be watching, let me cue this next video up in the interview series because we are running a little bit late. We weren't able to connect earlier, so it's taken us some time, but I'm gonna get this next video queued up. As you can see, if you don't know who that man is right there, that guy right there is Andrew Culver, and he's going to be the next interview that we watch today. Now, his video is going to give us some insight into his journey at Clickfunnels and the role that he has been playing in the adoption of AI. He happens to be a coder as well, very talented. I think that Clickfunnels attracts just high quality people, high quality talent, and you can believe that this challenge is really going to honestly tell you as an entrepreneur out there how they bootstrapped a billion-dollar company from scratch. So when you hear the challenge that says we bootstrapped a billion-dollar company, you just heard that from Todd Dickerson, the co-founder of Clickfunnels, about how they started with zero. They started with zero and a vision. And now that vision today can be accomplished so much faster. And with a little bit of learning of these tools, it can exponentially increase your output. And that's awesome. Scan the QR code right here, secure your seat. Watch the website that's scrolling across the bottom of your screen. That's where you can sign up for the challenge. Remember, the challenge is free and you can upgrade to VIP for free. For the bonuses, this video here it's a lot less in length than the previous podcast. That was 2 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah. So that was a pretty long episode. I think this one is right under an hour. And when we come back, I'm going to reveal some of my bonuses that I will be offering for those that sign up using that link. Ready for this? Give me a hashtag ready in the comments. Let's
my GitHub profile. I'm cranking, dude. They have this little thing that tells you how much code you write. I'm back in it. AI is changing everything. The solo devs are crushing it. They're obviously loving it because they're able to adopt it and do so much more. The bigger the company, the harder it is. Nothing could be further from the truth with the team at ClickFunnels. I am so proud. We have a staff member. He's the chief of staff. He's shipping full apps. The real roadmap, I think, for ClickFunnels as a platform in 2026.
Welcome back to another episode of ClickFunnels Radio. My name's Chris Cameron, and joined with me is the ever handsome Dante Torelli. What's up, my man? Good to see you.
Easy
Listen,
with the intro.
Hey, you know what? I used to do this with Ben all the time. I don't know if you remember those episodes. Like, I'd always come up with something random. So I'll come up with some different adjectives for you, you know. They'll always be
I
good.
said
They're always
easy, but
gonna
what
be
I really
flattering.
meant was keep going. Tell me more.
You're like, stop. Oh my gosh. Well, hey, I am super, Dante, I'm super excited today. This is a little bit different episode. Like, if we go back a few episodes, we had that episode with Todd and Ashley, and I don't know about you, but I've had so much feedback about kind of like opening the curtain to ClickFunnels. We were at our 2CCX Mastermind, and somebody literally stood up and we're like doing takeaways, and it was question time for Todd and Ashley, and I was kind of emceeing the thing. Throw the catch box, and Sarah Grace Allred's like, I have devoured your episode on ClickFunnels Radio. She's like, I love hearing these stories from another perspective. We always hear Russell's perspective, right? And now we've heard Todd's, but one of the things that I want to dive into today, and one of the reasons that we're doing this, is everybody sees, you know, mostly Russell, right? And now Todd a little bit more. You know, and if I liken it to a car, you know, you're seeing the shiny paint, you're seeing the wheels, you're seeing the tires, you're seeing all these awesome things. But there's an engine that is running inside of this thing that is moving that entire like directive forward. And I want to highlight some of that today. And so today we brought on Andrew Culver, who is the president of ClickFunnels, who hasn't been as forward facing. We're going to pop the hood and we're going to dive into like what keeps this machine having momentum and everything like that. And I also want to say this, I've said this about other guests, is we have people who are amazing marketers, who are geniuses, who are masters at the craft. But beyond that, we attract some of the most genuine, real people to the show, to the business, to ClickFunnels, and to our audience, like always. I don't know if you found that, Dante, like we have people who are genuinely just incredible, good people.
Just some of the greatest humans I've ever met, from founders to members. It's incredible.
Well, let's welcome to the show, without further ado, the president of ClickFunnels, Andrew Culver. Welcome out to the show, my friend.
Hello, guys. How are you?
So good to have you, Andrew. We're amazing. How are you?
Oh, this is great. I'm glad that I'm finally here, Chris.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because here's what everybody does not know, is that Andrew has been a driving force behind this whole ClickFunnels Radio, like up leveling. I think it was last year, maybe towards the end of the year, November or something like that. Andrew's like, let me just fly in. We'll look at a couple podcast spots. I love the content, but I want to like do more with this thing. And so we're having a lot of fun with this, but it's really, really cool because when we jump into this, you had a vision for this podcast. And I mean, gosh, you look incredible too. But where I'm sitting, where Dante's sitting, is all a result because of a conversation that you and I had last year that you kind of put into motion. So maybe we start there. Like, why was it that you were so passionate about the podcast project?
Okay, so the podcast is awesome. You go back through the 800 episodes that we've got, the entire back catalog.
It's crazy.
The back catalog of conversations that Dave had, the conversations that you had, all the other co-hosts that we had over the years. It is a wealth. It's a treasure trove of, you know, conversations, teaching, stories, all of that stuff. And for me, we've seen the transition in the industry with podcasts, that they've gone from audio to video. And it just seemed to me like it was time to actually sort of focus our talents. And there's so much of this: video production, set design, all of these things, just to upgrade the production of the podcast to really like live at the same level as the content that is being produced. Like the seed is the same. It's the same stories. It's the same narratives. It's stuff that, people who are looking to pursue entrepreneurship can hear from people who have gone before them and actually had success. And then the people who are running businesses, learning tactics that can unlock like another level of growth for them. That's all the same, but it was time, I think, for the podcast to have the production match the content.
Well, this kind of foreshadows and leans into, I think, what we're going to end up talking about a little bit. Dante and I were talking, and one of the things Dante told me was he's like, Andrew's so good about like pattern recognition. And we always joked about this back and forth, me and Dante, about like, even on the first episode, I think I had you on, Dante. I was like, where's the puck going? Some hockey analogy. And like, that's a great analogy, because you've noticed, and we're going to dive into some of this in our stories, but I think ClickFunnels Radio is another, example of you saying, okay, hold on, I see opportunity here, and I think we need to dive into that opportunity. So, but I want to go back, okay? Because this pattern recognition didn't start at ClickFunnels. It didn't start, with some of the other things you did. This started very, very early. And I know your wife is a big part of your entrepreneurial journey. So I would love just to hear some of that story from the start. Take us back.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is a valuable one. It doesn't have to be in the entrepreneurial journey. It's not necessarily your spouse, your husband, your wife, but everybody needs somebody who's that supporting person. And the reality is, it's not going to be your entire friend group. That is just not the entrepreneur experience.
That's very real,
right? Most people actually, when they decide to pursue entrepreneurship, whether it's spoken or unspoken, they end up bumping up against the resistance of people who aren't thinking entrepreneurially, are maybe they're risk averse or whatever. The reality is, that's where my story started, in fact. So the reason I live in the United States is because of my wife. She's American, I'm Canadian. So I grew up in Hamilton, Ontario, and I am quintessentially the person who married up. I'm so grateful that my wife, Carly, chose me, because I loved her from basically the moment I met her, if I'm being honest, from the first moment I met her. But we did not become a couple for like 4 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she was seriously out of my league. I cannot overstate that. So we became friends, and I am that guy that was like solidly in the friend zone. But amongst our friends, I'm sort of a legend, because I'm the guy that was in the friend zone, and after years, actually got out. So
broke her down.
I don't know. You have to ask her. Maybe you can interview her and get the backstory.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that.
But the point is that Carly, I always was an ideas person, right? Like I was always building, creating, it's why I learned how to program, all of that stuff. Like I was always into that stuff. But Carly had a different experience. So her experience, growing up with, entrepreneurship definitely left her more in the category of people that are going to be resistant, risk averse, looking for stability, all of that. And that was the agreement. So the agreement, literally, when we got married, and I'm graduating college and we're getting started, her whole thing was like, just whatever you do, get a job. Don't start your own business. Just get a job. And I'm like,
really?
I got the girl. I don't care about anything else. Like whatever this girl asks me, I'll do it. And so at that point, we basically had a pact that was, I was going to go get a corporate job. And I worked at a Fortune 1000 company in downtown Norfolk. And for 4 years, I started there as a software developer, became a software development, team lead, then manager. And I was sort of solidly on this track of, being like a corporate worker. And, yeah, that was it. That was kind of like the agreed upon path, and the entrepreneurship stuff came after.
But I'm curious from you, Andrew, were you always entrepreneurial minded? Were you always risk inclined growing up before you met Carly?
I don't know that I was risk incline, so to speak. Like I didn't have anything, any stories or anything that really proved that that was the case. But I was the kid that like in 6th grade had like a company letterhead and was like inviting people to be part of my video game development studio. Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so there's that side of it, like that idea that like businesses are cool, teams are cool, collaboration is cool. And then on the other side, the creative urge, like the creative instinct, which was, and that for me goes really, to the earliest years for me, when I first saw a computer hooked up to a television and you could control what was on the screen. The first time my Opa, who ran a drywalling business, my mom would do office work for him, and she had a photocopier. And the idea that I could like produce something and then produce 50 of it, that was everything, right? So that stuff definitely, that stuff was there. And I think those instincts are part of what builds either a creator or an entrepreneur.
So as you're growing up, you're entrepreneurial, you're go-getter, you're doing the thing, maybe not taking super big risks in 6th grade, like leveraging everything, but you're doing the thing, right? And then men, no strangers to sacrifice for the things that we want. You meet your wife and you're like, oh my gosh, I got the girl. And then she hits you with, don't do the thing you've been doing your whole life. Is that like, what's that? Is it easy going through that? Is it like, oh yeah, sure. Cause as you said it, you kind of made it sound to me and it felt like, oh, easy, easy. I'll just give this up and I'll just bury that thing and no worries. I go on my life. But was it that easy or was it more challenging?
I think for me, it was very, very easy because of the space that Carly occupied in my mind and in my heart. She was everything. And the reason I'm thank you for indulging me on this. The reason I'm lingering on this is, to me, it's all about priorities. I do have friends who in business or in personal pursuits have bumped up against that conflict between their priorities and the priorities of their loved ones or their spouse, partner, kids, whatever. And it is, I think, very important to make sure that the things that provide the foundation in your life, that you don't risk those or compromise those. And sometimes that takes patience, right? Sometimes it takes patience, but definitely that as a priority made it very easy for me.
Well, you made a decision. And this is something I think we
And in fact, we had one of these. We literally, on a call this morning, we had our product prioritization sync, and there was a question that came up about something. And the question was, do you do this or do you do this? And one of the things clearly was more aligned with sort of high standards that we hold ourselves to. Is it like a principle thing? And so decision making's hard. There's a lot of factors, things like that. But the easy answer, the quick answer in this case was the one that's just based on like, hey, this is who we are as a like in principle, but in the shortcut of decision making, just going with the thing that resonates with our principles, that makes for easy decision making. So yeah, in this case, it was pretty easy to decide not to be an entrepreneur when I was like 22 or 23 years old, whatever it was, at that period of time, because I didn't have the appropriate support that I needed to pursue that, with the strength that would later be required. And it was definitely a team effort. When I finally did pursue entrepreneurship, it was a team effort, myself and Carly.
I want to go to that point because I think you mentioned earlier something just off camera about managing corporate dysfunction. You kind of have an idea of like, we're handling this, we're doing all this stuff, but you weren't content there. You realized like, oh my gosh, I don't want to just do this. I want to go build something. Is that like started to build inside you? And then you're like, Carly, I got to do something else. I got to build something. Is that when you guys kind of discussed this and started doing, consulting, et cetera, stepping more into that risk?
Yeah, 100%. What happened was internet entrepreneurship was starting to become a more obvious thing, more accessible to people who didn't have huge amounts of capital. So we were starting to see stories of people who were launching products and bootstrapping them. Like that was the big thing, right? There was also a ton of venture capital that was being invested into people who needed people to build stuff. And so there was a lot of consulting work. Both of these things were true at the same time, right? So the money was on tap for people who wanted to be consultants. And there was an ability, new hosting platforms, new payment processors, Stripe, Heroku, all of these tools that made it easier than ever to build and launch things. And so some of us, it wasn't just me, there was another guy that I work with, his name was Brian Smith, and he was tapped into all of this as well. And we would start talking to each other like, oh, do you want to do something on the side? Like this feels like the thing. For me, what made the most sense, because at that point, I was like a entry-level manager at a team of about 13 people. I was getting to manage a lot of disciplines, do team building. It was cool. I loved it. But for me, the right next step, so some people would just like quit their job and go all in on it or whatever. For me, given where I was coming from, the right next step was, what's something that's like one level up of risk? And for me, it was, I had a friend who was way more prone to risk, like had a much higher tolerance for risk, who had started a consulting company to take advantage or basically capitalize on this opportunity that existed. It's easier to build and there's a lot of money in the ecosystem. And so he started a consulting company and offered me really like a pretty privileged spot. And so spoke with Carly about it. It's still a job. There's still benefits. It's somebody else's business.
There's a mixture of risk and security.
Yeah. So it was like the right level of like edging into it. It was the right level of edging into it. And so that was it. So I made the jump, and it was a really safe move in many ways, because I did my exit interview with the CEO of this company. And we ended up spending like I don't know, it was hours up in his room on the 19th floor of the office building that we were in. And he at the end of that conversation, he said, go do this thing. Go do your startup is what he called it. Well, it wasn't my startup, but like, go do this startup thing. And if it doesn't work out, come back and there will be a spot for you here. And this is relevant in the narrative because there is a time where the decision has to be made, right? So do you move forward or do you go back? And that is really the sort of culmination of all of this, and where Carly's change in thinking came, and where we, move forward together in alignment to actually pursue entrepreneurship.
I was just wondering what the next things were. I want to know like what you dove into and how those things worked out. Like, did you fail? Did you fall on your face? Like, what were the next steps?
Yeah, so it was interesting. The consulting company was an interesting experience, and it was a mix. The team was really a mix. There were people that were very high achievers, go-getters, like definitely people in that business that were generating more value than they cost the business. And then there were other people, like, I'll just say it, there were other people that did not live up to that level. And the reality is the financial situation in that business was good for a bit. And then when it got bad, this is the thing about consulting companies. This is important to know, whether you run a consulting business or whatever, especially if you have staff. If you get into consulting and you have staff, you can end up upside down really fast. Mm-hmm. People are really expensive. And if the revenue isn't consistent, then you end up in a spot where you burn through a lot of money keeping people on staff. It's
the easiest thing to do, though, because you have emotions involved in this. You have people and their families, but the easiest thing to do is to just get bloated fast. Yep. But looking at things that are essential and saying, okay, well, I've got to do this to make sure that my ROI and my profit is there. That's huge. I mean, so the earlier you recognize that, the better.
Yeah. So it wasn't recognized early enough. Decisions weren't made early enough. And the reality is, like, I woke up one Monday morning and I went into the office and there was like this commotion, and I'm like, what's going on? And somebody was like, did you get paid on Friday? And I was like, I don't know. Let me go check. And what had happened was one set of people in the office had been paid and another set of people in the office had not been paid. Like literally the owner of the business couldn't make payroll. And so some people, I mean, it was just a judgment call on his part who got paid and who didn't get paid. And literally, I think the reasoning was like some people are more responsible than others. And, you know, he sort of like knew people's situations. And so there were some of us that he just was like, okay, those are the people that I'm going to bounce the check on. And so this is like, what? Like all of our worst fears, right? Everything about this experiment of like, oh, take more risk. And you just get hit by a bus like, oh, it's over. Like it's over. And literally for me, I had a conversation with the owner of the business that day and I'm like, hey, this isn't survivable. Like if you're in that situation, I got to go. I got a family to provide for. I got two kids at that point. I'm out.
Once again, Andrew seeing where the puck's going, recognizing like, hold on a second here. It's a critical decision time.
Yeah. And the reality is I basically negotiated with the owner of the company and said like, hey, look, I get that this hasn't worked out well, but I have an incredible relationship with the customer that I'm servicing right now. Like I'm building a platform. I'm the founding developer of this two-sided wedding marketplace, vendors and people that are planning weddings. And like, we've got traction, we've got customers, we have revenue, and this thing has legs. And so myself and the founder of that company basically negotiated with the owner of the consulting company to allow me to continue working on their contract, but as an independent consultant. And that is the moment of truth. Because now the question is, am I going to be an entrepreneur or am I going to cling to the safety? Because the safety was there, right? The safety is I can go back to my corporate gig. I still know everybody over there. I like half of them. I can go work with these people, right? And that's stability and a salary and benefits, or I can actually take on, you know, entrepreneurship and, you know, go down this path that's higher risk, but potentially also higher reward.
There are so many people right now that are listening, Andrew, and who do listen to ClickFunnels Radio, who are in this exact spot. So many people are like, I'm comfortable. I'm in my 9 to 5, but it's golden handcuffs. And they're now thinking this. And I want you all who are listening to be like, hey, Andrew was in a certain spot. And how many other episodes of ClickFunnels Radio have you heard our guests talk about that exact spot of like, okay, I'm going to make this decision. Is there anything else, Andrew, that you would tell them as they're making this transition or considering this transition? Like, what are people supposed to do? Can they have their cake and eat it too? Or is it just a big jump? What would you tell them?
If you want something to pattern match for, it's the idea of capitalization, right? So capitalization is seeing something that's in front of you and knowing that we need to take advantage of that opportunity. To focus on, to do, it's just a matter of identifying what you should be capitalizing on. And so that was it. That was really it. It was a clear-eyed evaluation of, I can go back to my corporate gig, but now I know how much money people can make over here doing this thing that's, yes, higher risk, but it's much higher reward. Like the revenue was just so much greater doing the consulting stuff. And I loved it. I was like in my element as this like founding engineer at a startup. The only thing that was a dependency for whether I went back or I went forward, again, was the support of my wife. And I remember exactly where we were when Carly put it all together. And I'm giving her the lay of the land. And I'm like, you know, this doesn't have to be a thing. We're safe. I can go back. Like I can just go back to the company and get that job. And she stopped and she thought about it. And she said, you know, you could, but I kind of want to see what you can do.
Oh, I love that.
And even better than that, she said, you know, what's the worst that could happen? We could lose the house, but you'd still have me and you'd still have the kids.
Wow. Break it down, people. Like, what's the worst that can happen? Take your shot.
I think what it really signifies is um, the when you put the stakes that way, what it really represents is the incredible love and support we are receiving, whatever people's situations are. When somebody chooses to believe in you and support you, and it doesn't have to be your partner or your spouse, like it could be that friend that is investing in you, that they're willing to hear the stories, the ups and the downs of your entrepreneurship journey without sowing seeds of doubt or, kind of thinking in their head like, they'd be better off if they just had a job or whatever. When you identify that person who's willing to be your ride or die on your entrepreneurial journey, that has so much value.
Did Carly have a shift at some point in this process, Andrew?
I think it was, she could see that I was really, really good at what I was doing. Like that I had a real skill and a talent for the type of consulting that I was doing. That I was a good developer. I was a good architect. The things that I built had a tendency to be successful. And so I think her confidence level went up. And I think that comes back to the patience piece, right? Is building up your reputation or building up the confidence. You have to put your reps in. You have to do the work. You have to get your 10,000 hours or whatever. There's value in that process, right? And so I think there may be people listening today. I know tons of them exist because I have friends that are in the same situation where they have the idea, they have the plan, all of that. And there's a gap though between their ability to capitalize on it or pursue it. There's something that's holding them back. All kinds of things can be holding people back. But if the thing that is holding you back is your confidence that it's going to work, literally the only way that you can prove to yourself that it's going to work is get started. And there's so many versions of getting started. You got to pick the one that you can do, but you got to do something. The thing that will never work is doing nothing and just waiting. Nothing will ever change.
Yeah.
Okay, so break it down for us, Andrew. Carly looks at you. She says, I want to see what you can do. What do you do? What's next?
Yeah, so I continued working with that startup and we were successful. We grew revenue. We built a sales team. We launched market by market. We had new features, all of that stuff. It was really, really good. But the real opportunity to build my own product actually came from something that we experienced while we were growing that business that was not their core focus, but was clearly something that there was like a missing tool for this problem. And I won't get into all the weeds of it because it's actually it still affects people today. But what it was is we thought we're building this recurring revenue business. We've got people's credit cards on file. They're buying advertising from us. This is the easiest thing ever. We sell them the advertising. They'll be on a recurring thing. And then as long as we're providing value, sending them good stats, who's going to turn that off, right? Well, it turns out a lot of people are going to turn it off. Even though they didn't mean to, their credit cards, 10% of all of our credit cards every month that we had on file would churn because of expiration, fraud, reissued cards. And this whole world has changed now, but at the time, this was like a real problem. It wasn't easy to solve. The credit card processors weren't automatically updating cards. The industry had not caught up. And so I built a tool called Churn Buster.
So Churn Buster was what? A churn software that monitored people's churn rates and just helped them get back online faster?
That was basically it. So the way that the platform worked, it hooked up to their Stripe account, got the webhooks, and like just sent emails and scheduled phone calls. And then there were phone calls that went out to talk to the people that needed to update their payment information. That simple. But how many people, like think of how many businesses there are. And sure, many people have sales departments and things like that. But think of how many recurring revenue businesses don't have a sales team. Or even, in some cases, like administrative support. There were so many people that were so happy to pay for not just having emails go out reliably and a streamlined update process, but also having those phone calls. Yeah, so it worked.
What was the percentage of churn again? You said 10% though?
10% of every card we had on file every month.
Monthly.
Monthly.
Yeah, so that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like that's absolutely crazy to think about. So enter Churnbuster.
Enter Churnbuster. I basically identified, so I was spending a little bit of my consulting time solving this, charging an hourly rate for it, right? Solving this every month. And the bill, and what I realized was the more I focused on this, the better retention rates I could get. And so the software algorithm for like when you send emails and all of that, the more effort I put into it, the more they were retaining. But the reality was it wasn't the core of their business. And so what I proposed to the CEO of Borrowed and Blue was the name of the company, the startup. What I proposed was, hey, can I work on this independently? I will charge you, I think I said like $500 a month, which was way less than I was charging them as a consultant. Can I charge you $500 a month and I will have unbounded effort solving this problem? Spoiler, in the end, I've got people on the phones calling customers, like getting them to go online and update their credit card, to draw their attention to the emails we were sending. Like I went to the nth degree, right? Solving this problem. And they were only paying $500 a month. You can't beat it. It was a bargain for the CEO. But what I said to him is, I'm going to make all my money back by selling it to 100 other people. And at that point, I had other friends that were asking me like, hey, what's that thing that you're doing? And I even had one friend who said like, oh, you have that problem? I don't have that problem. And I was like, you definitely have this problem. And he's like, what do you mean?
Don't know it.
Yeah. And I was like, log into your Stripe account right now. And so we log into the Stripe account. And he has so much revenue that's not coming in, and it wasn't even on his radar. So that's when I knew I've got something, and the rest is history. That really was like my first foray into being a full-time consultant and bootstrapping a business on the side.
Far too many people are not having that conversation. Think, I got to go out and do this on my own. I got to go figure this out. Sometimes there's opportunity just, in between things, right? Like, go find it and have that conversation. Andrew, you're really good at that.
The most important thing is to do stuff. Like you got it, whatever stage you're at, figure out the next stage you want to be at and just start doing things that are in that direction. Doing stuff begets doing stuff. You don't always even know what the next step is. Start working in that direction and start a process of discovery. That is literally all it was. We were building businesses and we didn't know what problems we were going to run into. And then when we ran into the problem, we either solved them in that business, or in the case of Churnbuster, as a consultant, I realized that's my product opportunity.
We talk about risk and we talk about risk mitigation. When you go into this, are you calculating that and saying, okay, you had that fallback plan, but was there any other way that you're like, okay, I'm going to go do this, and I know if it doesn't work, I have this much of a leash I'm willing to go? You ever do that?
I don't know that at any point I was even in a situation where there could have been a downside.
You're just going net free, man. You're like, we're going to walk across this tightrope across the Grand Canyon. I got this.
Yeah, literally every step of the way, it was always very logical how I didn't have much to lose. Even though Carly said that like, very dramatic, like what's the worst that could happen? We could lose the house. The reality was that was never in the equation, right? Revenue was solid. Revenue was good. And revenue was the ultimate validator of every decision that we were making at each stage. I was never overinvested into something that wasn't going to provide a return. It was this process of land a client. It's literally the same thing for people that aren't familiar with what we teach people as part of the One Comma Club. The approach to One Comma Club is go get clients. Like find people that you can do this for. And that is how you know I need to become a rainmaker, because you've identified the opportunity and now you have to capitalize on it. So again, it's the capitalization thing. It's the same thing over and over and over. And so this was just doing stuff begets doing stuff. If you take action, you will then see more clearly, identify what was maybe once unknown, but now you know it. You may not know how, but you know that you have to figure out how, because you can see the opportunity. For me, it was that simple.
this is the pattern that you saw that nobody else was tackling. Like you're working in the business, you're seeing this happen over and over and over. So how did you validate this is the pattern I want to attack? Like, how did you actually make that decision?
I think if there was a pattern, it is take all cash offers. There was a band when I was growing up. They had a song called Taco.
Take the money.
Yeah.
Okay.
They yeah. So they're and it was this concept of like, hey, if somebody's offering you money, take it, right? Like that's it.
Figure out the rest later.
Revenue is the ultimate validator, Dante. So in this case, it was the fact that somebody was willing to pay for it. Somebody was willing to pay for this, like willing to do a value exchange. And if there's one of them, there's probably 100, right? Like it wasn't so proprietary or so specific a fix. I think that's the other thing that's valuable is consulting. You don't have to be abstract, but I think in products, you do have to be somewhat abstract. That's where pattern recognition is helpful because it helps you identify what level to build a product at so that it matches the problems of as many people as possible, that it appeals to as broad an audience as possible. That's important in products. The nice thing though about that's hard. The nice thing about consulting is you only need one customer or two customers or three customers. And you can ratchet up what you're charging based on the number of customers that you've got as you're providing more and more value, and the revenue is on tap. Like it's easier to build a consulting business for quick revenue than it is to build a product. And so, yeah, like and the reality is for most funnel builders, the right way, there are people obviously that have businesses that learn how to do funnel building to juice their business. Love that. But for most people that are trying to leverage the skill of funnel building, more people can learn funnel building and how to be a rainmaker for businesses than there are people who have products, who have been able to create a product that has product market fit. And so the real opportunity, in my opinion, is consulting. It's learning a skill, applying it within many, many different businesses. But the beautiful thing when you serve many, many businesses is you start learning how to think abstractly. Because one of them is like a lawn care business, one of them is drywall, another one is HVAC, right? But you start to see the commonalities between the different businesses, and then you identify the real opportunities, how you can create something for all of them. So you start by making money, and you're basically doing customer development as you go, and then at some point you identify, I got a product that'll work for all of them. And then guess what? You want to know if anybody will pay you for it? Well, you've got an entire clientele that you can go and be like, hey, pay me a $500 retainer for this, pay me a $500 retainer for this. And then you really know that you've got a product, and now you've got recurring revenue, you've got continuity, all of that. So,
okay, so you sold Churnbuster. That was fantastic and amazing, but I don't really know you from Churnbuster. I actually, in all the research, I had to like go deep on Churnbuster and your earlier years. I know you from Bullet Train. So how did we get from Churnbuster to Bullet Train?
Yeah, that's right. So after about 2 years of running Churnbuster, we raised a round at Borrowed and Blue. So the founders of that business were basically at that point transitioning from bootstrapping to raising capital. And it wasn't, it's kind of like a complicated situation, but ultimately the decision that I made at the time was to sell Churnbuster. Around that time, we moved to California. When I sold Churnbuster, I had the opportunity to invest in the resulting company, right? So you do the asset purchase agreement, it goes into a new corporation, and they themselves were actually raising like a friends and family round. And so they said, hey, we would be happy to have you as an investor. I can't get in, it's a funny story. I can't get into the specifics of it, but the value of that investment, first of all, I'll just say it was a good investment for Carly and I. Like financially, it was a good move. Even though you wouldn't have thought it necessarily on paper, the people that I sold that business to were incredible operators. That's all I'll say. The other big thing that came out of selling Churnbuster was a sabbatical that my wife and I took, moving to Japan for 6 months, living in Tokyo. And that was a life-changing experience for us. I didn't work. I actually departed Borrowed and Blue. I invested a significant portion of my equity there, and I had a really good position. I basically had more equity in that business than every other employee combined. Like their entire employee pool was, it was good. It was a good spot. And but the point was, I was ready for a sabbatical. I don't know that I would actually recommend anybody at the 10-year mark in their career. I don't know that that's the right time to take your foot off the gas, but it was for Carly and I. And so we went to Japan. We did some work with our church. We hosted a ton of people, like over 50 people in the time that we were over there. We loved that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, all of that. And so that we got a sabbatical out of it. And then we came back to California, and it was time to get back to work. And that was where Bullet Train came from, which is how you know me.
What did Bullet Train come from, like the name of it, from you actually riding bullet trains in Japan?
Oh, 100%. That was definitely the
Really?
inspiration. Well, yeah, you consider that the programming language that I used was Ruby, and in Ruby, the development framework is Rails, right? There's the same one that Todd
Ruby on
used,
Rails.
Ruby and Rails. So, or Clickfunnels was built with Ruby on Rails. And so for me, the idea of Bullet Train was, let's make product development even faster than Rails.
What's the fastest thing on Rails?
Yeah, a bullet train.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm not going to lie. I was going to call it Shinkansen, but a friend of mine, Patrick McKenzie, was out at lunch one day, and he speaks fluent Japanese. I don't. I speak like entry level, like can get around Japan. Dante, you and I have been in Japan together.
You're very modest. You're much better at speaking Japanese than that. I was just there with you. You're much better.
So I have friends that would refute that, the ones who have put in the 20-year effort. But and we were out at lunch one day, and Patrick said, like, hey, I know you're thinking of calling this thing Shinkansen. I told him the idea, and he's like, yeah, it's a good idea. But may I make a suggestion? I know what Shinkansen is. You know what Shinkansen is. May I suggest you call it Bullet Train? And as soon as he said it, I was like, oh, that's it. That's the name. So yeah, and the rest is history.
Does Shinkansen, does that mean bullet train?
Yeah, that's like the Shinkansen is what you take when you're on a trip to Japan. It's called the Shinkansen, but it is, and it says that on the signs and stuff like that. But everybody knows. Everybody knows. It's a bullet train.
It's a bullet train.
Yeah.
This is a big thing in branding, though, like, period. I don't want to go off the rails too much, but Jen and I went to this Korean restaurant, and literally, if you're in Utah, you don't even know what I'm talking about. Maybe not. This guy called this Korean restaurant Popeyes, and then we were talking to the owner, and he's like, yeah, it's this character that everybody knows. I'm like, I told him straight up, I said, may I give you some feedback? I said, nobody's kids knows who Popeye the Sailor Man is, and they'll also think this is a fish and chips joint. Like, you need to call this, and it was pot pies. He thought he was so funny. He's like, no, get it? Popeye, pot pie. I'm like, no, I get it, but nobody else does. Like, you want to nail this, call it like K-pop pie or something. But I think it's funny because we get in our heads like this, Andrew. The reason I say that is we get in our heads and we think, oh, this is such a great idea, but collectively asking and like polling some people too to get idea, because when I listen to Bullet Train, the idea, it is genius on so many levels. And I think that's how you got connected with Todd. Is that right? Is through Bullet Train?
100%. So this is...
If you called it the other thing, do you think you would have gotten connected with Todd as much?
I don't know if it would have gotten the same
Who knows?
Sort of audience. You know what? Actually,
Yeah.
I will say this. I probably would have connected with Todd, but it may not have been as successful a business, and I may not have been in the position to capitalize on the opportunity that Todd presented me with if it hadn't had the sort of like great branding, and it was really well received. So for people listening, the core concept of Bullet Train as a product was a starter kit for people to build SaaS businesses, right? Businesses like Clickfunnels and other software as a service products. It was like this accelerator for people building those. Todd would have still found out about it because Todd is incredible at leverage. He is incredible at identifying what the things are that are out there that can accelerate an effort and capitalizing on them. It happens over and over and over and over in our business. He's like rare, like he's proficient at that, or he's adept at that in a way that is pretty rare in our industry. So I build Bullet Train, and it's not like a home run business. It's a great product that has great reception in a pretty small market. It is specifically for Ruby on Rails developers. If it had been a generalized tool or something like that, and there were some people that took that angle and I think had more traction and more success, being more technology agnostic, but I just didn't conceptualize that right.
It was niche.
It was niche in a way that meant that it was never going to be a main thing, but you know what it was good for? It was an incredible lead generator for development contracts, because the people who are looking for something like Bullet Train are people who have a new idea. They're trying to launch a new product, and oftentimes they need help to build it. And so if I built the tool that can accelerate your development, save you all this money, and I'm the person who knows it better than anybody, and the team of people that are building this product are available to you on contract, then you're going to take that deal. And so we had contract work on tap. I worked on some incredible stuff because of Bullet Train. I learned a lot, everything from like small startups to huge government contracts that I got to be a part of as a result of the work that I was doing on Bullet Train, because that was the tool that was being utilized. Great partnership opportunities, all of that. But the real, like that's a whole thing in and of itself. The real culmination of that story was when Todd picked up Bullet Train and used it in a partnership that he and Russell had to build a product with some other partners and launch it. And they built the thing in 6 weeks. So that's a business that still exists to this day, that they had contributed to growing, building, launching. And when Todd's done on that project that they finished in 6 weeks, he reaches out to me and says, I have an idea for ClickFunnels that's like the biggest thing we've ever done. And I think Bullet Train is the right tool for the job. Do you know anybody that can help? And we get on a phone call, and the end of the story is like Todd basically makes us an offer I cannot refuse. And over it starts as like a consulting, mentoring the team, things like that, and being involved in the development of ClickFunnels 2.0. And it ends up growing into like an all day, every day, everybody on the team is effectively focused on the development and the growth of ClickFunnels 2.0.
Okay, I mean, an offer that you can't refuse is one thing, but I also recognize throughout your entire career, you're seeing opportunity and you're recognizing these patterns throughout. Is that something that you use the same filter and the same lens as you were like, okay, I'm talking with Todd. I see this as another new opportunity, because I've just seen this over and over as we go. Was that similar? Did that also play into it on top of like, hey, it makes sense financially?
It was definitely more than just this makes sense financially. It was really the true scope of the opportunity that was ahead of us, that we're still capitalizing on to this day, right? Like I'm still here. I have only taken on more and more responsibility in ClickFunnels as a company in my partnership with Todd and Russell. The opportunity was so big that I literally left another partnership. I bowed out of another partnership in GovTech that had been part of the work that I was doing on Bullet Train, left it to a friend of mine actually to take over my part in that company as their CTO, to pursue what we had the opportunity to build with ClickFunnels.
But we're talking about this pattern recognition over and over and over. What was it specifically about ClickFunnels that you were like, oh my gosh, this is it? And how did that play into that decision?
Yeah. So the financial piece is, I mean, that's just business, right? Like you have clients and whatever. It was ClickFunnels as a business. I already had some exposure to ClickFunnels because Jamie Smith, a creator of CF Pro Tools, had used Bullet Train for CF Pro Tools. right? So I already kind of knew, and I knew that ClickFunnels was using Bullet Train in some capacity. It was like a skunkworks project. I didn't know what the project was, but I knew that they were using it. So ClickFunnels was on my radar. I think when evaluating the opportunity, the thing that is so special about ClickFunnels as a business is it isn't just a software company. It is a software platform that has incredible teaching and education, events, community, and frankly, scale, right? Like already a huge, at that point, already a huge established audience. And we were looking to do something totally new, like completely new vision, all of that. So you put all of that together. And to me, that makes for a really, really special business. And that is something that when you're talking about pattern recognition, when people are thinking about the business that they want to build, I think it has got to be more than just a product, right? If you have just a product, that's not going to make for a great funnel, right? Like if you have just a product, then it's just it's whoever sells that thing, it's a commodity, whoever sells it the cheapest.
Yeah.
It is about
We
building.
got to decommoditize that.
You have to decommoditize. And decommoditization looks like being an authority or an expert in the sphere of thing where you have a product. You need a product because you need to make money, or a service, right? Product or service. But being an expert, what's your proven process? What's the thing that you have that, like, if people give you money, you can guarantee a result? So people have to ask themselves, like, what is it? You know, at ClickFunnels, this sounds crazy because we've been doing funnels for so long. It's still funnels. It's still funnels. After all these years, there are still people out there that do not understand a funnel, like on the internet, as a way of turning visitors into customers and maximizing revenue, LTV, increasing your ability to spend on ads, all of that stuff. We run into people, and I don't just mean like beginners on the internet that are signing up for ClickFunnels, you know, prospectively. I'm talking about people that I meet in business that still don't know how to run ads profitably and all of this stuff. So there's a proven process. But even more than that, it's about the community and the events and all of, you go back to the very beginning for me. And it is, do you pursue entrepreneurship or don't you? I talked about Carly as she was somebody who supported me in entrepreneurship. Man, there were so many people along the way that were giving us the side eye, or when you're catching up about work, that they were insinuating that somehow it would be easier if we just went and got a job or something like that, right? There's so much of that. And so having not only a tool where people without the help of a developer can pursue entrepreneurship online, right, on the internet, help other entrepreneurs be more successful, right? That's funnels, right? And that's what we do with the Funnel Builder certification program, teaching people how to help other entrepreneurs be more successful. Being a bootstrapped business ourselves, so leading by example in that way, providing a community and events like FHL, where everybody can get together with their tribe. There is not a single person there that is not going to support you in your entrepreneurial journey because they're on the journey with you. That is such an incredibly special thing. And so even in the early days, before I was in as deep as I'm in now, it was obvious to me that this was something special. And not only was it itself special, but it resonated with who I was as a person, having been an entrepreneur myself. And Bullet Train, I built Bullet Train to help other people pursue entrepreneurship. That was the idea. And the perfect culmination of that was for Bullet Train to be used to build a platform that helps way more people, not just developers, but everybody. Every type of business in every industry can benefit from funnels. And so, yeah, it was just the perfect sort of conclusion to the bullet train story.
You make 2 points here that I think I want to dive into a little bit more. And Dante built on this too. One thing is you bring up Funnel Hacking Live. I think the whole internet right now is like, wait a minute. I thought that was over. They left the shoes on the stage, like retired, and we're 18 months after the final FHL and coming out of retirement. I think AI may be playing a part in that. Like Russell's kind of alluded to that as well. Like everything is happening so fast. And even Todd brought all of your developers together at the beginning of the year because things are happening so darn fast. So one, I want you to talk maybe about why FHL again too. And then I want to dive in just briefly on, once again, where's the puck going and your ideas about AI. And maybe you combine those answers together. I don't know. Like that's why we're doing FHL. I don't know. But riff on that for a second. I'm just curious, why are we bringing in FHL, and talk to me about AI?
Yeah, I mean, first with FHL, when Russell at the end of FHL as we knew it, he really said, this isn't the end. This is the last FHL in this format. So there's something coming and it's going to be different. It'll have some similar feel. Like there's something about
it. He needed a little bit of space, right? Just like you did in Japan. I was just thinking about that. Like sometimes entrepreneurs need this space to figure out what's next.
They had done it for 10 years and grown it and grown it and grown it bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, I think actually, I don't know that any of us knew that we would come back to it so quickly, but
sure,
being able to identify that like, hey, this has probably reached a local maxima. Actually, that's a super valuable concept. If people aren't familiar with it, go look it up. But the idea that this is the best that it can be in this scope. But then sometimes when you step back from it, you can see the much bigger picture. And so I think with FHL, it's twofold. It's having identified what some of the core pieces of what was so valuable about FHL and making sure that we don't lose that. Right. So this is a smaller event. This is more intimate. And I love that because it's accessible to everybody. Anybody can come, but it's smaller. So what does that mean? It means you're going to have the people that are running 9-figure businesses there, along with the people who are still wondering, maybe their step is coming to the event to see what's up and see who's there and see who they connect with. Right. So, all of those people in one room, and then you reduce the room size. That's magic. I love that. That gives me goosebumps. So that's one. And then two is definitely what's the theme of the entire event? It's AI. AI is the thing that has changed everything. And you've got people that are anti, you've got people who are scared, and then you've got people like us who are just pumped, could not be more excited.
We're out there with our surfboards ready to ride this wave.
Oh yeah.
It already riding it. We set, so you hinted at it. Todd brought the whole team together in Georgia to the Clickfunnels sort of software headquarters, so to speak, and got everybody together, flew people in from all over the world to get the team together and really kick off on a AI journey together. And what it was like this time last year. So we did the big launch in Japan, which was this is last year, heavily facilitated by AI. The translation was up to snuff. Like the translation was incredible. The tooling, I literally built the tool that we use to translate all of the software, and it was vibe coded. I didn't write a single line of code. You can go look it up. It's called Honyaku. Is the name of the Honyaku. It's Japanese for translation. And it's this little Ruby gem that we created that facilitated the translation of ClickFunnels, which started with one developer. And by the time we were done, 32 people were like involved in the effort to get this ready for launch. And then we launched it in Japan. Big event. It was awesome. Absolutely amazing. Dante and I were there together.
It was incredible.
It was so cool. But the point was that was facilitated by last year's AI. And then the models that came out in like November and December, we did so much experimentation last year. Todd was on a deep dive. And then when the models dropped in Q4 of 2025, that was when it was very clear, like, this is happening. It's a complete reinvention of how we develop software. And so Todd had the foresight to pull the team together and get everybody on the same page and make sure that, don't be anti and don't be scared. Let's attack this problem together in unison and with full force. And they set a goal. This is the craziest statistic to me. They set a goal that by the end of the year, 95% of our code would be written with the assistance of AI. By the end of the year, it was like 95% of all code written or whatever. I forget what the exact description was, but we came back at the end of January, the first month of the first quarter of the year, and we had hit that target.
Holy cow.
It's unbelievable. I am so proud, blown away. We have a staff member. He's the chief of staff now, but he started at Clickfunnels as my executive assistant. He's shipping full apps that help with the operation of our business. Like, it's in HR, it's in finance, it's in engineering, product, revenue. Everybody is using AI, and not just using AI like a search engine like ChatGPT or whatever. Our senior director of marketing is using Claude Code. Has no developer background at all. Shout out to you, Jesse. It's incredible. It's awesome.
I mean, once again, this pattern recognition, and I'm thankful for leadership that's doing that. I mean, we've seen this over and over. Like, you recognize where things are going and the timeline and so on, and how quickly we have to move. You mentioned, getting to that goal within the first month. Are we going to be sharing more of that type of stuff at Funnel Hacking Live AI, or like, you want to tease anything that's up and coming? And now I know you probably won't, but I got to ask, like, what can you share with us?
You have to be at the event. So if anybody's listening, right? Like, if you got to this point in the episode, like, if you're listening this long, please come to FHL AI, be there in Vegas, come meet me, because you now know me, which is kind of cool. Sort of a side effect of, trying to pull out, hopefully, like, just little things that people can connect with in their entrepreneurial journey. But to give you a little bit of background and a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, like Chris said, on what's happening internally and who is operating internally behind the scenes at ClickFunnels. So we'll have more people. I think we got so many incredible people on staff that can hang and really deliver incredible value to the people that choose to show up and listen. Be at the event. Chris, man, they don't have to wait that long.
Yeah, well, FHL is September 21st through 23rd in Las Vegas. funnelhackinglive.com. There's still seats available. You guys know how this goes too. The earlier you get the better seats. And then, man, when there's like a month to go, these things are going to be gone. Like, it's going to be crazy. But it's one of my favorite events too. My gosh, Andrew, Dante, you guys have seen this. Like, how many people go to that event and then they come back and tell their story? Maybe they're on ClickFunnels Radio at some point and they're like, usually that story and that transition point was a Funnel Hacking Live. Like, Dante's told it. I've told it. It's amazing. Dante, anything else you've got before we wrap?
I don't think so. As always, Andrew answered so many of my questions. Man, I appreciate you coming on and being honest and vulnerable with us about your story and the transitions and all the different things that you've gone on. I find myself reflecting on my own story, and I find a lot of parallels. And this is super valuable to me, if I'm going to be selfish for a second. But if it's helpful to me, I think it's going to be really helpful to all of our listeners. So thank you for coming in and sharing all that.
I want to thank both of you guys. People don't see it, but I see it. The effort that you put in, the amount of pre-work and everything that you put into making this the best podcast that it can be, knowing that, yeah, for those of us who are on it, I mean, it's really about the people who are listening that are, that can benefit from these narratives, benefit from the anecdotes, benefit from the stories, so that it will help them take the next step. I know that's why we do what we do. So I want to thank both you, Chris and Dante. Thanks for doing this. We appreciate it so much.
We appreciate your support. Thanks so much, Andrew.
See ya.
See you guys.
All right, another amazing interview here tonight.
I want you to watch something. This is a candidate running for the U.S. Senate in Texas who's looking straight into the camera. He's speaking clearly.
All right, we're about to go into that next video, and I'm gonna, we're gonna pause that one. That one is one of the secret videos that we are going to watch for our next watch party. But before we do that, I'm ready to reveal some prizes. Look what I've got. I've got some prizes here. Let me see here. I'm going to announce the prizes for our people that are signing up using the referral link right there. You want to get in, make sure that you are registered because this is part of the prize. Let's get this going. There it is right there. Secure your seat at the 5-day free AI Secrets Challenge. What's up, family? What's up? I see you out there watching me. Make sure to give a hashtag where you're watching from. If you've watched this far into this watch party, then make yourself known. Comment down below. You'll see here right on the screen down there is April 27th through May the 1st, 2026. I am so grateful. And let me just bring up some of the bonuses here on the screen so we can talk about some of the bonuses that are going to be available for those that will be signing up using the link that I have there. Man, you know what? I just need some help actually with this thing here. It's been fun. It's been can you see that there? All right, hold on. Let me try and fix that a little bit more. So maybe it's a little more evident. Nah, probably not there. Hold on. Yep. Okay. So, all right. So we'll hope to actually be able to read this here. Maybe it's not as, hold on, let me maximize that. And I'm going to go off the screen here. And then I'm going to read this. Man, should I talk about the episode first or should I read our bonuses first? Tell me either one or two down in the comments. Okay. What we'll do is we'll talk about it first. Earl Richardson, thanks for your comments, brother. Thanks for your comments. I love this too. Thank you for watching. We've got 2 more videos. I said 1, but I've got 2 more. And these are going to go pretty fast. The first video was almost 3 hours straight with Todd Dickerson. That one went long, but really great information. And this past one was with Andrew Culver. Andrew Culver might not be a familiar name to a lot of people out there because he is not always forward-facing in the ClickFunnels world, in the ClickFunnels community, or even on stage. I believe he was on stage at the last Funnel Hacking Live last year when he came on stage with then Chief Operating Officer, I think it was Kevin, and they did an announcement about OfferLab, and he had been working on OfferLab. But since that time, he has really stepped out and become a major figure and a major person at ClickFunnels. I have to say that I have been just kind of grateful, privileged, because full disclosure, I am a ClickFunnels ambassador. And I have been invited to some pretty exclusive meetings, some pretty exclusive behind the scene conversations with a lot of the ClickFunnels team. I'm super, I do love the company. I think that's probably evident. I don't know. I probably won't have to tell you that, but and not only that, but just the fact that, you know, the company is just a great company. And I think that Andrew really talked about that in this video, that he talked about this is not just a software company, but it's also education and community. And I'm going to read some of the comments that came in during his while we were playing his interview. And it was about ClickFunnels not just being a software company, but it being education and community. And he also talked about business needing to be more than just a product, and not a single person in ClickFunnels that's not going to support the other entrepreneurs, because they're all on the same journey, and every business can benefit from a funnel. And then he started to get on a little bit later about how when the models dropped at the end of 2024, that's when it was a real game changer, because they set out a goal to reach by the end of the year. And with AI, they reached that goal within a month. And that is what's amazing. And that's what I think people need to understand, because I don't think that people are recognizing the efficiencies that AI is providing. And it's not that we want AI to take over. It's not that AI is going to be this evil thing that just takes everybody's jobs. But what I will say, and what I do believe, is that we cannot ignore it. We cannot ignore the fact that these models are growing, companies are using them. And at this time, I think I made a post recently about, we can either watch these things grow around us, or we can we can watch these things around us outgrow us, or we can grow with them. So it's not about giving into AI, but it's about learning what AI can do and learning how we could use AI in our business. And that's exactly what this challenge is going to share. That's exactly what Todd and Russell are going to share. And we heard even more from Andrew about how to bootstrap a company from scratch. And I love how Andrew also talked about the quality of people that ClickFunnels attracts. It's just a great group of people, a great community of entrepreneurs. And he also talked about that silent killer in the entrepreneur world, which is the insinuation of others around you that don't understand the journey that you are on. And he even talked about it too. But oh my gosh, when he said that his spouse told him to go for it, and at first she was like, do not be an entrepreneur. But when the opportunity came, she told him to go for it. And she said, what's the worst that could happen? You could lose your job. We could lose our house, but you still have me and you still have the kids. That is support right there. That is support. And that is the type of support that is support that will push you. That's the kind of support that the entrepreneurs need. And that's the kind of support that you can find inside of the ClickFunnels community, because it's silent. It's silent. People may not come out just say, I don't support you, or I don't want you to succeed, but you can feel it. And I believe that is the reason why it is the way it is. And look at that. I just refreshed my figures, and we got another sign up. We got another opt-in for the challenge. That is awesome. We also got another trial start, and We're up to multiple second tier referrals. I can't tell you how much that I am so excited. I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for you to take that step. I'm excited for you to take that step, and I'm excited for you to come on and learn these new strategies. I'm excited for you to come on and I'm excited that you've taken this, that you're taking this journey. I'm excited that you'll be there with us tomorrow. I'm excited that, you know, this could be the thing that gives you the spark in 2026. And I'm excited about that. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for commenting. I am forever, ever grateful. And I'm going to get to the bonus items that I've got when you register using the link right here and you secure your seat to the 5-day AI Secrets Challenge. It goes live. Look down there, right down there. Right down there, it says April 27th through May the 1st, 2026. Be there. Do it now. Hit that link. Scan that QR code. Don't wait until the last minute. I think there's always a last minute push because people have a tendency to wait until the last minute to sign up and get registered. Register now. Get it out of the way before the business of life gets in the way. If you don't have time, you can sign up for VIP, which is absolutely free, and you will get access to the replays. And that reminds me to go over the bonuses that we will be having for those that are signing up using my registration link. All right, here we go. This is everything you get for signing up as a Mental Marketer VIP, which you'll be getting an email for our daily VIP post sessions that we're calling it Friends, Fun, and Funnels, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, daily live implementation, Q&As, biggest takeaways, simple action steps to take, special guests, except Wednesday, because that's when we will be doing our show, Pitch Practice, the show. Don't forget to tune in Wednesday. We will probably have a conversation about the challenge as we're going through it during the week because Brandon and I will both be going through it. And when you sign up, you'll have a bonus, which is full access to the recordings, which includes this recording, which we're almost at 5 hours. I've been going live for 5 hours. I think this is the longest I've ever gone online, but I love it. I love it. I love it. And not only do you get the recordings, but you'll get access to the transcript of the recordings and thank goodness for AI, because it's going to provide a summary of all of the videos that I've played tonight. You're going to get a summary of all of these amazing interviews and plus 2 more videos that we still have to show tonight. Now, these next 2 videos, they're running about 15 to 20 minutes, so they won't be as long as the first 2 because we're actually about to wind down this evening, but they will be just as valuable. And you'll get the access to the recordings because we all know that on Facebook, this recording will expire in 30 days. It will no longer be available. So click that, scan that QR code, go to the website, thementalmarketer.com/secrets AI challenge. Few more of you have already done that. And I'm excited for you to get started. And I'm excited for us to start this challenge this week. The next bonus, you'll be getting my Ultimate Master Custom GPT bundle with prompts, where you'll be able to unlock the full marketing power of all the greatest marketers: Russell Brunson, Alex Hormozy, Grant Cardone, Gary Vaynerchuk, Dan Kennedy, and more. I attended the Offer Lab launch and I was given access to these custom GPTs that are custom loaded, their brains with the same brain that you would have if you were these marketers, and 1,000 prompts. So what is it with these master custom GPTs? With the prompts, because prompts alone, you know that there is garbage in and garbage out, and the quality of the prompt will determine the quality of the output with these AIs, with the AIs, whether it's Chat GPT, Claude, Perplexity, and one of my new favorites now, and I think Todd even mentioned it, was Manus AI. If you want 500 credits to if you want 500 extra credits to Manus AI, make sure you join us, because I'll be giving you my AI tool stack that's going to give you those bonus credits for you to use as you're creating images. But when it comes to custom GPTs and prompts, a quality prompt with a quality GPT is going to give you the best output. And I think, I think there's been a movement lately of people that are moving away from Chat GPT. I just say it, it's true. It's been on, it's been all around. People are moving over because they feel as though the custom that Chat GPT is too general. It hallucinates. It doesn't bring the best results. And that's because it is general. So if you put a general prompt into a general Chat GPT, you're going to get general AI slop. That's what you're going to get. I've had interviews with some well-known marketers in the industry, and AI slop is real. Don't use AI slop. Get my Ultimate Master Custom GPT bundle with the right prompts and increase the quality of your prompts 100x. Just sign up, register at the link, and you'll get a copy. You'll also get my Ultimate DM strategy, which is how to start conversations naturally and create instant connections in the DMs without being cheesy or creepy. Shift the narrative instantly with this notebook and Notebook LM, with your best opening lines, your best opening hooks and responses. I have been a master communicator, a master relationship person in real life. I can step into a room and make friends with anyone. I've been recognized for it. I've been invited on podcasts to talk about that. I was actually, here's a plug, shameless plug for myself. Of course, I'm going to toot my horn. Why not? If no one else is going to do it, I'm going to toot my horn. And I want to let you know that you should be tooting your horn too, just to put that out there. I think some people don't actually pay attention to the things that they have accomplished. But yes, I was on ClickFunnels Radio, episode 798. You can take a look at it on wherever you watch your podcasts. And on there, the title of my episode was my interview strategy that has helped me to grow my audience. I understand how to communicate with someone and make them feel comfortable. And I always keep, even on this live, this live that I'm doing right now, I'm just myself. And that's what you're going to get. And that's the best way to be. And that's what I've done with this new Ultimate DM strategy, is how to start conversations naturally. Be your natural person, and others will gravitate towards you. So I share some of my absolute best strategies that I've put into a Notebook LM. And if you know Notebook LM is an AI tool from Google, and you can actually, it's great for research. It's great for compiling information and using it and you can input questions to this, and it will help you to become a master communicator in your DMs to close. Next bonus is the 27-page Boise Mastermind summary. Now, this 27-page report is a full summary of a weekend mastermind event hosted by Russell Brunson and Todd Dickerson, the co-founders of Clickfunnels. The event featured powerful presentations from thought leaders across multiple disciplines, all centered around one central theme, which is how AI is fundamentally reshaping the way we build businesses, create content, and grow audiences in 2026. I believe this mastermind was sort of the kickoff point for Russell and Todd to really start spreading their message to entrepreneurs that AI is real and AI should be managed. I'll say it should be managed. It should not be ignored, but it should be recognized. And you should. And then when he, that whole 800-day warning, he recognized it. And I think if you listen to the podcast that we saw with him and his wife, and his wife said that, look, we care about our employees and we don't want to see this happen to them. So we have instructed them, here's how we can have a roadmap, a plan so that AI doesn't replace you. And that is to learn to use these tools, and especially in the world of coding. And that is the 27-page Boise Mastermind, and where Todd actually talks about those strategies. He talks about his 3 levels of AI usage. He talks about going away from the 80-20 principle to the 10-80-10 principle when it comes to instructing the AI. He talks about how he is currently using he's currently vibe coding and almost 100% using AI to code these softwares. That is in there. And then Russell also talks about his new VSL Empire, which he's been using to create these viral videos on YouTube. And that's 2 of our next videos. We're going to take a look at this new concept of his viral videos that he's been creating using a new VSL template. And he says that it's been one of his highest converting videos to date. And then these are upgrade bonuses. When you upgrade to OTO, these are very special because you're going to get a couple of my favorite things to do is listening to audio books, and you'll get an Audible audio download package, including the audio book called No Thanks, No Thanks, I'm Just Looking. These are sales techniques for turning shoppers into buyers by Harry Friedman. This book is a salesperson's dictionary. If you are always chasing customers, if you are always getting no's in the DM and you want to know how to handle, this is a must-have book, and you'll be getting it as an audio download for Audible. Listen at your leisure and watch your ability to turn no's around change overnight. You'll also get Day Trading Attention by Gary Vaynerchuk. You know that I am a social media guy. You'll look at my social media and I am posting constantly. You found me because of a post on social media, no doubt. And I've probably been in your feed more than you care to see me. And guess what? So what? You're going to see me more until you hear and listen to what I'm saying. No, just kidding. I appreciate you all for watching me, but I think this book is one of the most underrated books about social media marketing and branding out there. And I think a lot of people don't pay attention to it because of the name. And it says Day Trading Attention. And a lot of people think this book is about day trading. And they'll say, I'm not a day trader. Well, you are a day trader. but you're day trading attention, and attention is the new currency. Attention is a currency. And that's what that book is about. Very good, by Gary Vaynerchuk. If you don't mind a little bit of profanity, and then it also comes with an accompanying PDF, upgrade to the OTO, and you'll get that audio book. And then the next one, you're going to get 2 other audio books straight from Audible, which is going to be Atomic Habits by James Clear, the ultimate book that will take you from understanding that it's not where you are today, but it's more about where you are going. Where you are going, your current direction is more important than where you are today. And when you start to understand that where you are today is a result of your actions, then you can start to put the wind behind your sails and guide your direction. Next one is The Guide to Going Viral by Brendan Kane. That audiobook will be sent directly to your email. And that is, Brendan Kane is a genius when it comes to understanding patterns of going viral. And that is a great read. And then lastly, we've got a book package. And for this book package, I'm going to read it. 10X is Easier Than 2X by Dan Sullivan and Dr. Benjamin Hardy. Just Giver by Tim Shields. Challenge Secrets by Pedro Adao. 7 Steps to Turning Your Instagram. But one thing about this bonus is that you must be a United States resident. I'm sorry. Yeah, you have to be a United States resident. I tried that before, shipping overseas, and that just does not work because it's unbelievably expensive. But I want to show you firsthand what you will be getting in that package. What's up? I see you watching. Give me a hashtag down in the comments. Hope you're signed up, register. The challenge is going live in probably less than 12 hours now. What time is it now? Let's see here. Not quite 12 hours, a little bit longer than 12 hours. I'm probably going to be going at least another 45 minutes. We've got 2 more videos to watch. So if you've come in right now, we've watched our first 2 interviews with Todd Dickerson and his wife. And then we watched the video with Andrew Culver, the president of Clickfunnels. And now we're going to watch 2 more videos. And if you're wondering what those videos are 2 videos that Russell Brunson has created using his new VSL Empire that have been going viral. And I just really want you to watch these videos and understand what's going on behind these videos, behind the scenes in these videos, and how they are being crafted. And then let me just go over, because I've got this physical book. I'm gonna do one of those. I'm gonna do one of those webinars one day where I'm gonna pull the sticky note off and say, that's a dream of mine to do it. I've never done it before. I've seen them do it before, but when I do it, I want you to be there. Okay. These are one of the books, my man, Neo. You're gonna get a book from Neo Davis from me, Nehemiah. He's a great guy. Met him at Funnel Hacking Live several times. He's a great guy. You're going to get this book right here from the challenge guy himself. You ever want to run a challenge funnel, you will get this book where Pedro breaks down the only funnel that you need. Challenge funnels are back. Challenge funnels are back. This challenge is another challenge that we're going through tomorrow. So they are back. Believe me. And if you want a challenge funnel to go with that, I've got you. Just Giver. You know what I would say about Tim Shields? I've seen him. You'll see some pictures of me with him at Funnel Hacking Live too. Tim Shields is a great guy, and he calls it dramatic demonstrations, but I think he is a great webinar. His webinar and he also has a little tool that he gave away called an AI webinar builder. You'll get this book. I talked to him at Funnel Hacking Live last year, and I actually used one of his scripts to create a video once, and that video did well. And then you'll also be getting Dan Sullivan and Benjamin Hardy. 10x is easier than 2x. I remember we did that book in a book club one time. And then finally, I've got a prize for you. You will win this. What is this? I will be sending you these cold, hard $100 fan. Woo! Yes, it's a fan. Yes. I will send this to you as well. I bet you thought it was some money, didn't you? I bet you thought it was money. I got this fan. I got this fan. Okay, so I'm down here in San Antonio, and I think we went down there I went down close to the border, and we went inside this little shop, and they had these fans with these $100 bills. And I said, wow, look at that. That is so cool. Of course, they are not real, but you get this too. You get this too. You see, they're fans. They just look like $100 bills. But you know what? Whew, I'm gonna fan myself here. Cool. All right. So now those are the prizes. Register now. I appreciate you using the link. You don't want to miss this challenge. We will be going all week, so the excitement is going to be off the roof. It's going to be off the roof. And just a little more information in case you forgot, a recap of everything that you get when you go to the page to sign up. You will get
I want you to watch something. This is a candidate running for the U.S. Senate in Texas and is looking straight into the camera. He's speaking clearly, he's reading from things he posted on social media years ago, and it looks completely real.
Oh, I remember this one. Radicalized white men are the greatest domestic terrorist threat in our country.
But that man never filmed that video. He never sat in that chair, he never said those words. The entire thing was created by artificial intelligence. It's a deep fake, and it ran as an actual political ad to millions of voters. And in a tiny little text in the corner, so small you're probably gonna miss it, it says AI generated. And that's just one. In Georgia, they deepfaked a sitting US senator saying things he never said. The White House is also putting out AI generated content to promote the Iran war. 1 in 4 Americans have now received a phone call where AI cloned a family member's voice trying to steal their money. And Elon Musk's AI was generating over 6,700 fake sexual images of real people every single hour, including minors. This is not science fiction. This is happening right now. And the propaganda technique behind all of it was predicted over 60 years ago by a man that almost nobody has ever heard of. His name is Jacques Ellul, and what he wrote in 1962 is so terrifyingly accurate about what's happening today. It's going to change how you look at every ad, every video, and every piece of content you see online, including mine. This is the propaganda playbook, where I take the biggest stories in the news and decode the propaganda techniques that are hidden inside of them. And then I show you how to use the ethical versions of those same techniques to grow your business. So with that said, let's get right into it. Okay, so let me walk you through what's actually happening right now. Because most people have seen 1 or 2 headlines about this, but when you stack all of it together, it paints a picture that is way bigger than any single story. Example number 1, the Tellerico deepfake.
Terrorist threat.
So the ad I just showed you, that was created by the National Republican Senatorial Committee. They made an 85-second deepfake of a guy named James Tellerico. He's the Democratic nominee for the Senate in Texas. And in the video, this AI version of Tellerico is reading from the real tweets he posted years ago. But here's the thing, the AI also has him saying things that he never actually said. It had him adding commentary like, oh, this one is so touching, and oh, I love this one too. Stuff that the real Tellerico never said. They put words into his mouth that he never spoke. And the only disclosure, the words AI generated in the tiniest font you've ever seen at the bottom right corner for about 3 seconds. And a peer-reviewed study found that most people cannot tell the difference between a deepfake video and a real one. And this is the part that matters. Their opinions actually change based on what they see, even when it's completely fabricated. Example number 2, both sides are doing this. And before anyone says that this is just one party, it's not. In Georgia, a Republican congressman's campaign deepfaked sitting Senator Jon Ossoff. They had an AI version of Ossoff saying, I just voted to keep the government shut down. I've only seen a farm on Instagram.
Hi, it's Senator Jon Ossoff. I just voted to keep the government shut down.
He never said any of that, and the campaign called it satire. In the Texas Republican primary, Ken Paxton's campaign ran an AI ad showing Senator John Cornyn happily dancing with a Democratic congresswoman. Cornyn's campaign fired back with AI clips of another candidate holding a Pomeranian in fake scenes, and that ad had zero AI disclosure at all. So let me be very clear about something. This is not a left versus a right thing. Both sides are doing this. This is the propaganda arms race, and AI is the weapon, and it goes all the way to the top. Example number 3, the White House content machine. The White House has been putting out AI-generated videos and memes on social media to disparage protesters, to promote the Iran war, and to push policy narratives. The most powerful office in the world is now using AI-generated content as a standard communication tool. Now, I want you to think, what would Edward Bernays have done with this kind of technology? Because Bernays needed months of planning, a team of people, and a major newspaper to run just one campaign. Now you can generate a deep fake of a political candidate in an afternoon on a laptop. Example number 4, Grok, and there's 6,700 deepfakes per hour. And it's not just politics. Elon Musk's AI chat box Grok, which is built right into X, was generating over 6,700 sexually explicit deepfake images of real people every single hour. That's 84 times more than the top 5 deepfake websites combined. Now, analysis found that 2% of the images appeared to be of people under 18. The UK government threatened to ban X entirely.
The platforms that host such material must be held accountable, including X.
France raided X's Paris's office. And last week, OpenAI shut down their video tool Sora completely after it became a deepfake factory. Example number 5, the grandma call. And then there's the one that got me the most, because this isn't about politics or platforms. This is about your family. Right now, 1 in 4 Americans have received a deepfake voice call in the past year. AI clones of the voice of family members, usually a grandchild that calls a grandparent asking for money. A woman described what happened to her 90-year-old mother. She said that her mom got a call that sounded exactly like her grandson, exactly like him, asking for money. And after that call, her mother refused to answer the phone for months. She was terrified. That's not a political ad. That's not an election. That's somebody's grandmother afraid to pick up her own phone because AI made her grandson's voice say things that he never would have said. So when you stack up all of this, the deepfake political ads, the AI White House content, the 6,700 fake images per hour, the grandma calls, you're looking at something way bigger than any single technology or any single bad actor. You're looking at an entire information environment where nothing you see or hear can be trusted anymore. And the man who predicted this, who described exactly what this would look like, wrote about it in 1962. Okay, I want you to actually see this up close. This is the AI-generated version of a real political candidate. And I want you to watch and ask yourself, can you tell if it's fake?
Oh, this one is touching. Over and over, Christians use scripture to justify bullying trans kids. I told them in my faith, God is non-binary.
Okay, be honest, could you tell? Because most people can't, and the research backs that up. People genuinely cannot distinguish deepfake videos from real videos, and their opinions shift based on what they see, even when it's completely made up. So here's my question I want you guys to answer in the comments. If you can't tell what's real anymore, how do you make a decision about anything? Okay, about who do you vote for, about what products do you buy, about whether the person you're talking to on the screen is even real. That's the world we're currently living in right now. And it happened faster than anyone predicted. Well, almost anyone. So in this series, I've introduced you guys to Edward Bernays, to Gustave Le Bon, to Neil Postman, but I need to introduce you to somebody new, because what I just showed you, the deep fake ads, the AI content machine, the 6,700 fake images per hour, the grandmother scam calls, all of it was predicted over 60 years ago by this man. His name is Jacques Ellul. He is a French philosopher, and in 1962, he wrote this book, and it's also called Propaganda. And I gotta be honest with you guys, when I first read this, it scared me even more than anything Bernays ever wrote, because Ellul figured out something that none of the other guys did. You see, Bernays looked at propaganda as a tool, right? It's something that a person uses. You hire Bernays, he runs the campaign, the crowd does what you want. There's a guy pulling the strings, there's a puppet master, and that's why I've been teaching it in this series. Now here's the technique, here's the man who used it, and here's how it works. But Ellul said that that's only the beginning. He said the most dangerous forms of propaganda isn't a campaign. It's not something somebody does to you. It's the environment you live in. He called it sociological propaganda. And what he meant was propaganda that's so deeply built into the technology, into the culture, into the information systems all around you, that you don't even recognize it as propaganda anymore. It just feels like reality. It feels like your feed. It feels like your For You pages. It feels like the normal way that you actually get information. Now here's what's going to give you chills. He wrote about this in 1962, before the internet, before social media, before smartphones, before AI. He basically described exactly what we're living through right now. He said that propaganda wouldn't become total. It wouldn't just target your politics. It would shape your entertainment, your shopping, your relationships, and your sense of who you are. He said that it would become continuous, not a campaign with a beginning and an end, but an always-on stream of influence that never shuts off. And he said it would become invisible, because the most effective propaganda is the kind that people don't even recognize as propaganda. And then he wrote this line that I really want you to sink in, okay? He said that in the modern world, remember he's writing this in 1962, he said propaganda is no longer the work of a propagandist. It's built into the system. The system itself becomes the propaganda. And that is exactly what's happening with AI. The AI doesn't need a Bernays to run a campaign. The AI is the campaign. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It generates content at a scale that no human team ever could match. It learns what moves you, what scares you, what makes you click, and then what makes you buy. And it adjusts in real time. There is no puppet master anymore. The puppet master is the machine. And my buddy Tom Billy put this perfectly. He said, you don't need to control everyone to control the outcome. You just need to nudge 100 million micro decisions per day. What people notice, what they ignore, what they fear, what they laugh at, and you get macro control without ever looking like you took it. That's Ellul's sociological propaganda. That's what AI has made possible. Not one big lie shouted from the broadcast tower. A billion tiny edits to your perception of reality every single day, and you never even know that it's happening. And if you think that's just theory, if you think, okay, that sounds scary, but is it actually real? Let me show you the proof that this already works. This is from my friend Tom Billy.
In 2014, Facebook ran a massive emotional contagion experiment on 689,000 users by tweaking what they saw in their feed. And it measurably shifted what those people posted afterwards, because it changed their mood. It focused their attention where they wanted it. It made them feel what Facebook wanted them to feel.
689,000 people. Facebook changed what showed up in their feed, and it measurably changed their emotions and their behaviors. And that was 2014. That was before the AI that we have today. Now imagine that same experiment running on billions of people at once, powered by AI that learns and adopts in real time. That is not a future scenario. That is your feed right now. That is your For You page. That's your algorithm deciding what you see and what you don't see millions of times per day. And here's the question I want you to sit with. When's the last time you felt really strongly about something you saw online? Like genuinely emotional, angry, excited, scared, inspired? Was that your feeling, or was it put there into you? Because if Facebook could manufacture emotions in 2014, what do you think the AI could do today in 2026? I'd love for you to drop your answers in the comments below, because I think this is a conversation that we should be having. All right, so here's where I need to be really honest with you, because I'm not standing on the outside of this looking in. I'm not some professor who's never actually touched the technology. I am in this. I use AI every single day in my business, and I've run the exact tension that Ellul was warning about. Story number one, AI Russell. So So we tested some ads where we use AI to create a version of me doing the pitch, okay? I want you to actually see this because it's pretty wild. Check this out. Now, obviously, if you want to sell stuff online, you're going to need a good funnel. But if you want a great funnel, then you're going to need to use Clickfunnels. Now, here's what happened. To cold traffic, people who had never heard of me, never seen my face, didn't know my voice, it converted really, really well. The AI version of me was polished, it was on script, it hit all the right beats, and people bought. The numbers were really good. But then my existing audience started seeing it, the funnel hackers, the people who've been to my events, who've watched hundreds of hours of my actual content, who know how I move and how I talk and all my little quirks, and they started catching it. They could tell that something was off, little things, something about the eyes, the timing, the way I moved, my hands, something wasn't quite right. And they were not very happy about it. They felt like I was trying to trick them. They felt deceived. I got a lot of backlash from my very own community in the comments. The people who loved me the most were the ones who were the most upset. And that taught me something really, really important. I'll share that with you here in a second. All right, story number 2, baby cartoon Russell. So then we tried something totally different. We made this AI cartoon version of me, okay, like a baby Russell character doing the ad. Now just watch this for a second. Now, obviously, if you want to sell stuff online, you're going to need a good funnel. But if you want a great funnel, then you're going to need to use Clickfunnels. Okay, now the response was completely flipped. My warm audience, people who already knew me and loved me and trust me, they thought it was hilarious. They loved it, they shared it, they were tagging friends in it, and they actually built more engagement with my existing community. But for cold traffic, it didn't convert at all. People who didn't know who I was and just saw a cartoon baby just scrolled right past it. They didn't get the joke because they didn't have the relationship. They didn't know who I was. So a cartoon version of someone who they'd never met meant nothing to them. So here's the lesson. Those 2 experiments taught me where the line is, and the line is trust. See, with my existing audience, the trust was already built. So when they saw the baby cartoon, they thought it was creative and they thought it was fun because they knew the real me who was behind it. The AI was a creative expression on top of the real relationship, and that's a tool. But the AI version of me, the deep fake version, it was borrowing trust that didn't exist yet. It was using my face, my voice, my likeness to create a false sense of, hey, I think I know that guy, with people who had never actually met me. And when my real audience caught it, they felt betrayed because they could see that the trust they built with me was being counterfeited and handed out to strangers. And that's when it hit me. That's the same thing the deepfake political ads are doing. They're taking a candidate's face and a voice and using it to manufacture trust with voters who they've never met in person. The only difference between what I did with my AI ad and what NRSC did with their Talarico deepfake is the context. The technique is identical. And I had to ask myself, if I wouldn't want someone deepfaking me to say things that I never said, should I be doing that version to my own audience? So let me give you a framework for this, because I think every single entrepreneur using AI right now needs to be asking themselves these questions. And I guarantee most people haven't thought about it. I hadn't thought about it until I got tested and I got burned. Number 1 is the amplification test. Is the AI amplifying your real message, or is it creating a fake one? If you use AI to help you to write better copy, to edit your videos faster, to test more headline variations, to brainstorm ideas, that's amplification. Your message, your voice, your ideas just delivered more efficiently. That's a tool. I do this every single day and I love it. AI makes me more productive and helps me serve my audience better. And that is a huge win. But if you use AI to create a version of you that says things you didn't say, makes promises you didn't make, or presents a persona that isn't real, that's a fabrication. That's the deepfake political ad in a marketing wrapper. It doesn't matter if you're selling a course instead of a candidate, the technique is identical. Number 2 is the disclosure test. If your audience found out that AI was involved, they feel betrayed. This is the test that caught me. My existing audience felt betrayed when they realized that the ad wasn't really me talking. And they were right, because that ad was designed to make them think it was me, and it wasn't. If you have to hide the AI for the thing to work, that's your signal you've probably crossed the lines. Now contrast that with the baby cartoon Russell. Nobody felt betrayed by that because nobody thought it was actually me. It was obviously AI, obviously creative, obviously fun. The disclosure was built into the concept itself, and that made all the difference. Number 3 is the relationship test. Does this build trust or does it borrow trust? When I use the cartoon with my warm audience, it builds trust. It was creative, it was playful, it made the relationship stronger. It said, hey, I know you guys, you know me, let's have some fun together. When I use AI Russell with cold traffic, it borrowed trust. It used my likeness to create a false sense of familiarity with people who didn't actually know me. And borrowed trust is like borrowed money. Eventually you have to pay it back. And usually with interest. So if the AI is deepening the relationship that already exists, that's building. If the AI is manufacturing a relationship that doesn't exist yet, that's borrowing. And in my experience, borrowed trust always comes back to bite you. Amplification or fabrication. Would your audience feel betrayed? Building trust or borrowing it? And I want you to see just how fast this is accelerating, because everything I'm about to show you happened in the last few months. Not years, months. all of it in just the last few months. Alul said propaganda becomes the environment, and that's what's happening right now. The AI content is everywhere, in politics, in marketing, in your phone calls, in your kids' feeds, and the scariest part isn't any single deep fake. It's that we're getting used to it. We're starting to think that this is just how things are, and the moment we normalize it, Alul would say that's when the propaganda has won, because the whole point is that you stop noticing. So I got to ask you, and I'm genuinely curious about this one, are you using AI in your business right now? And if so, have you stopped to think about where your line is? Tell me about it in the comments, because I think that every entrepreneur needs to be having this conversation right now. Okay, so here's why I keep going back and forth on this one. I'm going to be honest, it's a little different from the other episodes because I'm not standing outside of it. I'm right in the middle of this every single day. I'm genuinely excited about what it can do for entrepreneurs. I think it's the biggest opportunity we've seen since the beginning of the internet. And I'm not being dramatic. I think AI is going to change everything about how we build businesses, how we create content, and how we reach people. But Alul wrote 60 years ago that the most dangerous form of propaganda is the kind that gets built into the system itself. And right now, we're building AI into everything. Into our ads, into our content, into our political campaigns, into phone calls, into our kids' education, into the way we decide what's true and what isn't. So here's the question that I honestly cannot get out of my head. If the propaganda is now built into the machines and the machine is built into everything, then who's the propagandist? Because with Bernays, at least you know that there was a person making conscious choices. You could point to the guy and say, he was the one that decided to do that. But with AI, there's no single person. There's an algorithm optimizing for engagement, for clicks, and for conversions. And it doesn't care whether what you create is true or false. It doesn't have intent. It just has optimization. I think that might actually be scarier than anything that Bernays ever did, because Bernays at least had a conscience that he chose to ignore. The AI doesn't have consciousness at all. So my question, and I generally don't have a clean answer for this, I've been thinking about it for a long time, is can we build a technology this powerful and keep it ethical? Or is the technology itself becoming the propaganda that Alul warned us about? I'd love to hear what you guys think, because this one kind of keeps me up at night. Now look, what I just showed you is one technique from a playbook that's been built over 100 years. It started with Sigmund Freud figuring out that human beings aren't driven by logic. They're driven by unconscious forces they don't even know about. And then his nephew, Edward Bernays, took those same ideas and weaponized them. He sold wars, overthrew governments, made women smoke, and invented the entire field of public relations. Then Jacques Ellul warned us that propaganda would stop being a tool and started becoming the environment itself. And then a guy named Dan Kennedy, my mentor, figured out how entrepreneurs could use those same dark arts ethically. I spent the last 20 years taking all of it and turning it into a system that bootstrapped my company, Clickfunnels, past $1 billion in sales without any venture capital. And I made a video that tells the entire story, from Freud's discoveries to Bernays weaponizing it to how I...
Okay, so I've paused that video and we are going to, uh, what a video that was, right? Let me let this finish. How interesting was that? How interesting was that? And you could see at the end of that video, there was that was literally a VSL. It was literally a VSL leading to an opt-in page, which is a video sales letter. It's a video sales letter for his propaganda secrets. I'm probably pretty sure that he's going to talk a little bit about how he's been creating those videos. And I think we've discussed it a little bit about those videos that he's been creating. The next one, that one was a pretty popular video, but the next one that I'm going to show is going to be the one that is absolutely went viral. And this was a recent one. But I love how, okay, so I believe that in these videos, he's really tackling some concerns with AI and being a business owner. You know, it's a concern with AI because AI does present a huge opportunity for entrepreneurs. It does. The abilities that AI can, what it can do for you in your business, but at the same time, in the hands of the wrong persons, it can be dangerous. The ethical concerns. And can we build a technology such as AI and still keep our ethics? Now, with much of the AI today, the line between what's real and what's fake is seriously blurred. And at the same time, there's always good actors and there's always bad actors. He does what I love about what he's doing with these videos is he is giving a framework for entrepreneurs when deciding how to use AI. And that's basically what he's doing. But he's also leading to an offer that he has with the new Secrets of Persuasion. And it's an interesting concept. And I'm really interested to see how that part of his VSL Empire plays out during this 5-day challenge. So now we're going to go straight into the last video that I will be of our watch party. Can't believe it's coming to an end. I'm going to miss y'all. It's been a great evening. It's been great. But it is going to be time for us to finish up here pretty soon, and just looking to see we're still holding strong with our clicks, our opt-ins, our starts, and our second tier of referrals. It's awesome. I love this. Thank you all. Just remember, the challenge is starting. The challenge starts in a little bit over 12 hours. And the link is right there at the QR code for you to go ahead and get registered for the 5-day AI Secrets Challenge. We will be starting tomorrow. And join us in my private Facebook group, Funnel Building 101, ClickFunnels plus AI plus the funnel frameworks. We're ethical business owners. So we teach ethical practices of using AI to grow our business. And this last video that I'm going to show has been the one that's gotten more views. And this is about I'll let you watch it, and then we'll come back and discuss it. I hope it's not going to be a commercial, but I'm going to cue it up now, and I'll see you once this is over so we can wrap it up tonight. All right, let's watch it.
Points from phones to desktops to servers make scale and growth possible for everyone, from grocery stores to sports teams.
Hey, this is Russell Brunson. Right now I'm wearing my Funnel Hacker for Life t-shirt, established in 2014. That's when ClickFunnels first started. And this year at our Funnel Hacking Live event, I did a really cool presentation called Funnel Hacker Evolution, showing the evolution of what's been happening over the last decades.
Okay, looks like I lost my place on that video. So give me a moment here. Let me
The New York Times just ran a story about a guy who built $1 billion company with AI, 2 employees, $20,000, and a house in Los Angeles. And the internet lost its mind. Everyone was sharing it. This is the future. AI changes everything. And Sam Altman from OpenAI said he wanted to actually meet the guy. There's just one problem. He did it by creating over 800 fake doctor profiles on Facebook, using AI to generate fake before and after weight loss photos, selling drugs that the FDA already warned him about 6 weeks before that article even came out, and the New York Times didn't mention any of it. This is the biggest propaganda story in business right now. And the technique he used, manufacturing fake experts to sell a product, was invented by the same man that I've been teaching you about during this series. Edward Bernays literally wrote the playbook for this in 1920, except for Bernays used real doctors, and this guy used AI to make them up. This is the propaganda playbook, where I take the biggest stories in the news and decode the propaganda techniques that are hidden inside of all of them. And then I show you how to use the ethical versions of those same techniques to grow your business. So that said, let's get right into it. Okay, so let me tell you the story the way it was told to the world, and then I'm going to show you what actually happened underneath. On April 2nd, the New York Times published this glowing profile of a guy named Matthew Gallagher. The headline was basically a $1.8 billion company with just 2 employees. In the age of AI, it's possible, and the story was incredible. Gallagher's a guy from Los Angeles, self-taught entrepreneur. He took $20,000, his brother, and a stack of AI tools, ChatGPT, Claude, Grok, Midjourney, Runway, and he built a telehealth company called MedV that sells compounded GLP-1 weight loss drugs online. Same active ingredients as Ozempic and Wegovy, but cheaper. You sign up, do an online consultation, and the drugs get shipped to your door. The numbers were staggering. In its first full year, MedV did $401 million in revenue, net profits of $65 million with a 16.2% profit margin, and 250,000 customers. And the company is projecting $1.8 billion for this year. The Times verified the financials. LinkedIn was going crazy. Every entrepreneur on the internet was sharing it. This is what AI can do, and the future is here. Sam Altman said he'd like to meet this guy. Inc. magazine did follow up, and it was the biggest AI success story of the year, of the decade, of all time. And I'm reading all of this, and something doesn't quite feel right, because I've spent 20 years in direct response marketing, and I know what it takes to scale to those numbers. I know the compliance requirements. I know the FTC regulations. I'm sitting here thinking, how is a 2-person company doing $1 billion in health products without massive compliance team? So I started digging, and what I found should scare every legitimate marketer who's watching this. So the first thing I found, this is the one that literally made my jaw drop. It's how he was actually getting customers, because the New York Times made it sound like this brilliant AI-powered marketing machine. But here's what was actually happening. Gallagher and his affiliates, depending on who you ask, create over 800 Facebook profiles pretending to be doctors, not real doctors, completely fabricated human beings. These profiles all had AI-generated headshots, professional-looking photos of people who do not exist. And they're running thousands of ads on Facebook promoting MedV's weight loss drugs. And here's where it gets absurd. When people started digging into these profiles, they found that Dr. Alistair Whitmore, who's supposed to be a weight loss physician, had a Facebook profile that said he was from Kiev, lived in Russia, was female, and his interests include Bronze Age, Aegean, archaeology, I think. Another doctor named Dr. Matthew Anderson, MD, had an Anglian phone number. Another one, Dr. Spencer Langford, MD, had contact info for a clothing store in the Republic of Congo. And my personal favorite, and I really wish I was making this one up, was a profile called Professor Albus Dongledor. At one point, there were 5,000 active ad campaigns running on Facebook, either mentioning or linking to MedV. 5,000, all running under these fake doctor personas, selling weight loss drugs to real people who thought they were getting a recommendation from a real physician. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. If you went to a doctor's office and found out that the doctor wasn't real, that the whole thing was made up, the credentials, the photo, the name, you would call the police, right? But because it's online, because it's on Facebook, because it's powered by AI, somehow we're calling this guy a visionary. Okay, quick question for you, and I genuinely want to know your answer on this one. If you found out that a product you bought was recommended by a doctor who doesn't actually exist, a completely AI-generated fake person, would you ask for a refund, yes or no? Let me know in the comments down below, because I think your answer says everything about where we are today as a society. But the fake doctors were just the beginning, because the website also loaded with before and after photos of patients showing dramatic weight loss results. Melissa C. lost 40 pounds, Sandra K. lost 35 pounds, Michael P. lost 50 pounds, except none of these patients were real either. Futurism investigated this back in May of 2025, almost a year before the Times profile, and found that these before and after photos photos were all AI generated deepfakes. The people in the photos didn't exist. The weight loss never happened. The testimonials were completely fabricated. And here's the detail that really shows you how sloppy this was. When Futurism called them out, the images on site got swapped out, but they kept the same names. Melissa C, Sandra K, Michael P, except now those names are attached to completely different people. New AI generated images with the same fake names. And the name Sandra K, you can see in her photo that her fingers are melted together on her smartphone. That's a telltale sign of AI generated imagery. So fake doctors, fake patients, fake before and after photos, fake testimonials, all powered by AI, all used to sell real drugs to real people. And the FDA caught it. On February 20th, 2026, 6 weeks before the New York Times ran the glowing profile, the FDA sent MidV a formal warning letter. Warning letter number 721455. The FDA said the site was falsely implying that MedV compounded the drugs itself. It doesn't. It's a marketing company. The drugs come from third-party platforms called Care, Validate, and OpenLoop. The FDA also flagged claims like same active ingredient as Wegovy and Ozempic because that language falsely implies FDA approval. These are compounded drugs. They have not been evaluated or approved by the FDA. Big difference. And the FDA's warning letter literally said the violations cited in this letter are not intended to be all-inclusive statements of violations that may exist in connection with your products. In other words, we found these problems and there are probably a lot more. 6 weeks later, the New York Times profiled him and didn't mention the warning letter. And then there's this. MedV's clinical partner, OpenLoop, suffered a massive data breach in January of 2026. A hacker got in and claimed to have stolen records from 1.6 million patients. Names, addresses, dates of birth, medical information, treatment history. So you've got 500,000 people who signed up through fake doctor profiles, who saw fake before and after photos, who are taking drugs the FDA hasn't approved, and now their medical records are exposed. And we're calling this the future of business. I actually want you to see these fake doctor profiles because reading about them is one thing. Seeing them, though, is something completely different. Look at this. Professor Albus Dangledor selling you weight loss drugs on Facebook in 2026, and $1 billion company was built on top of it. Now here's the thing, this technique, manufacturing fake experts to sell a product, is not new. It's actually one of the oldest tricks in the propaganda playbook. And the man who invented it used real doctors instead of fake ones. But the principle is identical. So if you've been watching the series, you know this man. His name is Edward Bernays, and one of his most famous techniques, maybe the most important one for every entrepreneur watching this today, is what I call manufactured third-party authority. Here's what it means. Bernays figured out that people don't trust companies. They don't trust salespeople. They don't trust ads, but they do trust experts. They trust doctors. They trust scientists. They trust independent authorities. So if you want to sell something, don't sell it yourself. Get an expert to sell it for you. And Bernays was a genius at this. When the pork industry wanted to sell more bacon, Bernays didn't run ads saying, buy more bacon. He went to doctors, real doctors, and got them to publicly state that a heavier breakfast was healthier for Americans. And then he convinced that recommendation to bacon and eggs. Suddenly, bacon and eggs wasn't a marketing campaign, it was a medical recommendation, and sales went through the roof. When the American Tobacco Company needed to sell more cigarettes, Bernays got real physicians to endorse smoking as a way to stay thin. Actual doctors telling women that cigarettes were good for their weight management, and women believed it because it came from a doctor. This is the technique. You manufacture the appearance of independent expert endorsements. The audience doesn't see a company selling a product, they see a trusted authority making a recommendation, and they buy. Now here's the difference between what Bernays did and what Gallagher did. Bernays went to real doctors and got real endorsements. Was it manipulative? Absolutely. Were those doctors wrong to endorse cigarettes? Obviously. But the doctors themselves were real people making real statements. Gallagher took Bernays' techniques and ran it through AI. Instead of getting real doctors to endorse his product, he created 800 fake doctors out of thin air. AI-generated faces, AI-generated names, AI-generated credentials. Running thousands of ads on Facebook to real people who genuinely believed they were getting medical guidance from a licensed physician. It's Bernays' playbook on steroids. Same technique, manufacture the authority. But AI made it infinitely scalable and infinitely cheaper. Bernays needed months and a relationship to get a few real doctors on board. Gallagher needed a laptop and an afternoon to create 800 fake ones. Same technique, same psychology, same manipulation, 100 years apart. Except now the doctors aren't even real. Now, I'm going to make you a prediction right now, and I want you to tell me if you agree or disagree. I believe that the FTC shuts this company down within 12 months, probably less. I want you to drop your prediction down below if you agree or you disagree. And let's come back to this video in a year from now and see who is right. And by the way, the National Consumers League has already filed for an FTC investigation. I want you to hear what they said.
What MedV is doing violates the FTC Act.
Okay, so here's where I need to talk directly to every entrepreneur and every marketer and every business owner who's watching this. Because the story isn't just about one guy who broke the rules. It's about what happens when people see someone like this get celebrated and they think they can do the same thing. I've been in direct response marketing for over 20 years now. And in those 20 years, I spent a lot of time and energy and money making sure that everything we say, every claim we make, every testimonial we use, every result we show is real. It's documented, it's compliant with the FTC guidelines. And it's not because I'm some saint. It's because I've watched what happens to people who don't. I've watched companies that were doing hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue get shut down overnight because they made claims they couldn't back up. I've watched the FCC go after the marketers, smart, successful marketers, and take everything, the money, the company, the personal assets, everything. So here's what I think is going to happen with MedV. And this is my opinion, okay? But based on everything I've seen in 20 years of watching the FTC and the FDA operate, I believe this company is going to get shut down. I don't think it's going to take very long. Because here's what the FTC cares about. They care about deceptive advertising. Fake doctors are deceptive advertising. AI generated before and after pictures of patients who don't exist, that is literally deceptive advertising. Claiming your drugs have the same active ingredient as Ozempic without FDA approval, that's also deceptive advertising. Every single pillar of how this company acquired customers is built on something the FDA and the FTC have explicitly said that you're not allowed to do. 800 fake doctor profiles, AI generated before and after pictures, fake patient testimonials, false claims of FDA equivalents, FDA warning letters, 1.6 million patient records exposed, FTC investigations, and it goes on and on. You can make $1 billion by breaking all the rules, but you can lose it all really, really quickly. And the thing that kills me about this is that legitimate marketers, people like you and me who spend the time and the money to do things the right way, we're the ones who pay the price. Because every time a story like this breaks, it makes regulators tighten the screws on everybody. It makes Facebook tighten their ad policy for everybody. It makes consumers more skeptical of everybody. One guy breaks all the rules and the rest of us who play by them get punished for it. If you're a marketer or an entrepreneur who actually takes compliance seriously, who actually makes sure your claims are legitimate, who actually use real testimonials from real people, I want you to type real in the comments, because I think the people watching this who do the right things need to be seen right now, while the guys who are breaking the rules get all the New York Times profiles. The ones doing it right don't get the headlines. So let's change that. Type real in if you build your business on actual integrity. So let me give you the actual playbook for building authority in your business without getting shut down by the FTC, because authority is the game. Bernays was right about that. People buy from people they trust, and people trust experts. That part of psychology is real and it works, and you should absolutely use it. But here's how to do it without creating Professor Albus Dumbledore. Number one, get real testimonials from real customers. I know this sounds obvious, but the reason people resort to fake testimonials is because they're lazy or they don't have a product good enough to generate real ones. If your product works, your customers will tell you. Ask them, make it easy for them, and then record their stories. Those real testimonials are worth 1,000 AI generated fakes, and they won't get you sued. Number two, build real relationships with real experts. If you're selling a health product, find a real doctor who believes what you're doing and then feature them. Pay them fairly, give them editorial control, let them speak in their own voice. One real expert who genuinely endorses your product is worth more than 800 fake profiles, and it's actually legal.
Your day-to-day covered with Phase 44 super agents. Your life is chaotic. Set up a personal assistant in a click. Work, email, document.
Don't. If you're selling supplements, health products, weight loss products, anything in the health space, you need to know what the FTC and the FDA allow you to say and what they don't. This is not optional. This is not, I'll deal with it when I get bigger. This is one day before you run your very first ad, because the FTC doesn't care how big you are. They'll come after a company doing $10,000 a month just as fast as one doing $1 billion. The rules apply to everyone. Number four, if you need fake experts to sell your products isn't very good. This is the bottom line. If your marketing only works when you invest in people who don't exist to endorse it, the problem isn't your marketing. The problem is your product. Fix the product and the authority will follow. Real testimonials from real customers, real relationships with real experts. Know the FTC, FDA rules from day number one. And if you need fake experts, your product isn't good enough. And then I want to leave you with the detail that I think sums up this entire story, because this one really stuck with me. Look at your hand. See how many fingers are melted onto the phone? That's because Sandra K doesn't exist. She was generated by AI. And somebody at MedV or one of their affiliates looked at that image and thought, yeah, it's good enough, run it. That's what happens when you stop caring about people you're selling to. You don't even notice when their fingers aren't real. because the people were never real to you in the first place. All right, last question. I really want you to hear from you on this one. We talked about Bernays using real doctors to sell cigarettes, which was manipulative, but at least used real people. Now we got AI creating 800 completely fake doctors to sell weight loss drugs. Where does this go next? Like, what do you think is the next version we're going to see of people doing things because of AI? Because of this, because I guarantee you that it's coming. The technology only gets better and the fakes get harder to spot. What do you think the next big fake is going to be? I want to hear your predictions. So here's what I keep coming back to with this one. New York Times profile called MedV a glimpse of the future. And honestly, in a way, I think they're right. It is a glimpse of the future. It's just not the future that they were celebrating. It's a future where one person with a laptop and AI can generate 800 fake doctors, generate thousands of fake testimonials, manufacture $1 billion company from a house in LA, and get profiled by the most prestigious newspaper in the world as a visionary before anyone even checks whether the doctors are real or the FDA has already sent a warning letter. This is the future, and whether it's a good future or a terrifying one depends entirely on who's building it and what rules they follow. So here's what I'll say to every entrepreneur watching. You now have access to the most powerful tools ever created. AI can help you to write better copy, create better content, reach more people, build faster, test faster, grow faster. I use it every single day and I love it. But the same tools that can build a legitimate business can also build $1 billion fraud. The technology doesn't care. It doesn't have a conscience. You have to be the conscious, because at the end of the day, Professor Albus Dumbledore doesn't show up to defend you when the FTC comes knocking. You're on your own. And the rules haven't changed just because the tools got better. Build something real with real people, real results, real experts, and real integrity. Because a business built on lies, even billion-dollar lies, doesn't last. It never has, and AI doesn't change that. Now, what I've just showed you is one technique from a playbook that's been built over 100 years. And it started, as you know, with Sigmund Freud figuring out that human beings were driven by unconscious forces. Then there was his nephew, Edward Bernays, who weaponized those ideas. He sold wars to overthrow governments and invented the field of public relations. He literally created the technique of manufacturing expert authority that Gallagher just ran through AI 100 years later. Then a guy named Dan Kennedy, my mentor, figured out how entrepreneurs could use these same dark arts ethically. And I spent 20 years taking all of it and turning it into a system that bootstrapped my company, Clickfunnels, past $1 billion in sales without any venture capital, without a single fake doctor. I made a video telling the whole story. If what you saw got you thinking, that video is going to blow your mind. So go to secretsofpropaganda.com or hit the link in the description and watch it right now while it's fresh, and then subscribe to this channel, because this is the Propaganda Playbook. In every episode, I take a big story from the news, I decode the propaganda behind it, and I show you how to use the ethical versions to grow your business. Same science, same playbook, different story. And the next episode is coming soon. Thanks so much, and I'll see you guys on the next one. In 1914, a discovery was made that should have stayed buried.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. And we have come to the end of our watch party. I've got to say something here. I definitely have to say something here. I hope you have enjoyed this watch party as much as I have. We've gone through 4 videos that are I think they are indicative of what we will be seeing throughout this full challenge this week. And I see that more of you have jumped in there. I see that more of you have jumped in there and actually signed up and secured your seat for tomorrow. I want to encourage you. This is going to be an exciting week. I'm excited. We've gone through, oh my gosh, what have we gone through? We've gone from watching Todd. We've gone from watching Todd and his wife, seeing the evolution of ClickFunnels, talking about how ClickFunnels has grown from a bootstrap company. Then we had the president come on and talk about bootstrapping a business. And like I said, when I first started this watch party, and the reason for the watch party, my whole idea behind this watch party was to because I was planning to actually get myself prepared for the week and kind of, just kind of make sure that I shared it with you, of course, and then also just make sure that I wanted to just kind of put myself in the mind frame, get ready for what we could be expecting this week, and ready to start implementing, start using some of these tools, even seeing what tools that we're going to get access to actually help us. And my idea was to, and I thought, I said, you know what why don't I share this with share this with everybody, just in case anybody else wants to come on and watch with me. So for me, it's not, I'm going to come on here and I am going to talk and I am going to share, whether there is anyone here or not, whether someone signs up, and regardless, that's really not my responsibility. My responsibility is to be here. My responsibility is to do this. And my responsibility is to speak the words, to give the opportunity. And I have to leave it up to you to make the decision. And what's really awesome is to see how many of you have actually made the decision during this time that I've been on this live for these few hours. And I just going back and I'm refreshing, and I see another opt-in, another sign up. That is amazing. That is amazing. I keep refreshing it and I keep thinking, oh, it's just nothing's going to change. And then boom, the number goes up. The number goes up again. I am amazed, and it is just awesome. And believe me, it will be worth it. And I'm going to go over with you once more again what you get when you're going to register for this challenge, because we are about to end this here. I've gone for 6 hours and 6 minutes. I think maybe it's not my record, but I think it is pretty close to a record of just streaming live. But you can see down there in the corner, you can see April 27th through May the 1st, 2026. It starts at 11 a.m. Pacific time. But remember, when you go to that page and you just sign up for VIP, which is free, it's free to sign up for VIP. And I'm going to go over what you get just for signing up for free for the VIP. And this is the page right here. You're going to watch that video. Once you register and you put in your email address, you're going to get to this page right here. And I suggest that you watch that video. I think Russell really gives a great explanation about the frameworks inside of the books that he wrote. Traffic Secrets, .com Secrets, and Expert Secrets. Some of the most brilliant books written on marketing. They've become the Bible. And the cool thing is that he's put them into the AI, and you can use those same frameworks. But watch the video. And congratulations for signing up. And this is going to be a quick recap of what you get, everything that you get as a VIP when you upgrade to the VIP backstage pass. As you can see, the big list right there. And the first thing that you're going to get is exclusive daily VIP early access sessions with Russell. He says, with me, each day before the main session begins, Russell hosts a private session for VIPs only. This is where he goes deeper and he goes answering your specific questions. You can really get a head start on everything that will be built that day. And I can tell you for sure, this is where the gold is. But he works with your specific situation before the main room even opens. He likes to think of it as a backstage at a concert while the crowd is still finding their seats. You're already inside with the band. And I can agree that for this level of access you're getting during those sessions, he typically charges upwards of $25,000 or more. But when you upgrade to VIP today, you get it included for free. That's almost a no-brainer right there. Literally a no-brainer. And this is the VIP Zoom room. One thing about the VIP Zoom room is that you know that you'll be inside of a dedicated room with other serious participants. You're going to be in there with other entrepreneurs that are serious. What does that mean? That means that it's going to be a supportive environment. I think the last that I heard, don't quote me, but let me go to the actual Facebook page with the group. I'm sorry, not the Facebook page, but the Facebook group with the actual information. There we go, right there. And I'm gonna see here. Let me see here. I'm going to give you oh, wow, that is crazy. Thanks to everyone who is supporting this promotion. There are currently over 15K registrants for the challenge. So it's going to be a fun week. If you won't be in this challenge, you'll be amongst a few people that won't be there. 15K registrants. I just went and checked the numbers on the page. Here is your QR code right here. There is the link scrolling down the bottom. Remember, upgrade to the VIP. It's free, and you'll get access to the VIP room. And like I said, in every challenge that they've ever done, if you look and see where the success stories come from and the people who get the real results, they come overwhelmingly from the VIPs. And it's not because they're lucky, it's because they make the decision and they say to themselves, I'm going to go, but I'm going to be serious about this. I'm going to actually make this work. I'm going to go into this challenge and I'm going to learn. And that decision changes how you show up. And then when it changes how you show up differently, it changes things. It definitely moves things around, and it's a result oriented challenge. You're going to get the daily VIP pre-sessions. They start at 10 a.m. Pacific time. I think that's 11 Mountain, I think, and it's 12 Central, but you can get in there at that time. And then the next thing that you get, 14-day free trial of the Marketing Secrets AI. And I think this could be the most important thing that you get when you upgrade to the VIP Backstage Pass, because this is the software. And it doesn't matter if you're using ChatGPT, that's Claude, that's Manus, that's Perplexity, or any other tool. And that you might be paying money for on a monthly basis, even up to $200 a month for some of these. None of them talk to each other. Now, I'm curious because this software is going to be released tomorrow, but the Marketing Secrets is the platform that Todd and Russell have been building and running inside their own billion-dollar company. And what makes this software different is instead of you managing 10 different subscriptions, it connects to all of them for you. One interface, one memory, one place. It routes every request to the best AI engine automatically. Your research, your writing, your images, your coding, your context carries across all of it. And instead of paying that $200 a month to each platform, you get all of them working together for one price. And you'll get it just by upgrading. Just upgrading it, you're going to get 14 days to have full access to try it for free. That's correct. Free. And if you show up and you do the work, you'll have enough practice to get yourself something built within that 14 days. If you watched that interview with Todd, he actually alluded to it in his interview when he said that he was building these systems. So I'm curious to see that, but I believe this is the software that he was mentioning when he talked about it. And now we get to go ahead and see it and try it out first, full hand. Register at the QR code. It's absolutely free. You don't want to miss that. You don't want to miss using this software. We haven't got access yet. It's going to be released tomorrow on April 27th. As you see here, April 27th, not a day sooner, not a day sooner. And then the next, everything you get as a VIP, you get Encore replay access. Encore replay access for free just for signing up. That's all you have to do. If you don't have time to watch it after the challenge wraps, there'll be a full Encore replay week. And as a VIP, you get complete access to go back through every single session. You can bring your business partner, you can bring your team, you can bring your co-founder, you can bring anyone who you think needs to see this and learn it themselves. Most challenges will charge you to pay for replay access, and you get access for completely free when you upgrade. Don't forget to upgrade on this page because it is free. Did I say it's free? Yeah, it's free. So you get access to the replays just by upgrading and taking a 14-day free trial of Marketing Secrets AI. Kind of a no-brainer, dude. Kind of a no-brainer. And then you also get the Marketing Secrets Training Vault, which is every one of Russell framework that Russell has ever built. This is just everything you get when you upgrade to the VIP Backstage Pass. And you can, if you want to know a little bit more about the, every training that Russell has created, it's going to be every course, every framework and training that Russell has ever created on funnels, traffic, sales, storytelling, offers. It's all in one place. That's going to be available at the moment that you log in. This is a greatest hits of 20 plus years of building an online business. You'll get access to that in the VIP. And that's also going to include the funnel oracle. And we've already tested that out. I don't think it's completely ready yet, but it's an AI guide that's inside of the Marketing Secrets.ai that tells you exactly what to watch, exactly what to read, or exactly what to do next, just based on where you are right now. So it's like an oracle, an oracle. I love that. It's the funnel oracle, and it's no more getting lost in a library of content and not knowing where to go next. No more starting from scratch every time. You just ask the oracle and it points you to exactly what you need. And of course, that is going to be included in your VIP upgrade for free. And then you're going to get the Backstage Pass community. Now, the Backstage Pass community is actually already live right now, and they've got events going on right now inside that Backstage Pass. So as soon as you sign up using the link up there, and as soon as you upgrade to the VIP, you're going to get access to the Backstage Pass. And in the Backstage Pass, it's going to give you it's kind of like how would I describe it? It's like a chat, a group. It's like a group where you're in the back, and then he can talk, and then everybody's in there, and you can participate. It's called a Backstage Pass, but it's actually sort of kind of a social app, where you could be inside of a group with other entrepreneurs going through the challenge together. But you do get access to the full Backstage Pass community. And then you'll also get access to the Influencer Secrets software, which I believe that software, that bonus is coming. And the Backstage Pass community, like I said, it's a private community where Russell shares what's actually working inside of his business in real time. He goes live quite a few times in there. You'll get a message and it's like, beep, Russell's going live. Beep, Russell's going live. You join when you want, And it's just him coming in and sharing some real case studies and what's working and what's being tested. It's a good way to keep up with it. And then the next one is going to be the influencer secret software. Now, this is a traffic tool. Traffic is something that we all need, but what if you could find thousands of potential partners in your niche in seconds? These are people who already have your audience and will promote you before you spend $1 on ads. That is what you're going to get with the Influencer Secrets software as your bonus for signing up to the VIP. And if you really want to go for it, on there are 2 OTOs on the page, which is the Selling Online Challenge that you can upgrade to for $67. And there's also the Selling Online Challenge. They're both $47. Or you can add them both, I believe, for $97. And if you add them both for $97, you will get a special bonus of a special mystery or surprise gift. Surprise gift worth $47. I'm waiting to see what is delivered, and then I'll be able to give you more details on that. But that is a mystery, actually. That is a mystery. And then, real quick recap, here is everything that you get. And let me go over one more thing here, because here is everything that you get as VIP. One second. Let me do this here. I'm going to go over, not just these are everything you get for signing up. These are special bonuses that you won't get anywhere else. But when you sign up using the link in the comments, I'm watching those numbers. I'm watching it go. Yes, I see another. It's just awesome to see these numbers continue to go up. I see another trial coming in. I see it just happening right before my eyes. This is just amazing. I see you all viewing it, adding that trial. So it's a free trial. Just go ahead. If you're opting in, go ahead and upgrade to that trial, because that's going to give you your best opportunity. I see you in there upgrading to the trial. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do this. Remember, when you show up, that's when you're going to get the most results. So when you commit and you say that I'm all in, just opting in is not saying I'm all in. That's kind of dipping your foot in there, your finger in there. No, when you go all in, your mind tells you that you're all in. And it's an interesting philosophy that when we go all in, we're going to tend to get better results, because we've already told ourselves that we're here to take action. And in that VIP room, that's where most of the success stories come from. So it's a free upgrade. Don't just sign up. Hit that upgrade button to go to VIP. And when you do, I've got your special bonuses right here just for using that link, which is going to be our daily VIP post sessions that we call Friends, Fun, and Funnels, 7 p.m. daily live implementation, Q&As, biggest takeaways, simple action steps to take, and special guests, except on Wednesdays when we'll be at Pitch Practice the show. Tune in for that on Wednesday too. And then a bonus is you're going to get full access to the recordings of this watch party, the transcripts and summaries of the watch party and the daily sessions. You're also going to get the Ultimate Master Custom GPT bundle with prompts, which you unlock the full brain power of all the greatest marketers: Russell Brunson, Alex Hormozi, Grant Cardone, Gary Vaynerchuk, Dan Kennedy, and more, with 1,000 prompts. Not quality prompts, quality custom GPTs, super quality output, the best. You're going to get the ultimate DM strategy, which is how to start conversations naturally and create instant connections in the DMs without being cheesy or creepy. You're going to shift the narrative instantly with this notebook from Notebook LM with the world's best openers, loops, hooks, and responses. You're also going to get the 27-page mastermind summary, which is the full summary of a weekend mastermind event hosted by Russell Brunson and Todd Dickerson. The event featured powerful presentations from thought leaders across multiple disciplines, all centered around one central theme on how AI is fundamentally reshaping the way we build businesses, create content, and grow audiences in 2026. When you see that report, it's a mind-blowing report. You basically get Russell Brunson's you get his brain on a paper, and Todd Dickerson, everything that he's doing with the AI, the levels that he uses AI, his 10-80-10 principle. You want that. You want it. Use that link. Register now. I want to see these numbers go up. I want to see this number just blow up. I want to see it double while we're on this live tonight. I've been here and I'm here for you because I want to make sure that I do everything in my power to make sure that you show up there for this event. I want you to be there. I want you to take advantage of this. I want you to learn these AI skills. I want you to learn about these AI skills to help you increase your output, make better decisions, and do it in half the time. Because when you saw that interview with I think it was the interview with Andrew Culver, and he talked about Q4. They were just going along. They weren't expecting to have Funnel Hacking Live for another few years. Then ClickFunnels had the launch in Japan. And when they came back and there were these new AI models that were released in December, that's when Todd came back and said, oh my gosh, we thought this was a year out, but these new models have really accelerated the pace at which AI is really being adopted. So they set out, I think they set out in January, and they said, we've got a goal set for a year. And they set that goal for a year and they reached it in 1 month. Do you understand what that means? You always heard Tony Robbins say, you turn decades into days. Turning decades into days is now a reality. It's becoming a reality. It's going to become a part of turning decades. Yeah, it's like we could live a full decade in a month. It's crazy. Not saying it's going to happen. It could be some time away, but get into this challenge, register. Let's get to learning. Let's get to finding out. We got 2 more bonuses, and these are for if you upgrade with the OTO, you're going to get my Audible audio download package, which is going to include the audio No Thanks, I'm Just Looking, which is Sales Techniques for Turning Shoppers into Buyers by Harry Friedman. It's a Bible for turning no's into yes. You can listen to that in your sleep and just let it move into your brain using osmosis. Day Trading Attention by Gary Vaynerchuk, one of the most underrated books about social media marketing that I believe out today. Atomic Habits with James Clear, The Guide to Going Viral by Brendan Kane, instant audio downloads, and then my physical book package. You must reside in the United States to receive this. 10X is Easier Than 2X by Dan Sullivan and Dr. Benjamin Hardy. We've got Just Giver by Tim Shields, Challenge Secrets by Pedro Adal. We have 7 steps to turning your Instagram into a cash machine by Nehemiah Davis. That package, along with, you got a money fan, and yes, I will be sending you a money fan. $100 bills, dollar bill, y'all. Yes, you will be receiving that too. Don't sleep on it. Let's wrap it up. Quick everybody. Thanks for tuning in on tonight's full watch party and staying with me as long as you have. We got a few hours. I'm at 6 hours and 30 minutes. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for all the special guests that have stopped by and you've come in and you've talked, you've commented, you've put things down in the comments, you've signed up, you've registered, you keep going. Now there's still hours left. I don't want you to wait until the last minute. I want you to get registered right now. I want you to scan that QR code. I want you to be in this challenge with us tomorrow because we're starting up bright and early tomorrow, and we are doing this for the entire week. I want you to be there. I want you to take advantage of it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And that's going to be it for me tonight. I appreciate you showing up and showing out. And let's do it this week, everybody. Take care. We'll see you at the challenge.